Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Tales of Iron 2, Whiskers of Winter, part 3 of this little series, and hopefully, this will be the last part, because I intend to sprint to the finish of what I believe to be a rather padded-out game. If I focus the main quest, which is what I intend to do now, I don't think it will take long to complete this game. But I'll go into my plans in a bit more detail after I say that if you like the video, think about giving it a like. And if you haven't subscribed, think about doing that as well. If you want to help out more, and just be an active participant of these events, think about coming over to Twitch. It's always nice to have more people to speak to. We also have a Discord server if you want to check that out. A Ko-fi link exists if you wish to help directly monetize. And for those that do go to Ko-fi and help directly monetize, there are not that many of you. But those of you that do, really do help, and I really appreciate that. I'm sure Charm does too. We also have a Streamlabs merch store if you want to check that out. Links are all in the description. Yes, I felt it important to give a little bit of a shout out to the Ko-fi supporters. There's a good select number of them that give quite a bit, at least when they can, and it is really helpful. It is very much appreciated, and I want to acknowledge them. But, on slightly less serious notes, This game isn't great. I'll be honest with you. Part of me playing this further is an obligation. But I did think about it. It is an obligation I weighed for a while, thinking to myself, did I want to continue this game? Ultimately, yes, I do. But I don't want to continue it in the same way I was doing so in part 1. This game is not the same as its prequel. Tales of Iron 1 was an excellent game that I recommend everyone try to 100% if they play, I would say. It is good, it is quality, it is worth your time. Tales of Iron 2, on the other hand, has less maps, less general content, but pads it out with a day-night system causing dynamic events between the maps. Which sounds great on paper until you realize that it actually just makes things slower paced. There are bosses to fight that run off, and then disappear if the time of day changes. They run off repeatedly, and you have to chase them down. That may be fun in Monster Hunter, but it's not fun here. Furthermore, the equipment system in this game is a drag. Tales of Iron 1, you could equip only at an equip box in your home. Whatever you equipped, you were stuck with when you were out exploring and fighting. That sounds limiting, but actually, it underlies the fact that the system of combat, of equipment in the first game, was far more solid. Since you could only equip at your home, that meant that if you delved into combat and into an area, you were stuck with what you had. Which meant that what you had needed to be quality. And that was exactly it. The equipment in the first game was not something you felt forced to switch out. Yes, there was certainly equipment that would fit to better playstyles, but generally speaking, regardless of what you had, you could rely on it to get through combat situations. In this game, with the elemental system that honestly brings down the game, in my opinion, elemental weaknesses and resistances are such a large deal that you're constantly juggling your equipment in the sequel. I must say that even though I wasn't the one to play the first game, Jarm was, I nonetheless say, second-handedly at least, that I do miss the systems for the first game. Simply put, this game is close to being good, but it doesn't quite get there. That being said, I still feel obligated, and personally I do desire, to complete the game, to get through the story. This means that I'm not really interested any further on the side questing, which side questing can always be a bit of padding in an RPG, yes, but in Tales of Iron 1, it was an enjoyable system. In Tales of Iron 2, which already feels like it's padding out its main quest, the side quest content feels like padding on top of padding. It's not worth doing. So here's what we're going to do for part 3. We are focusing entirely on the main quest. We will not be focusing on further exploration beyond it. If the main quest suddenly demands I have a bunch of resources I wasn't picking up, because I was focusing entirely on the main quest. I suppose that's something we'll have to deal with, but outside of that, I don't intend to explore too much more. And to be perfectly frank, I don't think there's too much more to explore. From what I understand, there's one more major area of the game we have yet to open up that is at all sizable. And then after that, there's only the final area of the game, which I believe will be more of a linear gauntlet of combat, so really, this game is so much smaller scale in its actual content load, but it's padding it out compared to the first game. Stradivari and best of stream, but quiet lurk time. That's quite fair. Thank you. It's alright, I understand. And hello, Zerix. Zolit says, I feel like kind of be experiments about having the too many cooks in the kitchen type of issues. Really, I attribute this game's issues to the, oh, we want to make a sequel. Well, we can't just make the same thing. You know, our first game was quite simple in some aspects. We need to make those systems more complex for the sequel, or people will be upset. The problem is, the developers didn't realize that with the first game, they had elegant simplicity in their systems. And that elegant simplicity was the reason the game was good. They took away that elegant simplicity by thinking they had to make the sequel more complex. Now, sequels should grow on their predecessors, but that doesn't necessarily mean become more complex. If a system is good simple, then leave it alone. You know? At least that's how I feel. Now, the main quest here. We're going for the farmer for the keep. So, we need to go get a farmer to fix the keep up and have food grown here, I suppose. What's weird is that there's an actual functioning farm outside of this castle. But alright, whatever. So, naturally, for this main quest mission, we must return to an area we've already been, because there's really not that many areas in the game, and so we're gonna have to keep returning to those old areas over and over again, I'm sure. Yes, we'll probably fight new bosses, but it's a little lame compared to the first game. In any case, they want us to go back to the Golden Forest. Yes, yes. Is Nikki a cat? Astute observation, I'm glad you noticed. Yeah, took you a bit. Oh, that's right, you yourself are a cat, aren't you? I already know where those badgers are. I don't even need to talk to this person.
The elders had no time for the troubles of rat folk. They had troubles of their own. They told him to ask the Badger brothers. Arlo had liked the striped snouts and set off to find them.
They're right over here.
Approaching the
Debatably,
mushroom
but
farm,
yes, fair enough.
Arlo could hear Marco's voice calling in alarm for his brother. The Warden's work, it seemed, was never done.
Oh yes, and also the story in this game is a bit trite. I suppose the first game's story is also a bit trite, but in this story, let me explain what happens. We need to go find someone. We need their services. Oh no, they're in peril. They have a family member that's in danger, or they themselves are in danger, and a family member tells us. Let's go save them. Oh no! Them or their family member has now died. Oh well, there's still one person to come back with us. That's the entire storyline. So let me make a prediction. We have to talk to these two Badger brothers and try to recruit them as farmers. This one is in alarm. I bet his brother has gone somewhere dangerous randomly, much like all the characters do. And I bet by the end of this quest, we will see one of the Badger brothers dead. Let's see if I'm right.
Lorenzo had gone underground foraging for rare mushrooms, but had not returned. Marco was sure something had happened. Arlo offered his help at once.
The narrator of these games, bless his heart. He does a good job narrating this. I'm not complaining about his VA, but the script he has to work off is essentially, this person told Arlo that this person wandered off too far and now they're in trouble. Arlo decided he needed to do something at once. That's the whole story. That is the story over and over again. It's very strange how the moment we need someone, that's the exact moment they decide to wander off into the dangerous woods, or the dangerous bog, or the dangerous swamp. That's the exact moment they get in danger. Crazy how that works. Alright, Sid beats a wonderful fight. Wait a minute, if I'm... Yes, I could just pass by. Never mind that. Never mind that. The main story also felt similar to the first game. The first game was also simple in its story. But again, I think that was fine. The problem is, this story is a retread of the first story. In the first game, you're the son of a king. The king dies. The empire gets burned to the ground. You pick up the ashes as the new king. And recruit people to join your cause, fix up the kingdom, and take out the main antagonists that did it. In this game, you play as the son of a king in the Winter North this time. And then the kingdom in the Winter North, of course, this time, gets razed to the ground, this time by different animal antagonists, and the king dies. But it all happens in the Winter North, so naturally it's different. Very, very different.
The carved stumps of a mushroom patch. Lorenzo had come this way. Arlo hoped that, perhaps for once, this meant his quarry was safe and well and not in mortal peril.
Oh, right, I almost forgot. Centipedes are annoying to chase down. Just fucking shoot them. Just fucking shoot them. If these Badger brothers both survive, I will be flabbergasted. Hello. Do I have to kill you? Wait, I don't think I've fought you before. I guess that means yes. Anyways, let me break your eye by going back over here so you never actually attack me. I've noticed that a lot of enemies, if the arena is too large, they de-aggro on the edges of it. Which makes the fights much more trivial. Right then. Where am I going? Down? Alright, fair enough. What's funny is that they actually forced me to make a fight over here, so that I couldn't just use this checkpoint to go down there immediately. Mole beetles. Yeah, seems that is the case.
This must be Lorenzo's basket. Why had he dropped it? Arlo moved faster, certain luck had once again abandoned him.
If you start to notice these lines the narrator is narrating, they're really nothing lines. Oh no, why did they drop the basket? It's almost like they were in trouble. The narrators repeat it again, and again and again. The narrator's doing their best, don't get me wrong, their VA work is fine. But they have such a basic script to work off of. Let me guess, I have to actually kill you. Right then. Oh, I don't think he's dead. Amazing. Okay, so we went down here to rescue the imperiled brother who... It's so strange. These people that we keep rescuing live in these areas, right? So, they live in these areas. They coexist in these areas. There's dangers around them, but they know how to survive in these regions. Yet the moment we need to go recruit them, they dumbly wander off into very dangerous territory and get themselves into trouble. The exact moment we need their services, they suddenly lose all survival instinct and put themselves into danger. That's almost every case, anyways. Anyways, here's my new prediction. We went down here and this brother's not dead. That means he's either about to die in a cutscene kind of event with a boss, or It turns out this is a red herring, and the brother that we asked us to go rescue him, he's actually going to die. We're going to go back to Trouble of the Farm, I bet. Oh, what's this?
Lorenzo had passed out in the mushrooms, drunk on spores. Arlo smiled with relief. He knew only one thing would wake him. A stink bug. The bug farm might have what he needed. Lorenzo could sleep safely here until he returned.
Okay, I didn't expect shit-faced on mushrooms to be this guy's deal, but alright. I suppose that's a bit different. They know the protagonist is coming, yes. That's generally... I mean, every game has a plot convenience, yes, to some extent, but... This game, well, it really goes through the motions. Let's see if this could change it up on us, though. It would be quite something if we simply went to an area because we needed to recruit somebody. We met them, and they just asked us to go gather something, and then we did so, and we recruited them. You know, some sort of situation where somebody's not in mortal peril for once. It gets a little old. The game likes to... This game is brutal. People die. But they die very senselessly in this game. Perhaps the first game was this way too, I don't quite remember. But people are introduced and then killed off immediately. And we're supposed to care, a lot of times. I don't really understand that. Alright, stink bug. Thank you.
Arlo hoped the stink bug smell would not linger on him. The sooner he got to the sleeping Lorenzo, the better.
I hope the stink bug would not linger. Stink bugs only smell when they spray. Alright, whatever. Doesn't make the most sense. Oh, by the way, I did finally figure out a good armor. It seems like I actually have some defenses in this one. I don't really quite understand why. The whole system's kind of convoluted. There's one thing I will get, and that's iron ore. I believe I need more of that. For basic construction with the main quest, so... But yes, my goal in this episode is to sprint to the finish line. Let's see if I can manage that.
Lorenzo was gone. In his place stood a hooded night-eye. He said the striped snout was being treated by a healer at the shrine, an honor not to be disturbed. Arlo did not like the glint in this owl's eye. He was Warden and would disturb whomever.
Wait a minute, I was reading.
Fit.
Ah! Turn around and guard, please. Thank you. Ah, whatever, just shoot them. I was busy drinking a tea because the narration was still going. That was a quick turnaround. Suspicious owl says that we shouldn't disturb the person being rescued. Okay, sure, immediately get shot in the back. Okay, I thought you were trying deception before murdering me, but I guess you weren't. I thought there was just some sort of thing we had to uncover, and then I just got shot by them. Never mind the subterfuge. How many bullets do I have? 12. Also, in that moment, I was panicking slightly because... Ah, yes, that's right. Archers are dangerous. However, the armor did wonders there. Oh, the place we arbitrarily couldn't go to. The one area of the map we never visited. Makes sense. But yes, I was trying to remember my guard button. It's this. Did you eat the badger? Well then. I did not say you could eat the badger. I realize I'm using a weapon they're not weak to, but I also don't give a shit anymore. Also, when I can decapitate them with a bullet, that also is a reason why. I do have to be a bit mindful of how I shoot them, though. They do have shields. What I'm a little confused about is, there were some cult birds I fought as optional encounters, but they were at night, practicing their cultiness at night. If these are cult birds, I have questions. Because there was always guards next to this little Stonehenge area. If the whole time these have been evil cult birds, how do they have 24/7 guard posts here without the normal birds that are not part of the cult? Carrying. It's like if you have an underground evil sect, but they have 24/7 guards posted by a main highway, and nobody cares. That doesn't make any sense. Man, when you're dealing with resistances, it takes far longer to kill something, doesn't it? There. Yes, but the thing is, the reason we were never able to enter this area is because it was 24/7 guarded with guards that said no entry. But the thing is, I want to point out something very important. Do you see where we are on this map? Look at this. This is where 24/7 cult guards were posted. And this is town. This is the main bird town right here. So right outside the town gates are guards posted next to the Stonehenge place that are cult members. And they didn't care? Alright. Maybe they're all in on it. Maybe they're all evil. That wouldn't explain why we were able to recruit one, though. Are you all evil? Because I'm not sure at this point. If so, then why did the badgers have no trouble living here before? Nope, wrong place. I need the... Not you. I basically learned at this point that guns make everything easier, so... I will simply bother to buy ranged ammo when needed. There we are. You think they're corrupt? Yes, though that seems logical, but... How does this work exactly? If you have a secret cult having 24/7 guards outside a major city, in plain sight, how do you get away with that? What do you have? A dull mole gun. That's electric damage. Yeah, sure, why not? For some reason, I am rolling in cash, so...
The
And he's dead.
Circled the shrine.
Yep, there he goes.
As Arlo looked closer, he saw Lorenzo, blood pouring from his arm. This strange cult of owls were no healers.
Oh, fine, I'll switch my fucking weapon. Just pondering to myself. But I have to go and remember what they're weak to. 1 second. Birds. Oh yes, I guess I'll be finding that at some point. For some reason, I got the bestiary entry on this guy much earlier. Oh, just now? Did I just get it now? I don't even know. Ice and electric, regardless. I feel like that spoils the boss, doesn't it? Wait, I'm using electric. Hold on. That must have been the resistances. Let me read that again. Ah, I was reading strengths. Fire and poison. Got it. Perhaps I should simply keep the fire axe equipped at all times. Well. Ah, yes, well. Yes, it seems that the game wants to give you boss fight bestiary information before you fight the boss. I guess so you can be ready to fight it with the correct weaknesses. Strange system, though, because it also spoils what's going to happen. That guy up there is going to turn into a were-owl.
The elder drew something from his cloak.
Yeah, exactly.
Lorenzo's arm. He swallowed it whole. Arlo soon wished that had been the worst of it.
He ate the badger's arm and turned into a were-owl. Good work. I'm not over there. Why'd you even slam the ground there? Oh, that somehow missed me, even though I didn't even dodge. That also somehow missed me. I don't understand. No, that was a rather nasty attack you had to just notice. Even though I'm getting my ass handed to me, my defenses are holding up pretty well. Sort of. I'm quite tired at this point of enemies that fly upwards and knock me around as they do so. Oh, that's strange. Oh, how was I supposed to know that where that attack was landing? Cool. I do love attacks that have absolutely no tail whatsoever. Very good. What actually was that? Oh, I have a poison axe. I didn't notice. Let me just use that. Watch this go much faster with the one-handed attacks. Okay, what was that shield guy doing? Trying to intimidate me? Because he just kind of died.
Cultist defeated, the Elder drew something from his cloak. Lorenzo's arm. He swallowed it whole. Arlo soon wished that had been the worst of it.
Take your time. Whenever you're ready. I think I'll just wait to counter. That seems better. That's actually a good reaction from my part. That attack's a bitch to dodge. Oh, I've learned. Yes, I've learned for that. Oh, great. Guess you just won, but... Yes, I just threw that one. Gosh dang it. If I had simply blocked that, I would have won. Oh well. Huh, there's only one shield guy this time. Strange.
Cultist defeated.
Right.
The Elder drew something from his cloak.
I'll make sure to block this time. Hello, S-Slayer.
He swallowed it whole. Arlo soon wished.
Wow, my block animation is very silly if I spam it. Oh, I was close enough. I was trying to optimize hurting it. Strange. I don't normally use that something. Stunlocks. Parries are very important in this game. The enemies don't slow the fuck down unless you use a parry. I seem to have better timing today, at least. If I simply play by the rules of parry, I'll probably win. Boss seems relatively easy to parry. That's a different sort of. Alright. Oh good, I got him during a moment of invincibility, so I didn't actually do damage. These bosses have lots of invincibility moments, by the way. Let's see. Trying to get in a parry. There we are. You're done. Thanks for playing. So, yes, you're just going to walk away. Did you see those guys? They're just going to walk away. Well, we're not not getting arrested today. Bye.
The
DM1
were-owl
finished?
was dead, and Arlo woke Lorenzo, who was as afraid as he was pained. Arlo sent the scared badger home where his brother was waiting to help him.
Well, he lost an arm, but I guess he's okay. I mean, besides losing the arm. Okay, there's only one way this doesn't make any sense. Why is there a cult gathering with guards directly outside of a major settlement? Unless this is the major settlement's dirty little secret. And it's all part of some sort of conspiracy, I suppose you could say. That's the only way this makes sense on a storyline level. If those birds are in on it, and we have to deal with them because of that fact, then this is acceptable as a storyline beat. But if I'm supposed to believe that the town, which is literally 1 block away from the major cult settlement, didn't know about the major cult settlement, there's something wrong with that. This town is either complicit or stupid. It's one or the other. There's no in-between here. Well, I guess I'll have to eat my words. Both brothers survived this little ordeal.
Arlo returned to the mushroom farm, anxious to check on the Badger brothers. Grateful for the young Warden's rescue, they offered to work the farm at Winter's Edge as soon as Lorenzo's wounds were healed.
As soon as he heals his missing arm, he will be working away. I guess he still has another arm. The skull of a welder were-owl that feels like it belongs to some sort of shrine. Wait, hold on. There was something that needed a skull. Where was that? Yes, there's something that needed that skull. Where was that? I actually forgot. I believe it opened a door somewhere, so it's probably just easier to look for somewhere I haven't been. Well, there we go. Quest complete. Oh, not quite. Oh, are they going to explain how this town didn't know about the cult? Oh. What do you want? Infestation. I do not care. It is a side quest. But sure, I'll accept it.
In the absence of the Elder Were-Owl, the cult had retreated into hiding. But the Rangers report the cult planned to anoint a new leader, and were preparing a sacrifice at the shrine.
So because the Elder Were-Owl of the cult died, now the cult has gone into hiding. Why was the cult allowed to exist before going into hiding? What is up with this town? This raises a lot of logical inconsistencies. Well, let's see here. Does anyone else realize how absurd this all is? Or is it just me? Maybe it was in the rift. No, those required keys, didn't they? But what did that require? I'm going to go check something. I'm curious about this skull. I believe it opens a door. I don't recall where the door is, though. That's the problem. Oh yes, that's the arbitrarily blocked cave. That's not right. That requires a key. Everything requires a key. Where was that skull needed? Where, oh where was that skull needed? Not there. That requires other things. I recall this skull. It blocked... Oh, I remember now. The reason I forgot is simple. There's absolutely nothing on the map that lets me know where I need to go. So, that's why I forgot. Well, ow. I know I said I'd beeline it to the quest lines, but I'd like to open this door, thank you very much. There we go. Oh boy, I love force damage. An emerald or some sort. Alright. Ah, one of the runes. Alright then. That's 2 runes down. 2 to go. Feels like there should be a secret wall around here, too. But I suppose that's the main goodie. Yes, it was easy to forget about that door, because the map does nothing to tell me there's a door there. Hello, Chris. How are you? Oh, bloody hell. Let me do the side quest. Oh, I can repair the sign. Well, I'd like to. I think beelining for the end basically means... I guess I could cover side quests here and there when they are not a paid. Yes, I'll help you repair the sign to the cult. I don't know why we're doing this, but sure. Actually, this isn't even that inconvenient to get to. I don't quite understand the point of this. Well, whatever. Not too bad.
The sacrifice ceremony was underway. Arlo had only moments to stop it.
Oh, moments? Let me shoot my gun a bunch. There. No, no, no. Arrows are bad. Guns are good. Let me demonstrate. There. Oh, stop it. who's this guy? Sir, I wasted all my ammo on you transforming. I don't appreciate that. Fortunately, he seems already very bloodied.
Arlo had stopped
There.
another cultist transforming, but he sensed that the cult were far from finished in the forest.
This game is so obsessed with dropping tons of loot into your lap that it interrupted the killing blow of this sub-boss to pull up the fact I picked up a spear. Did you notice how, like, the sound and the animation and the action all cut? Because, wait, cool gameplay moment. Stop that for a second. There's a new weapon in your inventory. I am tired of this. Look, the animation's still playing in the background in between frames of me picking up equipment. You can't make this shit up. Look at, okay, now that I've, my goodness, the equipment game in this is such a drag that it even is interrupting the action as it's playing out of fighting enemies. The equipment aspect of this game permeates this game in such a toxic level. It really does. Why does that centipede keep popping up here? It's another good question.
Secret had worrying news. Rumors of a banquet in honor of a newly transformed were-owl flew around the forest. This was Arlo's chance to put an end to the cult.
Okay, we'll kill a third were-owl then if you want me
These
to.
night eyes were transporting freshly butchered kills. The owl folk of the Golden Forest had forsworn meat generations ago. These were
Why?
cultists headed to the feast.
They're predator birds. They can't just forsworn meat all of a sudden. That's not how that works. Hello. So the reason there's a cult is because the normal birds stopped eating meat and they didn't want to. I suppose that's a reason. Bugger. I keep mistiming my shield. Pull it up too late. Oh good, we get to play the chase the boss down repeatedly game. I forgot how much fun that is. Really a terrible thing this game introduced. I think the developers were like, we want this to be like Monster Hunter. Even though their game is nothing like Monster Hunter. Well, I guess it means I can go get more ammo before I murder it further. Which at this point seems to be the best strategy. How am I doing today? Reasonable. Though as I expressed, we're finishing this one up. We're finishing this game up. Oh, hello, Raiders. Or, your stream has been invaded. Hello, Fancore. Did you come with a raid that didn't get announced? No, you didn't. Okay. The way you said that made it sound like a raid. I was just checking. But yes, hello. Invited fan. Oh, that's nice of you, Vol. Thank you for coming. Thanks for coming by, and thank you for inviting. Thank you for inviting. That's always a good way to get more viewers. Simple invites, word of mouth, encouraging people to stop by. Something that people don't generally do, I don't think, but it's appreciated when it happens. But yes, welcome. So to recap what we're doing today, this is part 3 of me playing this game. And I want to sprint to the finish line, so to speak. I'm still going to cover side quests, but faster than I was before.
A full cart of fresh meat. This much meat surely meant the whole cult would be at the banquet.
Before I was grinding for items and such, I'm not going to do that anymore. No. No, let's not die just yet. Okay, now I'll die. Oh, great! This... You know what? We don't only have a wandering boss. We have a boss that runs away repeatedly and brings mobs with each encounter. Lovely. Also, every time he takes off, I can't hurt him, even if I attack him. It's ridiculous. We have fought numerous flying bosses in this game. Every single time they fly or land, you can't hurt them. Why? My god, stop using the red attacks. I actually blocked that thing. And off it goes. I guess I'll rescue you.
The young ranger had news to give, as well as thanks. He'd heard the cultists speak of the totem shrine. Could this be where they would hold their banquet?
You missed the stream? That's too bad. I'm sorry to hear that. I understand there is one. May I make a critique about... may I make a viewership critique? Or rather, a critique of a Twitch system. That stream streak system is quite neat on paper. I feel like it would encourage people to come by and watch, technically, but I've noticed something I will critique. This is both a critique of the system as well as viewers a little bit, admittedly. A lot of people stop by very briefly to keep their streak going, and then they leave again. In my personal opinion, the stream streak function should only apply if you watch for, say, a half hour, or maybe an hour of a stream, at which point you get credited for that streak. Because I feel it defeats the purpose when viewers stop by for one moment to trigger a streak, and then they just leave again. Oh no, dear, I wasn't outing you for doing that or anything. I was just noting that as you bring up the stream streak, I was just noting that that is actually a thing. Oh. That never broke before. I recall saying that this will break, and it never did. And now it did. What broke this? Why did this break now? I have crossed this like 52 times. Strange. Ah, there is a boss here. Maybe that's why. This is a wandering boss. We wouldn't avoid these, actually. They're a waste of time. Well, not really. They give resources, but... if you can kill them. I tend to lurk whenever you're attack a street. That seems to be the most common thing people do, by the way. Most people will come by because they want the streak, but then they'll also leave a lurk. Which is appreciated. Oh, it hatched. That's neat, I guess. Yes, that's what most people do. They'll come by for the streak and then lurk, which is appreciated. But there are definitely those who only stop by because they want the streak and then they leave. Which, you know, I'm not exactly faulting them for that. They're using the Twitch system how they can. I'm more critiquing the system rather than how people are using it. Simply put, if you can keep a streak going by stopping by for 1 minute and leaving, that's not really in the spirit of the purpose of the streak. But I can only really blame Twitch on that. Twitch probably should design the system to not just encourage people to come by a stream, but to watch a stream, you know? Try too hard to become Monster Hunter, but Monster Hunter is actually fun about it. By the way, I'd like to note that the cult went into hiding after we took out their main boss. But by going into hiding, I suppose what that means is, no, don't worry, we'll use the same base we had just outside the major city on the main highway. We'll still use that base, even though we went into hiding technically. What is the logic here? I want to point out to you that this cult existed from here into this area. And the main owl town is literally right here. From their entrance is the town gate. The city is right here. And somehow the cult operated in secret. Not only is their main entrance here, but they also posted 24/7 guards outside of it. They weren't even hiding the entrance. So I thought to myself, oh, is this some sort of conspiracy? Perhaps the main town is complicit. Underhanded dealings encouraging the cultic behavior. No. No, the town's just an idiot. The town is just run by idiots that didn't know this was happening. Outside the city gates. Good story.
At the totem shrine, the scene was set for a bloody red banquet. If Arlo had any say, it would be their last meal.
Look at this, I'm not doing damage because they haven't entered. Isn't that hilarious? There's so much annoying scripting in this game. No, this enemy can't be hurt now, it's doing an animation. Oh great, I was stuck between having to guard and having to not dodge at the same time. Would you stop? Gosh damn these fucking arrowbirds running away. Arrowbirds? Bowmen, I suppose. Just running away constantly. Look, I didn't do damage to the warehouse with that shot because he was taking off. I didn't do damage to the warehouse there because he was landing. Enemies that fly are the most obnoxious shit. Anyways, you're dead. Because guns are good. And It's actually frustrating. I can't confirm or deny if the first game did this, but I'm going to assume not. That enemies had so many invincibility stages. Now, I listen. If an enemy puts up a shield and I don't do damage, fair. If an enemy does some sort of block and I don't do damage, fair. But an enemy taking off or landing, or walking on screen that is just invincible arbitrarily during those phases is stupid. Defeated,
the remaining cultists would return to the shadows.
I basically wasted tons of bullets simply because I used them during the animation phases where, oh, sorry, no, you can't hurt things right now. There's also, bosses will also become invincible when they're phase changing, because when they phase change, they generally go like, roar, or something, and then during those moments, you can't hurt them either. Oh wait, you don't have arrows. Well, sad. We get probably a free one here. No, I got a dinosaur skull. Well, that's not an arrow. You know, a different color or something. That would help. That would certainly help. Oh, by the way, we do have a mission I haven't been able to complete, but... Oh, right. That's a random mission I was going to do for... Ignore that. That's not important. Oh. It's not listed on this list. Oh, good! The quest list doesn't list all your quests. I have just learned this. You see, if I walk in here... And we go to... Repeat it? No, actually not here. It's a different place. Hold on. Guardian, I am well enough, and the weather is pretty clear. It's not bad. Guardian, I don't mean to sound overly critical, but I want to encourage you, if you don't mind. I noticed that first off, I appreciate your comments, but I noticed that every single time you comment every day, it's the same questions each time. And they're fair enough questions, but... Well, do you mind if I encourage you to be a bit more dynamic? Try to engage something else. I don't know. Some other topic, maybe. For instance, how are you doing? How's your weather? Or, you know, other things. Plus, I could have sworn I had a side quest somewhere. That isn't showing up in the quest list. Oh, actually, it might have been right here. Yes, it's in the Elder's house, is it not? This one. Herbs for herb. Herbs for herds. That'd probably be a better rhyme if herbs wasn't spelled herbs. Let's see here. I'm actually going to see if I can look this one up, because I could not figure out where this was. Pungent flower. It was supposedly at the Rift, but we don't see it anywhere. Ah, you know what? It's in the Rift and I couldn't find it. It must be in one of the areas I haven't been to. That are locked off arbitrarily until I open them with a quest or something. So, I'll just worry about that later. Anyway, I bet the next quest... Actually, there is one quest I can do that probably leads me back to the Rift and probably opens those areas. Also, let me place this.
Another runestone in place. Arlo was nervous, his paws itching for his weapons. Perhaps when the war was over, the smith...
Yes, that's nice, narrator. I read those herbs for nerds. Herbs for Nerds sounds like the title of a book going over different herbs that exist and how to identify them. Okay, I can't arbitrarily make a new food item. Hello there. Oh good, I can make a new food item. I'm glad we brought the badgers here. I'm glad we brought the badgers here. They happen to sell 3 exact food items which I need to make a dish. Look. I had none of those, and now I have all of them. Wow, that was really helpful. I'm glad we got a new shopkeeper that sold only 3 things, and those 3 things were what I needed to make a new meal, which increases my health bar. That feels a little arbitrary. I feel like it could have just given me the items, but alright. My health bar is now bigger. Oh god, my health bar is bigger. That's right. That means that every time my health bar gets bigger, that means healing will take longer. Good. I don't know if you noticed, but I have to swig for quite a while to heal. Yippee! Anyways, let's see. Which one goes back to... Smith has to leave, has her tools blessed under the great statue of the 8-armed guard to the rift. Oh yes, yes, we did see that. And then this one is shop at Winter's Edge. The project's attached to blah 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 blah. Okay, this one then. You know, how many missions do we have to go on before we fix our main table? Yes, you want to go bless your weapons.
Asked for this audience with the Warden, as her father's tools were losing their power. Arlo offered use of his father's whetstone, but she said the power came from the god's blessing. She needed to take them to the shrine in the rift.
That shrine? I already know what they're talking about. The weather is good to me. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Guardian. How has life been for you? You're a regular watcher, and you often
Rift
comment...
was a dangerous place, and he had little desire to return. Neither did Rita, but he would not see her go alone.
He would not see her go alone, which is why he blindfolded himself. Oh, bats again. But yes, Guardian. I like how that one was just eating meat. It couldn't be bothered. Anyways, Guardian. Your regular attendance and questions, even if they are repetitive, are appreciated. But yes, it'd be nice to learn a little bit about you, perhaps. Or simply see how you're doing otherwise. I'm glad the weather is good for you, though. Ah yes, the force damage. I almost forgot about that. Oh, this is open now. Wait, this was already open. Okay. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop on these 2 locations. Oh! Oh, arbitrarily we can visit the porcupine fellow. Hedgehog? Hedgehog. Porcupines are the enemy. Hedgehogs are good, I guess. I'll do that in a bit, actually. Okay, I'm getting annoyed at these spiders. Perhaps I should just leave. They're being assholes. Yeah, so here. Took a midday nap, woke up with a sore back. That's unfortunate. Bad sleeping position. Well, this is where I'm supposed to be. Oh, don't tell me. Oh, no. They expected me to go to the dock where our smith is and escort them from there. I overaccomplished and just went to the altar immediately. I was supposed to escort them. Well, I'm not where I was supposed to be. I may as well go talk to the hedgehog. The spider was racing me. You feel less sick? Have you been feeling sick lately? In that case, I'm glad you're feeling better. It's a shame. This game annoys the heck out of me, but it's because I actually rather like some elements. I think we can all agree that artistically this game is lovely. The fights are interesting to watch. They're not interesting to play. The boss fights are frustrating because of all those iframe moments the bosses get out of nowhere. But as far as watching this game goes, I'm sure it looks fun. Anyways, this is a new location. I can't fix that yet. Why can't I fix their fast travel point? Wait, can I? Oh! So this area unlocked, but... Wait. What? That's just annoying. So, this whole path I'm in, this area here, previously this cave entrance was blocked. I could never go into it. But suddenly it's open, so I'm like, yes, let's go into this place and visit over here. No. Now this door is locked. I am being played and fucked around with it. I don't appreciate it. Oh, you know that path that was always blocked? You can go in there now! One screen deep, and then you get blocked again. There's even an icon there. There's a reason to come here. There's an icon. This game is fucking with me. Hey, look, there's a new icon. That place you can go. You should go there. Wait, no, it's still blocked off. I'm sorry. It's like getting through a locked gate. You've been viewing the whole game, and you're very excited to get through the locked gate, and then you go down a hallway, and there's another locked gate. Hooray! Anyways, where... Oh, there you are. Right.
The merfolk believe the 8 arms bring balance to life and death. Or so Rita explained as they approached the shrine. Arlo's little head disliked such weighty thoughts. He thought about lunch instead.
Lunch is good. Okay, I had to talk to the blacksmith there, but now my original idea of just going to the location would work. So, because I forgot to talk to them at the... They didn't go... The little blacksmith waited for their parental guardian to show up before they went anywhere. I guess. No, little Timmy, don't go off on your own now. Fun fact, if you take fall damage, it's always the same amount. So if you gotta take fall damage anyways, you may as well just jump off a giant cliff. It doesn't really matter. Visually, this reminds you of Hollow Knight. I can see that. This is how we power up your smithing hammer, then. Uh-huh. Oh, you want me to visit the porcupine? The area I was causing cockblocked at. Okay.
Rita realized she had forgotten the ritual. She needed a druid's help, or it would all be for nothing. She pointed to the old ruins. Could Arlo find the druid who lived there?
Perhaps, game, you should have given me the druid icon when I was actually supposed to visit the druid. I don't know why they gave me the icon early. I'm very confused by that. I was right that it was open, though. I just went there a little early. I have sequence broke because this game is all about its sequences. Very easy to break. Oh, Meowth escaped and nobody even bothered to catch it.
The herbs seemed to be leading him to the druid. Arlo wondered what magics they made.
Get out of here, I'm not interested in you. Oh good, I found another moment where I couldn't kill that guy because he was falling off his mount. I shot him during his falling off his mount animation, and I did not hurt him. Why do enemies have so many invincibility moments?
A druid's coat of needles can see off most attacks, but these frogs seemed to feel no pain.
Also, yes, the gun just makes me... The gun is the fuck this situation, just die kind of weapon. Oh, I forgot he has arrows too. Give me. I shall take them by force. Ah, no arrows, shame. So this is a bit strange. Hedgehog? Sentient, friendly, good beast. Porcupines? Rapid, feral, evil.
Ritual. But it could not be done without a special
Strange.
plant from the ruined tower. Throwing Arlo their tower key, they made for the shrine.
Alright, let's go to the shrine. You know, it's amazing. Nobody we care about has died yet in this episode. I use care about loosely, but you know. Now, I wonder when that will change, because this game likes to kill good people. Like, protagonist-friendly entities, I suppose. Mm-hmm. We have to go to... Wait. We have to go to a tower. I guess towers are underground now. I suppose if a tower fell underground, it would still be a tower. Perhaps that's what's going on here. Is there a difference between hedgehog and porcupine? Yes, there is. It's just strange because they're rather related creatures. So it's strange that in this universe, one is a sentient being and the other is feral. Okay, I can't open this side. Got it. Part of the same family. Are they, then? I wasn't sure if they were, so I hesitated saying that much, but... Right, and I suppose... Oh, that's the wrong... Right, that's an entirely different area. No wonder the key doesn't work there. Fair enough, fair enough. How about here? Yeah, it works. It's so strange. I just realized something that actually bothers me as well. I didn't think about it until just now. A charged heavy attack, if used against a shield enemy, it will knock them down. But if used a heavy charge attack against a non-shielded enemy, it doesn't even stun them. So you can knock down a shield enemy to the ground, mind you, with a heavy shield attack, heavy big attack, basically. But if you use a heavy big attack on an enemy with no shield, they don't even fall down. I'm using one right now. You can see what it's doing. Okay, wait, that guy fell down. For a moment, at least. This guy, though, is not falling down whatsoever. Maybe he's just built different. I did set him there because I knocked his mask off. But... see that? I didn't even interrupt him attacking me there. If you're going to use a big heavy attack that stops your movement, then I feel like it should be a risk-reward. If you miss with a giant heavy attack, you might get hit. But if you hit with a giant heavy attack, it should always stun the enemy at least long enough for you to recover. That is not the case for this, though. These big heavy attacks will not always stun an enemy, which means that you can use a big heavy attack, land it successfully, and still get punished for doing it, for some reason. Why? If it doesn't make an enemy fall down, a heavy attack in a video game should at the very least stun them for a moment so that you can, you know, recover from the heavy attack. Because you just did a heavy attack, and you did it successfully, and you should be able to recover from it. Ow. The prompt on this hook shot is not working properly. There we go. And here's the thing too. Enemies can knock me down with heavy attacks. No problem. That's the red attack, so they do knock you down. Oh, I jumped the arrow. I didn't know I could do that. Learning new things all the time. Didn't jump that arrow, though. Heavy attacks take a while to charge, too. They should always stun the enemy if it works. This is how long a heavy attack takes to charge. You can see. That moment where there's a little sound, that's when it's charged. So, 1001, 1002, about 2 seconds, which is a rather long time in combat. It's very strange because those enemies in particular, at least, are not being stunned like you would expect. Yet enemies with a shield would be stunned, which is very strange. It's almost like having a shield makes the enemy have a weakness to heavy attacks, which is strange. Oh, a mole hatch. I guess I won't open it. Uh-oh. Mildly dangerous enemy here. I say mildly, but... there we go. De-aggro them a moment, and... oh, that was a perfect dodge. So you can actually dodge with heavy attacks, which is surprising to me. The jump actually does help you dodge things, which is nice, if timed well. I only call these enemies mildly dangerous because they're kind of acrobatic. Nice dragon statue. For those who didn't see it, by the way, I do recommend looking back at the videos on this channel involving Tales of Iron 1. We did a little comparison at the end of last episode of Tales of Iron 2, where we actually went back to 1 briefly, because we have that game too, and we compared the maps on the file that Charm had basically completed. And the maps in that game were so much larger than this game. This game's maps are comparatively...
there was no
just
sign
overall
of
much
this
tinier.
powerful plant at the tower. All Arlo found was an open hatch. Perhaps its power let it grow in the dark. What Arlo found was a mole. His father had told him of these creatures who lived in sprawling underground villages, but this one was alone. Perhaps he'd seen the druid's plant. To his surprise, the mole said he grew it for tea and would be happy to share. However, nothing was ever simple.
It never is.
It was behind a bunker door and the fuse had blown. If Arlo found a new fuse, he could have all the tea he wanted. Arlo had no idea what kind of door problem could not be solved with an axe, but he remembered an object in the smith's stash that might be what the mole was looking for.
The smith's stash? Also, I like the fact that we got a card here, a little electronic card, I suppose. I also like the fact that it says Dick. Good, I have a Dick card. We need a fuse, gotcha. The game built off of a good framework for the first game, but built off of it wrong. It's clear with this game that the devs didn't completely understand what made their first game so good. Basically, the simplicity the first game had is what made it so appealing. But they tried to take away that simplicity with a sequel. Especially where it counted in a lot of areas. And it's still not the worst or anything, despite that. But it is a shame. No. Just no to those guys. I don't think this game needed that much fixing. It more needed a... Oh, not this again. Least favorite enemy to fight here. That was perfectly timed on my part. Good work, me. Yeah, of course. I refuse to switch weapons for different groups of enemies. Never mind that. Ah, this machine. There we go.
It was confusing to Arlo how such a small object could open such large doors. He would have to remember to return to ask one day.
Oh, another forced fight. Lovely. Sometimes I just try hurrying through because I don't expect a sudden fight like this. I suppose even if I'm not using the weakness weapons, I can use the weakness spells. As I just demonstrated. Hard to tell the difference between a forest fight and a fight I can walk past, but you have to pay attention to the camera lock. It's a little hard to tell sometimes. I basically should never pick fights I don't have to in this game. I've learned this. Oh, I didn't unlock this one, yes. Well, now I have. You know what's funny? I can fall down this ladder, that's fine. Loading zone, don't care. Oh, right, this side isn't open yet. Well... Oh, that means there's a forest fight over here. That means... that has to mean that. Oh, wait, no, there isn't. So it's very arbitrary, then. Alright, then. The heck was that? Did you guys see that? I don't know if you noticed, but when Arlo falls off a high ledge, they have a slower animation standing up. Because they're stunned for a moment. For some reason, though, I had an extremely slow animation here, falling off of this little ledge. Extremely slow. The animation was like at... Oh. I'm not pressing anything. Methinks the area around this ledge might be a little glitchy. I suppose I'll drink tea as Arlo does a tap dance for me. Yeah, something is glitchy here. Another thing that I always found weird, this applies to every ledge. You know how I can move and jump, and I can also jump in place? Notice how I can jump in place? If I'm against a ledge like this... This is me pressing the jump button. The jump button fails to work if you're against the ledge. Like this, a waist-high ledge or something. The weird thing is, I don't believe that applies to bigger ledges. Let me test that. As far as, I would say Y is probably, it's a glitch. Here's a wall. I could jump against this wall. I even start sliding down it. I'm fully pressed against it. And I'm allowed to jump. But if a wall is short, like a little wall you're supposed to jump over, it won't let you jump if you're against it. Which is unfortunate, because it's a wall you're supposed to jump over. Ah, I passed by what I needed. It's this, yes? No, we have to talk to the mole. Okay.
The mole squeaked happily as he slotted the fuse into a strange contraption. Arlo gasped as the room buzzed, bringing light without any flame. Nearby came the sound of metal doors scraping open.
The power of electricity. Of course there's gotta be an enemy in here, why not? Yeah, yes, bring the kids, why not? I swear, this game puts fights around you sometimes just to waste your time.
With the plant in paw, he promised to return one day for the offered cup of tea. A use for the plant which Arlo resolved not to tell the druid.
I wonder if this guy knows where the pungent herb is. Another item I need for a side quest. Look, I did it again! Look at the animation! That slow standing up that Arlo did this there. Hi, Meathy. What are you doing? Earlier you said something strange. I didn't quite understand what you meant. DM1 finished, I think it was? What did you mean by that? And how's the journey going? Well, we're being more efficient than last time for sure. At least I feel we are. I'm still pursuing side quests, but I'm not grinding like I was before. I have no interest in doing so. To be fair, I've already did all the major grinding I needed to do last time anyways. There's no experience in this game, but the grind is materials, you know? And I already hunted down all the unique creatures in the areas we've been to before. As far as I understand, there's only one more area that's new, really, that will probably have wandering bosses and such, so I suppose I front-loaded the grind into part 2. Yu-Gi-Oh! I see. What does DM1 have to do with that, out of curiosity? I'll buy that, sure. That could be useful. Fire damage, two-handed, upgraded spear. Could make use of that. You did Duel Monster 1. Finish the game. Oh, the whole game! Nicely done. I hear those get quite difficult near the end, yes?
The druid already knew the tea recipe, and directed Arlo to drop the plant in the cauldron, smacking their lips in excitement. Arlo wondered if his troubles had been for a magic herb or a tasty drink.
Why not
Arlo
both?
had hoped for a well-earned nap during the ritual, but it seems even the dead do not rest during rituals in the rift. Arlo had to keep them from the druid.
Keep them from the... Oh, no. Oh, look, little rats. Oh, by keep them from the druid, you mean not die while the druid works. Okay, well. They're very durable, aren't they? Oh, hold on. The smith's helping. You know what that means? Dead... Oh, necromancer frogs. Okay. Well, I don't know why the dead woke up, but I suppose we'll just deal with that. Honestly, why don't we just let the smith do most of the work? They're knocking me around, but I don't think that's hurting me as long as I block. Yeah, you deal with it, Smith. I don't care. They're too dodgy anyways. It is so annoying to get off a heavy attack. I mean, unless they're doing it, in which case they can do it just fine. Oh, good, that one fell down, and during its falling down animation was again invincible, meaning I didn't do some damage there I could have done. There, finally, jeez. What? it went to 2 legs even though it had no legs. Look at it raise up. What an animation. Damn it. If only their charge attacks took as long to charge as mine did, then things would feel a little bit fair. Smith, would you mind walking at less than geriatric speed to help out? Thank you. Yes, the stun lock. How's that feel, bitch? First video game ever for Yu-Gi-Oh! I grinded too much. Oh, nice.
The ritual over, the dead rested once more. Rita thanked the druid, and Arlo suggested they return with them, but they refused. They were headed home to try their plant in a brownie recipe.
A brownie recipe with an herb? Oh, okay. I know what kind of brownies you're making. Let's go visit the porcupine. But actually, a better idea would probably be to finish the quest. That way new events may happen here. I wanted to see what that guy would do when he tried to stab me, but I was on the ladder. The answer is stab the ladder, apparently. Far be it from them having AI that does anything else. Never had one of those brownies. I've heard about them. I never have either. Oh, now I can arbitrarily fix this. Excellent. Yes, you don't have to tell me. I know how things are repaired by now. I've repaired numerous of these. There. Now we have a fast travel. Now, what's your deal? What can I buy from you? Ah, the pungent flower. I had a feeling. The aroma of this flower is said to send sheep bugs into a state of ecstasy. I see. This is how to make Essler high. And a druid card. Makes sense.
The druid card. A wild card in any deck. Looking at the board, it seemed Merlin was missing some of their cards. Arlo would have to keep an eye out for them on his travels.
Wait. He's missing the cards. I just purchased a card from him so that I could give him the card because he was missing it. I just bought a card from him because he needed the card. So after buying the card from him, I then gave it to him, solving his problem. Alright. So having a big card. Oh, I see. He has one of the runes we need. So if I collect all his cards, I get one of those rune things I've been looking for. It's above his mantle here. You can see it above my head. So I need... Okay, so... We need... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've given him 6. Ah, I see. So I'm missing 2. Those runes are supposed to open up a secret, so I'm guessing that's like a major secret of the game, basically. Oh, I can fix this now. Oh! What? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that all this time when I was manually walking to those signs I could repair, to repair them, because I thought I had to walk over to repair them, of course, I can repair them in the map menu. I don't have to go to them physically to repair them. I can repair them from here. Ha! Well, I was taking trips I didn't need to make, I suppose. And you probably have some random thing I don't care about that much, but can do pretty easily, right? Hunt the stealth claw. Oh, that thing, yes. Actually, didn't that run away last time we fought it? No, it ran away and then we killed it, right?
Short Tongue had reports of a strange creature in the rift. One that disappears in front of their eyes. It was a stealth claw, he was sure of it. They should go back to where they fought the last one and look for clues.
I feel so bad for the narrator in this game. He tries so very hard, but the story isn't delivering as much as he is. I guess that's the best way to put it.
No stealth claw, but an attack nonetheless. A band of warrior frogs harassing the village blacksmith. Their eyes lit up at the sight of Short Tongue. Only they called him by a name which we need not repeat here.
Oh, they called him a slur?
Short Tongue and Arlo returned the insult.
Oh, that's right. He's technically a betrayer frog, isn't he?
The blacksmith was glad to head to Bogmire in safety. All should have been silent in the blacksmith's wake. But Arlo was suddenly aware of a squelching of mud around them. The stealth claw was here.
Oh, he'll be gone soon. Don't worry.
They had won this round, but they could not leave it at that. Frog and Rat agreed to hunt the stealth claw to its lair.
This game has a prevalence of bosses that run away. You all have noticed that, right? The first game, I don't believe that ever happened. This is something specifically this game introduced. Which really can't be read any other way than this is padding. Maybe if there was one boss that had a mechanic, a gimmick of it running away and healing or something, that might be interesting if it was one boss that did it. Because then you could say, oh yeah, that boss is a little bit more cowardly and it runs away and that's part of its personality. But when half the bosses do it... Oh, this is arbitrarily open now, that's nice. When half the bosses do it, though, it goes from a gimmick to tedium. What's this? Quilled shoulder. Oh, it's... So gold must be tier 3. I'll buy it just to see. Also a moment as I get rid of all the riffraff in my inventory. Yes. I have a gold helm, actually. I forgot about that. It doesn't really seem that much better, though. Perhaps gold is simply unique, rather than necessarily better. Reminder that I sold most of my inventory of armor. Like, just because I wanted it cleared up. But the game has already thrown so much more at me that it looks cluttered again. I guess I will have to make regular trips of just selling my entire fucking inventory so that it stays a little bit cleared out now and then. Anyways, let's go beat up this thing. I know something that oh, that's why there's... I just realized something. There's so many enemies that fly into the air in this game, and there's a very simple reason why. That's the only way that enemies are dangerous. To put it simply, I noticed that large ground-based enemies can be bullied. You don't really have to play by their mechanics very much. You just have to get in their face and confuse them. As I've been demonstrating for most of this game. So I think the reason there's so many enemies that take off and land, and why they have iframes doing it, are fail-safes to prevent the bosses from being defeated that easily. I think. Stealth claw gun. That's nice. Now this offers some resistances, but terrible resistance though. Just elementally it's good. This actually might be worth putting on though. Yes, I'd say that's worth putting on. Oh, I got its tail. Okay, our frog buddy learned the ability of the stealth claw and figured out how to disappear in midair. Excellent work, buddy. Stealth teleports must be useful. Unfortunately, I'll have to walk. At least to the side. Requested in passing. And though you're still lost in the rift. Wanna go rescue them? Alright, sure.
Short Tongue was worried. A group of frogs had been seen in the rift. They must be lost, and would no doubt be in need of rescue.
Or they could be enemies. They're probably enemies. The way you worded that narrator makes me immediately suspicious of the statement. Whee! Now let's run over here. And go fight them or something. Yeah, that's fake.
From afar, the villagers seemed lifeless. Lost in battle or to the cold. But up close, the truth was revealed.
Nulatorian.
It was a trap.
I'm just gonna shoot him. Newt, huh? Oh, okay. What?
The assassin was vicious. But Frog and Rat
Did you notice the top of the screen, everyone?
Injured, the attacker fled. But Short Tongue was not about to let him escape.
I don't know, maybe we should let him escape. He did have the ability to fly. And he didn't even have wings. I don't trust that magic sorcery. Hello, Varson. That was a weird... I think he was supposed to go off screen before flying away weirdly. However, he was on screen. Top of the screen. Exit stage left. I don't know if anyone noticed that, but that was something. I'm still amazed that nobody friendly has died yet. I feel that should have happened by now. Oh, there's no more plants to pick here. I was really hoping for a juice refill, but alright. Huh. Ah, here we are. I wonder if this wall is tall enough to climb still. Yes, I can still jump next to it. Alright. I have a gun. I'm going to use it.
Found him licking his wounds at a makeshift camp. The assassin seemed to forget his pain as he took up his weapon.
It is really nice how some bosses can be just gunned to death.
With the assassin defeated, Arlo breathed a squeak of relief. But Short Tongue was not done. He needed to know who had sent them.
Who would sit that assassin against you? I think it's the fish. Yes, the fish looks like the likely culprit.
The frog's frantic search through the assassin's belongings gave up the answer. A gold coin bearing the mark of Glubba the Gut. Short Tongue asked Arlo to meet him at Bogmire.
Okay, that's two Star Wars references. That was intentional. So we just fought the Newtlatorian? I think it was a play on Mandalorian. And he was sent by Grubba the Glut. Grubba the Gut, rather. Yeah, Star Wars. I win the race! Yay! Sorry, cats are faster. At least in short runs. Must be a 5U. It's a frog. But wherever that quote goes. Ah, it's a quote. I see. Star Wars is good, I suppose. No complaints about Star Wars. Let's see about this, then. Alright, let's take him out, then. Or whatever this is.
The assassin's gold coin pointed the pair toward one path. There was no choice but to confront the warlord, Glubba the Gut.
Oh, we can go down there now. That's nice. That place has been obnoxiously out of bounds for a while. This was locked before, now it's just open. Okay, then. Oh, good, I got a bestiary entry. As you always do. This is very strange. Because of the game's reliance on the elemental system, the devs didn't want you to be unprepared for boss fights. And so you get the bestiary entries of bosses before you encounter them. So, now I have something. This. Now I have this, because... But, like, that spoils the boss, doesn't it? When you think about it. But yes, they're weak to fire and ice. I think at this point I've realized the best setup is to have an ice weapon and a poison weapon. I don't think... I believe that if you have an ice and a poison weapon, you will always hit a weakness on most enemies? That seems to be the case. Or at the very least, you'll do normal damage. Bats, not weak to poison, but don't resist it. Beasts, weak to poison. Birds, weak to poison. Frogs, weak to ice. Ice and poison are the one... Okay, well, I guess the centipedes resist both of those. Or the insectoids. Most of the insectoids. Not all of them. Some are weak to poison. But most resist poison and ice. So I guess it doesn't work so well with the insectoids. But otherwise, fire and electric. Okay. I guess the snakes and... snakes also resist. That's unfortunate. There is no perfect setup for my weaponry. To not have to change it out, that is. Stop with the new weapons! Stop with the new everything! Remind me to defiantly sell everything later. Out of spite, if no other reason. It's really bothering me how many times in this game it's making me drop down a ledge and take damage that I can't avoid. There's quite a few places... Oh, there's quite a few places in this game where that happens. It's very sloppy. Very annoying and pretty unfair to players. I think so, too. Like, right now, oh, now I can heal at least, but... It's remarkable how often there is just... a fall. That was worth doing. Oh, thank you. I'm losing myself in this mess of enemies. That's better. Force damage those was never okay. Not only is that, but it's a nasty combination because as I've done this part 3, I've really started to realize just how many times both enemies and bosses have invincibility frames, where they're transitioning between phases or transitioning between flying and landing, and during any of those moments, if you attack them and hit them, you do no damage. Or when the enemy is obnoxiously fleeing, so you have to chase them down. That also happens with quite a few bosses. So a lot of enemies have moments where they don't take damage even though they should. Meanwhile, you have force damage to deal with yourself. Alright, there we are.
The warlord sat surrounded by enslaved frogs and laughed at the pair's demands for their freedom. He had a surprise for his guests.
Oh no, a trapdoor!
The stench of the dungeon hit them as hard as its floor. A floor that started to shake, and from the shadows emerged the largest toad core that Arlo had ever seen.
See, right there, I felt like using my magic, but I felt like if I used it then it might just miss. Because the boss was doing animations, can't hit him there. What's the flower doing? I see. That I don't feel like that flower is animating correctly, but that's fine. Oh, it's eyeball. Unfortunate. The physics are certainly something on this creature. I think its flower is just glitching out due to physics. I can't hit this thing, it keeps moving. Actually, no, it has straight up iframes. What's going on here? Well, anyways.
Rat and frog slayed the beast, its bloated corpse sinking slowly into the mud. Arlo felt a pang of regret. It had been a slave as much as the others.
Yes, but it was a very gross slave. Traders are always keen to pay for strange eyes, and these bulbous cocoa eyes are a favorite. Why are traders always keen to trade for eyes? Why? Traders love eyeballs, everyone. Everybody knows that traders love eyeballs. I mean, I suppose they're a gelatinous, nutritious substance? At least I think they are. If I remember my nutrition facts, at least. Alright, I guess I'll head back to the Warlord and tell him very crossly how much I didn't appreciate the trapdoor. It's weird how much the gun just trivializes some of these bosses.
They found the Warlord's soldiers celebrating the pair's defeat. Rat and Frog were happy to correct them. Seeing the last of his soldiers fall, Lubba croaked his rage. He was the greatest warlord of all frog kind, and they
oh no, he has barrels.
This day.
That's unfortunate. Oh, he's very slow. Oh, that wasn't so bad, actually. Oh, now you're throwing him abandoned, alright. Oh, goodness. Oh, he died. He actually... Oh, no. He recovered his health. I didn't realize he was going down. There.
Lubba's tyranny had ended. Short Tongue offered the frogs a home at Bogmire Forge. Together, he and Arlo had freed the rift, as well as the frogs. Perhaps this would be an era of peace for both.
Well, there we are. The warlords are dead. I think you could win most boss fights in this game by simply doing normal melee combat until you lower half their health bar, and then just going gun crazy at that point. That usually works out, I think, because in the first half of their health bar, most bosses will be simpler, slower. So simply melee combat them while they're in their simpler form of attack. And then when they start getting crazy, just shoot them a lot. I guess right's faster. Credit where credit's due. That was all side quest content, and it was actually pretty good. It seems when you're not hunting roaming bosses, it's a lot more fun. Roaming bosses, though, are truly an obnoxious quality of the game. Yes, that seems to have solved that. Alright. I do love how I get to these bug juice kegs, which look like alcohol kegs, and I fill up my bottle, drink a huge amount of it, and then fill up my bottle again. I look like an alcohol addict every single time I do it. I look like an alcohol addict. Just nursing a keg, just sticking by it, drinking and drinking some more. There. Request finished. I don't even understand the point of those requests. You find a weird, hard-to-get item, and then you turn it in, and then you get 25 bucks, and that's it. Basically. I think we're making good progress. Let's move on. We've completed 2 main quests and a ton of side quests. Oh, within 3 hours. Oh, what's this? Oh yes, the smiths, I guess, powered up their forge. Does that mean level 3 weapons already, or...? What does it mean? No, it doesn't mean level 3 weapons, so I don't really know what it means. It means more exclamations to remove, probably is all it means. I guess theoretically it means more equipment to craft, but as far as it functionally goes for us, just more exclamation marks to remove. Is that really why there's a mark there? Now the mark's gone. Oh, I turned in blueprints, I see. Oh, I had to turn in the blueprints. That's what the mark was about. Alright. Technically, there might be a tier 2 weapon that'd be worth making right now, but... let's see what element I'm missing. Zerix doing a little dance. How are you doing, Zerix? Let's look at our 2-handed weapons real fast. After I get rid of all the obnoxious little dots, as usual. There. Alright. Now, I have a, let's see, cold, electric, and poison for 2-hand. Or, cold, electric, and poison for 1-hand. Cold, fire, poison for 2-hand. Alright. So I need fire... Let's see, what were the elements again? Just 4, yes? I need a fire 2-hand, and I need a basic 1-hand... No, I need a fire 1-hand, basic 2-hand, and electric 2-hand. Electric and basic for 2-hand. Fire for 1-hand. Okay. And do we have access to something fire? Oh, we do. The rift sword. Alright. That gives a total of 17 fire. What about the rift? The frog spear, I suppose. That's an addition. That's 18 fire. And the axe, which has the moveset I like the most, gives 19 fire. Well, that one's an obvious choice now, isn't it? There we are, a 1-handed fire weapon. That should cover our bases with that. Good. Now we need an electric and basic for 2-handed. Let's see. Ah, yes, electric was a fun one. Because we had some very weird properties here. This is a pretty good one. What else do we have access to? Yes, this one, Stealth Claw Axe. That seems reasonable. But this is 27 electric. I like that more. Right, we'll do that. And then I need a basic damage that's good. Oh, that's pretty good. 49 plus 10. Actually, that looks like the best one. We'll do the worm axe. It seems the worm equipment is favorable in most cases. There. Now we have good coverage. For tier 2 weapons, at least. Excellent. Right, now for Tuck's Emporium, which... Winter's Edge, trinkets, beast... Yes, yes.
Tuck had settled in well at Winter's Edge. So much so he planned to stay and open his own shop. He hoped Arlo might help him collect rare items to help draw in ratfolk from far and wide.
Alright, what does that mean for me functionally, though? What thing do you want me to shoot in the face?
The young rat was excited. He had worked out exactly what he needed and asked if Arlo would meet him in the outskirts. Arlo was glad to see Tuck's spirits finally lifted and could not refuse him.
Yeah, this makes sense. The 2 other story quests we've done so far require going back to the rift in the forest, so it makes sense that the 3rd main quest we have of the set makes us go back to the outskirts. Alright, we'll return here yet again. And what disaster has befallen the village now? Oh, nothing, that's nice. Oh, no, somebody's crying.
At Mossbug Farm, Arlo started to regret his hasty offer of help. The farmer had seen a beast, and shouting something about luring it with bloodfruit, he went to hide in terror. Tuck grinned. He knew exactly where to go.
Where do we go? I don't know where to go. Down there, apparently. Alright, we'll go down there. I don't really know what we're going down for, but... to fight whatever made that person cry, I guess. Oh, whoops, I missed the turn. I forgot this was the path. What's weird about the forced fall damage is that not everywhere is forced fall damage. I could slide down this wall to be safe. Same with this wall.
Arlo found Tuck at the bottom of Blackfoot Caverns, the fruit he needed just out of his reach. Arlo's bow would make quick work of this.
I can repeatedly grab arrows.
The bloodfruit burst open as it landed on the cavern floor, and seemingly in the next second came the terrible sound of beating wings.
Not really a problem. Oh, this one still has its egg. That's interesting. Also seems to have fire. But these are just hatchlings, so I wonder where the mom is. Blood fruits. It's order will cause giant beasts to dive from the sky. Oh, that's good. Let's do that. Bring it to the surface. Actually, before that, right, this is where that boat was. What do you want to bet that has something to do with something later?
The statue before Arlo pulsed with a familiar power that soon began to fill his body with elemental energy.
I came here earlier and this did nothing.
A newfound strength rushed through Arlo's body, making his fur stand
I'm glad I
on end.
randomly and arbitrarily decided to go through this little crawl space again. It slows you down and it's not very fun, so I almost didn't do it. Well, glad I did it though. It does. Apparently we've powered up the magic now. That's another thing this game has done poorly. Sometimes you can check an area, there's nothing to do there, but if you check it again later, there's something to do there. That could be very unfortunate because the game doesn't indicate you should return to those locations. In fact, I think the game almost assumes that, oh, certainly the player hasn't already gone there. They'll check there, or something.
With the fruit in hand, Tuck asked Arlo to come to Longfang Castle, where they would set their trap.
Ah, yes. We got a boss entry, which means another spoiler. Let's take a look at it, though. We're going to fight Mom. There's Mom. Poison or fire is his strength, so ice electric its weakness. Well. You know what? Ice is very good. Let's just switch to this. And this, why not? Ice is good, you see, because enemies freeze in place if you use it enough. Alright, then. I will farm the birds a little bit. We haven't fought them much.
It was eerily quiet at the ruins. Tuck had everything ready for the trap. It only needed Arlo to toss the blood fruit into the cooking pot. The stench would be sure to attract the beast. They only needed to wait.
We might attract the beast by just killing all of her children,
Dreams,
but...
and soon the flapping of wings was upon them.
Oh good, another flying enemy that will have obvious moments of invincibility all over the place. Creative name, by the way, Bird Beast. Look at all those hits I was doing that did nothing, by the way. Egg bomb? Egg bomb? There we go, finally did a freeze shot. It seems a bit stuck. Oh, it was very stuck. And that's why I like ice. Anyways, that's dead now. Yes, yes. Inundate me with items, why not? The game can't help itself with this. Give me everything. Give me everything. I'm not even asking for everything.
The beast's remains. The perfect centerpiece for his new shop. The young rat could barely contain his excitement and ran off, keen to find the builder at Winter's Edge, now able to build the shop of his dreams.
Occasionally the game will give me a decent armor set or something. I have basically learned to this point, though, that... Well, I did switch out for this Cuirass because it actually was a good trade. Strangely. I don't really get this. It's tier 1 equipment, but check this out. For a loss of 2 resistance, I gained 10 electric and 10 ice resistance. For a loss of 2 armor, basically. Seems like a worthy trade, so I traded it out, but... Yes, the worm armor is solid. It's actually been doing great protecting me. And all these... I just don't understand. I don't understand why there's such a staggering variety of equipment when there's such a limited number of stats. It's truly like... It's a level of choice, pointless choice, that is similar to if you were going to host a party and you need to get a bunch of paper plates. And you look to see what kind of paper plates are available for your guests to use. And there's red paper plates. And there's blue paper plates. And purple and yellow and orange. Rainbow, black, white. There's so many choices. It doesn't matter. Just pick one. And you get thrown more and more plate options as you go. Look, now there's burgundy. Now there's rose. Now there's lavender. There's still paper plates. They still work like paper plates. I don't need this many paper plates. Ambitious, but without a goal, without a point. They threw a ton of things together, but they never asked themselves, does it matter? Does it matter that there's so many options? Does it matter that... They never asked this question. They simply thought, oh, there's so much variety, people will love this. But variety for variety's sake is dumb. To put simply. Extremely pointless. Hold on a minute, why are there 2 shopkeepers over here? I mean, I know about the bird. This guy wasn't here before. The one that I'm interacting with right now. Oh, I forgot to even use my arrows. That boss was such a bump in the road that I forgot. A basic bump in the road at that. Why isn't there a fast travel point over here, by the way? Wouldn't that be reasonable? The fast travel points are distributed very strangely. A few of them are very close together, and others... There's other locations that really feel like they should have one, and they just don't. Wait, was that the whole quest? That was a very short main quest compared to the other two. I think that was it. Really? Not even any side quests available? Alright. Going back to town then. That was ridiculous. As far... We speak of fat trimming, but weirdly enough, that main story quest basically had no content to it. Strange. I mean, it had a boss, certainly. But... Alright. Like, it had a boss, and we fought it. And that was it. Not much to it. Talk to me, please. Please talk. Where do I stand to Why do I have to stand all the way over here, like I'm some socially awkward human, just to interact with you? Sidles up meekly behind you, Emma. Excuse me if I can bother you for a second. Oh, hi. Do you need your items or something? Yes, let's see. Ah, good.
Tuck's Emporium was indeed a marvel, with items for hunting, ingredients for cooking and smithing, and a tale of adventure for all who asked about the great beak on display. Arlo was sure he would be returning often.
I need 5 iron ingots and I can immediately upgrade that. I've not been making the ingots because I only make them when I need them. It costs both resources and money to make that, which is a little bit annoying. Alright, there. Now we can upgrade the shop. Oh! To max level, I suppose. Boom! We're done. I'm glad I killed that poison mudworm for no reason, then. I had exactly one of their tails. Need a smith apron here, too. Smith's apron. I wonder what that is. Oh, I can finish upgrade here because we got Marco the Farmer, who is an item, by the way. Forgot about that. There, we've already almost leveled up everything out here. Oh, can buy this food. Spam. Cheese. Bug bread. We're gonna make a sandwich and up our health some more. Let's do it. What is this weird system, though? Hold on a minute. I don't remember how the food system worked in the first game, but there was a chef in the first game, and you gathered up ingredients, and then you told the chef, please make me food with these ingredients, and then they would, and then your health would be increased. But for the first level, I was handed the ingredients. When this shop was made, I was handed the ingredients for the first meal, and was able to immediately make it. Then when we finished the side quest to recruit Marco, Marco's shop immediately had this guy. He immediately had the 3 items for the second level. And then the moment I upgraded this shop to level 3, Marco again already had the items to get the last food item. My point is, what is the point of this whole system? Why do I have to buy these items from Marco? Why don't I just pay for a meal here? Like, why do I have to get the items when the process of getting the items is walking 5 feet to the right? Why not just make me pay for my meal? Because all I'm doing is buying 3 ingredients for 10 gold each. 30 gold. Then walking over here and telling them, here's the ingredients, please make the meal. Why don't I just go here and pay 30 gold? You know? Very strange. Like, Marco could be eliminated. This is you want a real world example? You know how when you go to a restaurant and you want a burger and fries, say, you pay for the burger and fries. The chefs have those items. They cook them for you and then they serve them and you paid for it. And you eat it. This game, if real life worked like this game did, it'd be like if you went to a restaurant and you said you wanted to order burger and fries, and the restaurant had said, "Okay, hold on a minute, let me phone someone," and then somebody walks in the restaurant, and the cook introduces, "This is our supplier who gives us potatoes, and here's another supplier who gives us meat. Now, please pay the supplier here. We brought him over. Now please pay the supplier for these ingredients, and the supplier will give them to you. You pay the supplier, then and there. And they hand you the ingredients. And you're like, well, restaurant, could you take these and use these now? And the restaurant will be like, yes, now we will take those. Now that you paid our distributors and bought the items for yourself, we will now cook them for you. That would be the real-life equivalent of what we're doing here. Is that not insane sounding? I wonder where the smith's apron is. I can't upgrade this building all the way. It's not really a big deal, by the way. I'm definitely nitpicking on this one, but it's absurd, and I want to point out how it's absurd. Let's see. Oh good, I found a guide involving upgrading the buildings, but they didn't actually say how to get the smithing apron. I bet it's just some random thing I get with a quest, but I just want to double check. Obtained during main quest. Thank you, actual guide that's useful. Doesn't tell me how, but good enough for me. Alright, Chris, enjoy your supper. Oh, we finally fixed the table. Look at us. And the background in general. Top-notch gear. Fully upgraded smithing will provide Arlo the best weapons and armor. Yes, let's go ahead and do that. 40 gold, okay. Let me guess, this main quest is just walk out and... I just looked up how to get the apron. I bet you I just got handed it, didn't I? Right. I sure did. I'm glad somebody gave me a random apron. There, everything's level 3 now. That was rather easy, honestly. Wait, level 3 already? Just thinking about this. That means all my careful purchases were not necessarily a waste. I could upgrade them to level 3. But we have unlocked level 3 weapons. This is the moment where I have to cross my digits. That the weapons I chose to make to level 2 are still useful at level 3. Because remember, some of these weapons don't upgrade laterally. They upgrade and suddenly change their stats randomly. So if you're trying to upgrade towards something, you may just have that not work out for you. Let's see if this works out for me or not. So now we're going to have to upgrade to tier 3, and hopefully this can be done. Let's worry about our gun first. I am using the hardened owl gun right now. Can I upgrade that? Oh, hold on. Okay, now that that's dealt with. Actually, perhaps I should start with the worm armor first. It does have multiple upgrades, if I recall. Yes, it does. I need mudworm teeth. What would I gain? So I have a choice of branching into different elements, I see. I see. Well, poison would be very simple. I just need one tooth. Alternatively, what has higher resistance? The crown is decent. The highest resistant tier 3 item for helmet is 19, it looks like? 20. The bat helmet. Though it gives less resistance. And is heavy. Or the top iron helmet also is pretty solid. Again, low resistance, high and heavy. We're basically looking at in-game equipment, so now I suddenly care a bit more. I'd say the bird helmet looks pretty solid. That would be 18. And barely any extra weight. That seems pretty good. Oh, this has the benefit of 2 different resistances. But it's very heavy. But the worm helmet would be pretty easy to do. I would like the purple helmet. That would look kind of nice. It does help that I already have the previous helmet. I need a mudworm teeth for that then. One... Could somebody write down a shopping list, I suppose. So I need a mudworm tooth? That's in the outskirts. Right, cuirass then. Now I have a mudworm cuirass. So I'll need 4 more teeth for that. If I go that route. I could mix and match. But that would require killing some bosses. If I go full poison, I don't need to kill any bosses, but it might be good to mix it up. Well, regardless, let's count the teeth. It looks like so far I need 5 teeth for those 2. The pauldron would add an additional 5 more teeth, so that's 10. I guess I'm doing the math right on that. Yes. No, 11. Though I feel like I'll get these into diddly, but 11 then. And this would require... Oh, this requires nothing. If I use that. Okay. No more teeth for that, then. I think it would be wise to pick the strongest stat of each piece of equipment. There's 4 variations, right? So let's see here. The shield provides 24 regardless. Okay. I'm thinking that we get 1 of each. And we put that all on. And we call that our in-game equipment. There's a couple more unlocked equipment. But I think that if we have a worm piece of equipment for each color, each element, that should be a good balance, I think. So, let's start with, it also means that we will look very colorful. So let's go ahead and start by getting some, let's see, okay. I'm going to write this down. The shopping list is this. I believe it is a total of 16 mudworm teeth. I'll double check that number. Now these will probably be gotten instantly if I just keep finding the mudworms. But I believe it's 16 in total because I need 1 there. And then 5 there. Oh wait, the last piece didn't need mudworm teeth, so it's actually 11. So it's 11 mudworm teeth. I don't need a poison mudworm tail. I have that covered. Might as well go throw it on the list. So the cuirass will make that the ice one. So that will be 2 iceworm tendrils. I suspect that as I kill the bosses, I will get the teeth anyways that I need. But we'll see how it goes. Because I'm thinking everything drops the teeth. 2 fireworm tendrils, and I'm assuming the last one will be 2 electric worm, won't it? Yes! Oh, 3 actually! Oh, gotta be a little bit different, don't you, then? Right. So, I have my shopping list. Well, partially. Let's look at the other equipment. Let's look at the weapons now. I believe what I want to make for these is probably just upgrades to what I'm already using. That would make the most sense, I feel. As long as they don't do anything stupid. The bat sword looks solid. 20 iron ingots is a lot of ingots, though. My goodness. I suppose I could just make this now. Right, the bone sword... Not as strong an electric weapon as... Oh, the stealth claw is 23. 43, 16. But yes, you see the problem here. There's so much equipment that now it becomes a really obnoxious mess to figure out what you should be making and such. Seems cheap. Oh. Mole sword makes far more sense. If only I had the resources. I need more mole plate metal. I don't know how to get that. If I could buy a polished mole sword somewhere, I could upgrade for that. But yes, I have just enough for this upgrade, but not for both. There's an alternative idea we can use for the weapons, though. Since the game is ridiculous about giving us equipment, it's quite possible it would just hand me a tier 3 weapon that I want at some point. It's also possible that now that we've unlocked the ability to use these weapons, it might mean that... This also might mean that, we might just be able to purchase some of these. But yes. I'll make this, I suppose. Solid axe. We're looking at the tier 2 column. See these little icons? That tells me what I already have? One-handed weapons are slightly more important than two-handed. They're easier to use. I need 3 copper ingots. Alright. 3 copper ingots. Thank you. Anyways, now back over here. This again feels like a waste of time. Go make some ingots randomly. Alright, I'll walk over and do that then, I guess. Now, let's see. Yes, I do have a bird axe, yes. What is that? Fire? 25. I think I'm happier with the frog axe, yes. Okay. It might be better just to simply craft what's easy to craft when it comes to weapons and ignore the stuff that is harder to craft. So now I have a tier 3 poison and fire, so that covers 2 of the elements. I also have a basic, which means I need a... Yes, I think I'll just get the bat sword. It's very expensive for iron, but... And I suppose, yes, you know what? 16 electric, 35 electric, 50 damage. The bone sword is just worse than the bone sword line is just worse than the mole sword line, overall. How do I get more mole plate metal, though? It would be worth making this, but I need 3 more mole plate metal. And I am not sure where I even got it in the first place. Time for more research, I suppose. Here we are. Apparently it's purchasable. Alright. I'll buy it, I suppose. Hello, Ramen. Or Ramen. Or Ramon, I suppose. I'm doing alright, but it's actually Nikki here, not Charum. Now let's see. I suppose the ice sword makes the most sense for ice. So that would cover us for ice, fire, normal, and poison. Yes. So I need... It's very expensive, but I suppose it's the best ice option. Well, let's see. 28. The herb sword has 28 as well. 25, 28 for that one. 28, 28. Yeah, that seems like the best option. But I can't even make 20 iron ingots. Yes, barely. But then I'm out of iron ore. Well, that's fine. What is his bat sword to require 20 iron ingots? How thick is this sword? There. Now, I could make the bone sword. I would like to go out of my way and make the mole sword if I can. So... I'm going to need 3 mole plate metal. Well, is there a mole shop somewhere? That would probably be the place to buy it. Oh, yes, I did just make a shop, didn't I? I haven't actually visited it. Hi. No mole plate metal. Well, one could have hoped, I suppose. Wait a minute. I can turn things into other things. I see. That's not the actual shop, then. Death Runestone Key. Yeah, I want that. Give me. Now, let's see. Well, there's a lot to buy here. I don't suppose... Ah, just bone. Also, hello there, Chrysobs. But yes, Ramon, I hope you're well. Charm's on break. That's why I'm here. Don't mind me, I'm just seeing if any of this equipment's actually unique. If it is, it doesn't have stacks. Okay. The equipment seems fine. Let's see. Many things for sale, but not what I need. Let's buy some decorations. There we are. Not selling what I need, then, are you? Too thick to be even called a sword. I'd say so. It's more of a slab at that point. Right, so the big shop that I have upgraded to level 3 does not sell the mole plate metal. Dang it. There's a few options here, as far as getting this purchased. Let's go back to the Rift for a moment. We just need to visit shopkeepers. I know of a location for most of them. Actually, now that I think about it, there's an awful lot of shopkeepers in this game that just have the same inventories as all the other shopkeepers, making them sort of redundant. Aside from the occasional unique item, I suppose. What's that? Well, I have some new weapons. Let's find out. And a larger health bar. Never mind, it moved. Of course it did. They really wanted to pretend to be a Monster Hunter game, didn't they? Ah, yes, so the hedgehog might help us. Maybe. Ah, I thought so. It was one of these. Nice to try out the new weapons. Frozen. Good. And off you go, as usual. But yes, mold plate metal. Actually, could I task someone with looking up Tales of Iron 2 mold plate metal? See if you can find anything for me. And in the opposite, yes, of course. They couldn't even bother to code the boss to run in the direction. Oh wow, he's healed almost to full. This is such a fun mechanic, isn't it? The boss running off and then I have to re-damage their whole health bar. It's so much fun. I sure do love how a health bar of a boss is not indicative of his actual health, because he will just heal most times. Also, why is this thing doing excessive damage to me? Just realized that. Oh, that actually reached me. That's unfortunate. Oh, that's also unfortunate. When was the last time I saved? Oh, here. Apparently. Hold on a moment. Okay, this is after I've received my... Okay. This is strange. I don't even remember resting on this bench, but okay. And now whatever I was trying to fight is gone. Of course. Well, if I want to murder this thing for a few extra resources, I might as well get the quest for it as well. Ah! It's right where it was before, which means it's probably going to run off before I actually get to it again, isn't it? Worst part of the game, this. But we gotta do it at least a little bit if I want certain pieces of equipment. How did I already damage his eye? What? I'm confused. There. I guess it was... I guess for some reason I gotta save between... How did that work? Why, he didn't run away or anything. I'm confused. Yeah, whatever. I got it done, that's what matters. Though it's not exactly what I needed to do. But, eh. It helps. It's barely even a wiki out for this game. Oh good, we've reached the point where my health bar is so big I can't heal it with a full bottle of juice. That's slightly annoying. Barely even a wiki out, of course. What's weird is that I picked up a whole bunch of this mole iron stuff, but I never recalled doing so. Very strange. I'm glad we had this conversation. You have nothing to sell. By the way, Voss, since you missed it, that's the druid that wants all the trading cards. But something very absurd happened, because I had to purchase one of the cards from him before I then gave him the card. And I simply must know, if he wants all the cards, then why did I have to buy the card from him only to hand it back to him? I need you to collect all these cards for me. Oh, I already have this one, but I'm going to extort you. Pay me so I actually count it. I don't understand that decision. At all. Let's go back to the birds for a moment. Oh, by the way, you can't cancel requests, even repeatable ones. I need to kill this thing just to get this off my quest log, so I can start hunting the worms. By the way, I'm doing a minimal amount of hunt creature for equipment drops. I'm doing a minimal amount of that right now. If I wanted to, I could do a lot more. And I'm sure that's what the game intends. For you to do a whole bunch. That, however, would not be fun. Think of how many pieces of equipment there are. Imagine the insane task of trying to get a tier 3 equipment on every single unique item. That would be insane. I don't think the devs intended that, but it almost seems like they might be going like, yo, we don't expect you to do that, but, I mean, if you want to have fun and do that, you can. Like, no, that's not happening. Thank you. Where, oh, where do we get mole iron? It was just in my inventory. So I don't really know how to obtain more right now. It's just something we had. Perhaps... Or, sorry, mole plate metal. I'm sure I picked it up from some resource pile. Oh no! A Reddit post says, got the idea to craft every craftable item in game and also got a problem where there's no more mole materials. I thought the wandering merchant mole can sell it, but after completing game he doesn't spot anywhere. I don't know if he can or won't sell me loot. As commented earlier, I've seen there is currently no renewable way to gain mole materials. Yep, there's not enough batteries in the game to make the whole armor. Are you kidding me? I'm not missing batteries, but that was one of the items required. So to make some of this equipment I want to point out you can sell as well, requires materials that are not renewable at times. Crimson Keep now sells mole material 24 hours ago. Ah. So they did an update. So Crimson Keep. There's a merchant in Crimson Keep. What's Crimson Keep? So they actually had an oversight where they required resources to craft your equipment that could be run out of and not renewable. Also, Crimson Keep. What is Crimson Keep? Is that old games area? Ah, so we have to. So if I just wait a bit, we can get that. Okay, we won't worry about that right now then. I knew that name sounded familiar. So apparently somewhere around there we can buy the mole metal now. As well as the batteries and such. they oversight that? Didn't put much thought into the crafting system, did they? Despite the fact that it looks like they did. Now, I do need to consider one other thing. Two-handed weapons. Like this. Yes, we'll need more electrical cables as well as more plate metal. For now, I'll purchase this upgrade, I suppose. And also, we can upgrade this easily enough, so sure. Okay, I have a two-handed electric and ice figured out. Looks like poison isn't too bad with this one, because it's tail spinner we were using. That's fair enough, then. Or we could use a worm axe, but I'd rather not. Let's use tail spinner. It's easier. Lower damage, but... That is quite lower, though. 32, 37. Ah, but it's higher poison. Yeah, so I suppose it's fine. I'm not using those resources. It's better if we spread out to using different things that require different resources. That means we won't have to run out as much. So that's ice, electric. Oh. And poison. Yes. Ice, electric, and poison are covered. I believe we have to go into swords for... Ice, electric, and poison. Did I not have a fire two-hander? Oh, the frog spear. Fair enough. 2 iron ingots. I don't know if I can do that. No, I cannot. One moment, then. Yeah, I almost feel like buying it's an easier way of doing this. Okay, two-handed, spear... Frog spear, here we are. Okay. And then I think under sword we had one thing. No? Was that also under spear? Maybe it was under axe. Ah, here it is. The worm hammer. Ah, unfortunate. I wanted to keep a non-elemental hammer. Or two-handed weapon, to put it simply. I suppose I'll just make this then. It's the easiest. I need iron ore and iron ingots now. So be it. Expensive, but I don't care. We could do the... Yes, that seems reasonable. That. 20 iron ingots, 2 copper ingots. $60 iron ore. Alright. This seems unnecessarily expensive. Maybe not. I'll craft this later. I'll just pick up iron deposits as I see them. I can make it into a copper ingot easily enough. They really demand quite a high resource yield for some of these things. 20... I want to point out that every iron ore... 3 iron ore equals 1 ingot. So what they're asking for in this upgrade tree is they're asking for 60 iron ore here, 10 iron ore here, and 8 iron ore here. That's a total of 78 iron ore to upgrade from tier 1 to tier 3. That is a lot of iron ore. And see, I thought I was over grabbing this stuff. I thought I was spending a little too long farming these resources earlier. Turns out I wasn't. Spectral, when they realize their mistakes. Yes, the patch makes it clear they definitely realize they messed up. Okay. So now what we need is to make the... We have mostly what we need now, by the way. We're pretty well covered. We need to wait on the electric one-handed. We have electric two-handed, though, so that's fine. We also have to wait on a non-elemental two-handed. We're almost there, though. Oh, yes, I forgot about the gun. How dare I forget about the gun? The owl gun was doing the highest... Is that the highest damage? 94? Oh, 96 here, though. Oh, but ice as well. That could hurt the damage, ultimately. I want non-elemental for this gun. Oh, easily enough. Alright, there we go. Our gun is insane now. Forest Echo. More like Forest Shockwave, but you know. Pew pew. So, the gun can be used to cheese bosses. And enemies you don't like, for that matter. You can fight things correctly, or you can just stand in a corner and shoot. It's your choice. Now, I now need to upgrade my armor. That's our last step. To upgrade the armor requires going to... Well, the outskirts. We need to start by killing a porcupine. Because I have a side quest stuck on that, a repeatable side quest stuck on my quest list. And I can't turn it off, so... you can't cancel quests, even though there's definitely reasons why you might want to. By the way, I already feel like I'm basically getting my in-game equipment together. This doesn't feel... Oh, sure, I'll fight you, I guess. This doesn't feel like a big deal. But yeah, look at this. See how I have this quest selected? If I want to hunt these, which I do, I can't. Because I already had selected to hunt the backstabber, and I haven't done that yet. And there's no way to remove the quest. So I have to get that out of the fucking way to make the other creatures fightable. Or to spawn them as easily, at least. Because, yes, this can't be cancelled. So we gotta go hunt a backstabber so I can actually hunt the things I want to hunt. Now, it was my, I guess, fault for selecting the backstabber when I didn't need it, but... The fact there's no way to cancel is pretty harebrained to the developers, let's be honest. Though, I need to fight... Oh, well, the fireworms... There's a fireworm right here. I may as well just fight it, actually. Fortunately, they do just kind of exist, so... I don't need to remove this quest to hunt them, but it'd be easier if I could. And I get more rewards that way. That's the more important thing. Nonetheless, I actually, on that note, I would get more rewards. 2 fire tendrils. Ah! Will that thing give me 2 fire tendrils? Maybe it will. Let's just try and find out. I might need the quest to get the items I need, in the quantity I need. Or it might be obliging and just give me what I need. Let's see. I think this thing is weak to... I've never fought the elemental worms aside from the poison one. That's why I don't have their drops. I've never fought them before. I just had that epiphany. Okay, what do you think fire is weak to? Probably the same thing that these guys are weak to. Ice and electric. Yeah, well, that's my setup, so... Wow, I'm right. Go figure. Oh, I am wrecking this thing with a tier 3 weapon. Yeah, don't blame me for running. I just wrecked your shit. Alright, let's see. Oh, he went down there? Unfortunate. no, this might take less time than I thought. Ice is very good. Ice is the most powerful element. It stun locks the enemy. So does electric, but ice does it for longer. See, if I had the quest, I need 2 of these. I received 1. Never mind, I received 3. The game lied to me. I'm fine, that's what I needed for him. Okay, well that covers the fireworm requirement. Actually, that was a flawless victory. I have damage from falling, but I didn't get hurt at all in those fights. Right, so I need to repeat that with the electric worm and the ice worm, and also pick up their teeth along the way. How many teeth did that give me? Actually, how many teeth did I get out of that? I didn't actually see. I don't suppose anybody noticed the teeth icon in the upper right. If I received at least... I will probably have to hunt a few of them, actually. I need 11 teeth. I probably did not receive enough... Oh, an ice worm. What do you know? Yep, let's just bully them some more, why not? Where'd he go? Down. Well, this is efficient. I'm out for blood. I'm jumping off the ledges and hurting myself just to fight things faster. Berserker mode activated. Dead. Three tendrils, 5... Oh, I'm not getting teeth from them. Okay, well that's fine. I can find the basic worms for the teeth, so it's not a huge deal. So that was 3, yes? I needed 3, so that's... No, actually I needed 2. They're always giving me 3, aren't they? Oh, the porcupine that I need to kill to get that off my screen. Let's do that. Oh good, the worms I need to just murder anyways. Okay, I kill a couple more and I have what I need. You will not get away from me! I didn't even bother to look up where they showed up. I was just running after them at that point. Alright, that little loose end was tied up quickly. It seems that the tier 3 weapons make a bit of a difference. Previously, I was fighting these enemies on tier 2 weapons, so... Yes, that seems to be a bit of a difference. Oh, what's that? Is that an electric worm? All the way over there? Oh. Ha! The game finally allows me to build around here? That's nice. Wait a minute. Oh, I see. I can only build them at a fast travel point. As long as I'm at one, I can build them. There. Alright, I'll just go for the electric worm now. Heck with it. I can get some extra rewards if I turn in the other thing first, but... I don't care that much. Plus, I have to bury some more crops of porcupines in the dirt for... It's almost the season for them, and I must hurry. The merged elemental weapons? Merged elemental weapons. I don't know what you're talking about, but that sounds cool. Hello, electric. Let's see, you're electric. What do you hate? Probably poison and fire. Good enough. Oh, that actually did a ton of damage. Oh, that's lightning everywhere. You actually hurt, don't you? Well, I better hurt you before you hurt me. There we go. We very much hurt each other. This is exactly why I need to upgrade the armor like I'm doing. I'll have elemental resistances on everything after that, by the way. Should work out. Merged elemental weapons. What is this? Lego Ninjago? I don't even know what that is. What is that? A type of Lego sub-series, I'm sure, but... Alright, enough of these. Riff-raff. Ah. Alright, that's the 310. That's the 310 rules I need from you, yes. Yes, that's exactly what I needed. Oh, and 3 more teeth. How obliging. Oh, another poison one up there. I don't need to fight that, but I do need to find a few more random mudworms. Of any sort, really. The one uses a set of weapons and materials to make a singular weapon. Ah! Well, that's basically all of them, actually. When you upgrade from Tier 1 to Tier 2 and Tier 2 to Tier 3, will always require additional weapons. You require the Tier 1 version of a weapon to upgrade to Tier 2. You mix the Tier 1 weapon with some extra materials, and that makes the Tier 2. Same with the Tier 3 weapons, so... Oh, good, here we go. Oh, no teeth. You know what's worse about collecting this many materials for different things? It appears that there's a drop rate chance for these items. They don't always drop their teeth, apparently. Ow! Excuse me. Oh wait, there's another little... Okay, 3. This is rude. I believe I need 4 more teeth? Okay, that should do it. Right, that's everything I need, I believe. Aside from the mold plate metal I can't get yet and the iron ingots I can't get yet. Though... The effect was visible even when I was off screen from it. I did say I'd get some iron while I was out. Fortunately, iron is the most common thing to get from those deposits. I think I need some ridiculous number like 80. At least each time I hit that, I have a chance of getting iron up to 5. So that's not too bad. Where else can I find iron? Technically up there, but it's not really worth the walk. No resource here. I thought there was. Here we are. Big ol' resource node over here. Wow, that was 15. Maybe this won't be so hard to collect after all. Another 15. I believe there's a bit more over here somewhere. There's only moles in here, but let's visit them, why not? Okay, they're enjoying their McDonald's still. Well, I wasn't here for them, but let's kill them anyways. Nonchalantly keeps right past not just place the materials, have to worry about a quest that go for iron the savages. The hunter's place, though? I don't know what you're exactly referring to there. But yes, the quest for iron is unofficial. I just need, well, iron. If I recall... I just realized something. One moment, I'm going to try something silly. Actually, before I do that... I think if I leave the area and come back, resources respawn. The best node for iron ingots is right there. Those two nodes seem to drop a lot. Past that little jumping puzzle. If I just keep returning to that, I'd probably be fine. Before that, though. Actually, let's see how we're doing. Oh wow, look at that. We actually have enough. A little low on money now, but it's fine. That did not take long to collect after all. There. Now we have a two-handed non-elemental ready. The only thing we're missing is... this. No, not this. The only thing we're missing now is this here. We'll need an electrical battery as well as... electrical battery and 8 small plate metal. I guess I'll write that down beside. May as well keep a little shopping list in the back pocket. But, more importantly, we can go over here. And let's get colorful, shall we? There's only one thing I need to think about before purchasing the last piece of mudworm equipment. I am currently wearing a cuirass that provides, well, that. Could somebody quickly write down for me RES 14, weight 5, E10, I10, or something like that? Just write it in shorthand for me. I just want to compare this to what I'm about to craft. Because it doesn't let me do that in the inventory very well. In the crafting menu very well. Thank you. Let's see here. So the resistance is 17 for this, so that's an improvement. Weight of 6, so it's more. Oh, it does actually compare the stats. My bad. Yes, ice of 18 rather than 10. Lose the 20 electric. Wait, lose the 10 electric. Oh, I see. Minus 20. So my electric stat will get much worse than it already is. Because it's minus 20. Minus 20 is quite bad. Ah, see, this provides a minus 20. I see. The helmet provides a minus 20 poison. Or minus 20 fire. I see now. Each of these provide a minus 20 to something, don't they? Minus 20 ice. This should still balance out. I think. Minus 30 to poison on the shield. Well, hopefully it balances out. We're gonna make it now. Does it actually make clear what I'm currently equipped with? What's the icon for it? Is there a way to upgrade? Oh, it's this. Well, the Stealth Claw armor seems like a natural... That seems naturally better than what I'm currently... Wow. Look at this. Look what happens if we upgrade the Stealth Claw armor. Why not use this? Did I just upgrade the wrong armor? Let me look at the Stealth Claw helmet. You lose the 18 poison, but gain everything, the extra weight. But also the benefit of... Okay, the Stealth Claw armor provides ice and fire, and electric. And electric? This provides ice and electric. This provides ice and electric. Little less resistance. This provides poison. Okay, I've learned my lesson. Apparently, you just want Stealth Claw armor. Because it's good. In fact, I think I was trying to make the worm equipment on each element, like each piece of worm armor I was using a different element for. Because I was hoping to balance it out. But it looks like it won't balance out. But if I want to balance out my stats, then I want to do Stealth Claw. Which basically means I want to murder a lot of chameleons. And I mean need a lot. Because it balances everything very well. And provides more resistance. And is not that heavy. Right. I'm going to go kill the stealth claw a few times. Excuse me. It seems to be the best for what I'm going for. And yet still not enough for a couple of swords. Probably is, but really the joke makes sense. Oh, it makes sense for some of the swords, Vossen, certainly. Alright, so it turns out my hunting of the worms, decent idea. But if you want better equipment than that, stealth claws. So stealth claws are in the rift. And also, I don't even have to go after particular elements. Stealth claws are just stealth claws. There's just one of them. So I just need to hunt them. Oh right, there's smiths in other places. I almost forgot about this. They can also craft me things, so I can just do this as I go. Right, so let's do... Oh, I just remembered. The Outskirts has a new boss. I forgot about that. So yes, this fellow here. Don't forget about the backstab. That has been dealt with. Oh, I didn't turn it in, did I? Well, it looks like... Okay, I'll go back to the Outskirts to both turn in the backstabber quest, as well as do the other boss that apparently existed there. It's also a rainbow helmet, which is also very neat. It's also very strange. The stealth claw equipment actually gives you resistance to everything, even though the stealth claw itself is actually weak to several things. That is a frog. Is that a frog? I'm pretty sure that's a frog. I think they said the stealth claw is only active during the day. Nah, that's the stealth claw. We have the icon now. So, I don't know how many stealth claws I need to kill. I'll just casually start crafting its equipment set as we fight it. Until I have this full set. Right now we have the helmet. Hopefully it's as easy to bully as the worms are. Ah, I messed up the jump. This grappling system doesn't really add a lot. I'd like to note, the grapple's hitbox... Yes, there we are. Is very small. It seems I wasn't supposed to jump for it, but even so. Let's see, Stealth Claw, what are you weak to? Fire or poison. Yes, mess it up. Oh, ran away already. Alright. Oh, don't be a 3 runner. Sometimes these things can run away up to 3 times. I don't really know what determines it, actually. Oh, just down? Alright. Oops, I went too low. Not while I'm here. Yes, I don't really understand. All this massive equipment makes me think is It's a puzzle to figure out what's actually worth using. That's all that I see out of it. It's just a puzzle. Just a big old puzzle. Once you solved that puzzle, good work. You found the pieces of equipment you should be using. Congratulations. Wow, that was a lot of resources. I think we can immediately make some more equipment. Yeah, I may as well visit them all. There we are. I guess with these health upgrades I've received, it's much easier to just blitz into boss fights. So the new equipment will also help that. I will take less damage. It appears that we have pretty much figured out the way to play the game, so to speak. Oh, it seems you turn the quest in the moment you... Huh. You know, we never repeated... Wait. Okay. Repeatable quests. I've never been doing them. Because they're repeatable quests. But it seems... Notice the listing here? It appears that when I do a repeatable quest... It actually counts as completed. I guess to complete all the quests, I actually need to do each repeatable once. So I guess I'll fight the... I guess I'll go kill the tail spinner after this. Weird. So repeatable quests have to be done at least once each to count as completed. Alright. I didn't think a repeatable quest could be counted as completed, so I never tried that. Stealth class scales. 14 to 15. My goodness. Fortunately, I don't need that. I do need to make this. And this. Alright, now I have the stealth claw dream coat. Which, by the way, actually looks quite neat. It's quite a colorful outfit. Well, I suppose we have a system in play now. And there's a stealth claw right over there. It's strange to me, though, as I fight these bosses and run away. You notice how they're only running once and then I defeat them? That's strange, because in part 2, if you guys recall, I was always having to chase a boss around 3 times. 2 is a little bit better, though. It's still not as good as once, as in they don't run away, but them running only once is at least a little easier to deal with. Did they perhaps patch that? I wonder if people bitched about how often the bosses run away and they patched to reduce the number of times they do it. It's possible. Oh, down there? Sure. They also may have made the bosses move around a little less, so it's hard to tell. Rude. Delco, what are you doing here? This is a spider's domain. That was kind of a neat attack. I don't think we've seen them do that before. Also, it looks like when you complete a quest of the repeatable sword... Oh! Oh, wait, we picked that up before. Why is it telling me that now? Alright, well, there we are. Oh! There's another above. They grow like weeds. You cut one down and there's just another. Well, it's not a... Oh, you know what I can do? Since it's conveniently right there in my way on getting back to town. I'll beat it up a little bit, let it run away, go back to town, get the quest to fight it, and then finish it off to get the quest rewards for it too. Oh wait, it's a toad. Never mind. Oh, fucking... Did not pay attention to the icon. Well, alright. Oh, it's an electric toad. What? Oh wait, they always were electric. I thought they were poison. Okay, I only need to beat it up till it runs away, and then I can get out of this situation. There we go. Get out of here. I'm just trying to go back to town. And have a long, long drink. Alright, there we are. Oh, by the way, I noticed this is staying broken now. That's nice. I feel like I'm making more efficient use of my time with this game today compared to last time. What do you guys think? I mean, the game has tedium, but I'm managing it better today. One thing I've noticed, by the way, is that heavy weapons just aren't good enough unless you need to break a shield. That's the only situation in which they're useful. But otherwise, you could do way more DPS with one-handed weapons. Lucky that didn't hit me. Ah, the way down there. Inconvenient. Fortunately, I know a few fall tricks, I suppose. I'm here for your chameleon, not for you. Ooh. It's okay, they have small aggro ranges, as usual. Oh, it's the cave below. My bad. I invaded their village for no reason today. Sorry, misunderstanding. Just keep rolling. There's arrows coming. Ow. Ow. I could have avoided some fall damage there, but that would take time. Ow. That guy was on the ball. Stabbed me immediately. Oh, he looks lazy, doesn't he? By the way, I don't know if you noticed, but the elements are not created equal. You're reading ice now? That's different. Yes, I don't know if you guys noticed, but this game gives you 4 elements to work with, but 2 of them are bad. I mean, it's good to hit the weakness of an enemy when you can, regardless. But I don't know if you've noticed, but when I hit enemies with fire or poison, if I hit them enough with it, it procs a damage over time effect. Either they're on fire for a while, or they're poisoned for a while. But you notice how much damage it actually does? That enemy, I was hitting for around 94 damage with my weakness hitting fire strikes. But when I caught it on fire, it was taking a whopping 3 damage of fire damage every second. That didn't really add up to much, I'll be honest. Poison's the same way, basically. Which basically means that all the elements have a special effect of something they do to the enemy if you hit them enough with that element. But 2 of those effects are basically useless. Because they don't really stun the enemy, they just cause a damage over time that isn't worth much. Comparatively, ice and electric are very good. Electric has the enemy jitter and be paralyzed for a time, giving you tons of free hits. And ice does the same thing, but freezes them into an ice cube for a while. Ice is even better, though, because that ice cube effect lasts a little bit longer than the paralyzation. So, you have 4 elements, and 2 of them are just not as good as the others. It's kind of strange. Lack of scaling. Yes, it was fine at first, but it has no scaling, and that's why it's now just bad. It doesn't seem having more powerful poison or fire weapons increases the scaling. That just increases their base damage. But as far as the fire effect or the poison effect, that's the same damage as an earlier tier weapon. It doesn't change. Yeah, fire and ice are their own thing. Oh no! Right, I just fought the I thought I was going after the chameleon some more. I was not, but I guess I'm going after the toad some more then. Which is, it's funny, it was the same toad I was fighting before. Uh-oh, I might be dead. That's very unfortunate. If I am dead. Yeah, I'm dead. The frog is a little bit stronger than the chameleon, you notice that? At least I went back to town. There was a brief stint in town, I guess that saved the game. Well, that's fine. Didn't really matter. Welcome back, by the way, Spectrum. Now let's see here. I have the Cuirass of the Stout Claw. I have the Helmet of the Stout Claw. Pauldron of the Stout Claw. That's going to take a bit of resources. I need the eyeball. Yes, I don't have that, do I? I also need another lamp. Okay. It's the poison that got to you. Yes. Well, no, it's just the frog does a lot of damage. I'm glad I'm not farming the frog for anything. That would be a much harder task. Actually, I think the game does a... quick save whenever you travel now, which is good. It should have done that in the first place, but... glad it does it now. But yes, it's always easier to kill enemies that are weak to ice or electric, because not only are you hitting their weakness, but you're also getting free hits in. Which is way more valuable than some light damage over time. Oh! Oh! You know, I think I was missing some drops. I didn't realize that the enemies were actually dropping a few items when they ran away sometimes. I just got one of its eyeballs because I noticed it dropped it finally. Maybe that's why I was missing some items. Just not noticing that they were dropping midway for leaving. Easy to miss though, it's just a little sparkle. What's funny is, though the chameleon goes invisible, it's easy to tell where it went, because the camera kind of pans to it. Camera gives away where it's going. I am glad to see the enemies do drop some items as they're running away, because that means that if you don't finish them off, you're not getting nothing, I suppose. You don't get much, but if the enemy runs away and then despawns, at least you're not left with nothing. It's still frustrating. By the way, this save point here is very obnoxious. It's the only central one, but it's slightly down in a pit. So if you want to access surface areas around you gotta climb up out of there. Could be worse, but could be better. I think that's enough to make the pauldron. Not quite, it needs lamp, which apparently it didn't drop this time. Thanks for that, idiot. And my character nods in a, yes, I know what those look like, I have killed 53 sort of way. I would have gotten away with it too, if it wasn't for that meddling cinematic camera. What a strange variation of that quote. What if you fought a very high poison resistance defense stats? How do you fight stats, friend? Oh, are you saying that, are you positing that perhaps the reason the damage over time was so bad with the fire was because of a defense towards fire? No, they didn't have a defense towards fire. They were weak to it. What's new, Scooby-Doo? By the way, this is very stupid. To get off a bench, you have to press a movement key after sitting down completely. You know what I basically discovered as my method of doing that as quickly as possible? Every time I sit at a bench, I start rotating the control stick. By doing so, I presume that I'll get the input I need as fast as possible. seems to work. Ow. Really? You had to go down there again? If you haven't been keeping notes, that's the most annoying place for him to spawn. That probably looks like a video feed issue, what you guys just witnessed. But I do want to state that you didn't miss any frames. Any recorded frames. That's just what happened. Could somebody clip that real fast? I need to see that back. I think I found the technique, though. I instantly teleported... Okay, speedrunners, take note. We need to clip this for the speedrunners. Because it seems that I found a way of falling on the edge of a ledge causes me to teleport to the ground below the ledge instantaneously. And I didn't even take fall damage for that. What the heck? I feel as if a speedrunner could perhaps use that. You're welcome, speedrunners. Also, thank you, Chris. I'll look at that back in a bit. Gotta go get that chameleon real fast. I don't know if I could replicate that. It seemed very specific, but probably is replicatable. That's another one dead. Really? I'm not liking this whole drop rate chance thing. I've killed 2 of these and neither of them have dropped their lantern, which I need to upgrade further. Bit too far back for you to clip. Must I do everything? Fine, one moment. It's alright. You could actually access the VOD and scroll back and clip from wherever you want. I shall do so. So you fight a poison boss and maxing that resistance. If you max your... Yeah, that's true. You could get an armor set that maxes a specific resistance, then fight a boss of that sort. Granted, I want to point out that not all their attacks would be poison. Some of them would be physical, and still, you have to worry about your base resistance for that as well. I thought Chris was on it. Apparently not. It's alright, I could do it. Wanting to do something, don't they? That enemy, I was... Let's see, where did I do this? Around here? What happened? Could somebody clip that real fast? I need to see that. I played on the heck? I feel as if a speedrunner could perhaps use that. I think I found the spot. Krista, they did it, though. Oh! Oh, my mistake. I mixed up the names again. You're both red today. My apologies. Okay, so you did get the clip. My bad. One person was on and the other person said sorry. I was confused by that. Thank you, Chris. Unfortunately, I've already opened the clip interface, which means that a clip will be created now. Oh well. Unless they fix that. Twitch fixing things doesn't sound likely, though. Let's watch this back real fast. Yes, okay. I jumped on the corner, and the game both thought I landed on the corner and fell off of it, and so that happened. As far as I can tell, that's what happened there. The echoes of the past are real. That was very strange. It does feel like the movement system is a bit buggy in places, though, so I guess I'm not too surprised. You're falling. Here, let me help you. Here, you're falling. Let me help you do that faster, I guess. So, obnoxiously, it seems that I can kill these bosses without them dropping the item I need to actually upgrade my equipment, which is a bit annoying. You see here the stealth call lamp. I have killed 2 of them, and neither have dropped the lamp. So I just have to keep trying. This quest here gives me some of the resources, but only the scale claw and cell. So no lamp and no eye is guaranteed in doing it this way. At least I get some money doing it this way, though. It's not bad. I did spend a bunch of money, so it's good to replenish. But for the most part, we just have to cross our fingers here. Or digits, depending on what you have, I suppose. Alright, where to go today? Stop stretching already. The longest animation for the least amount of points. Alright, that's not too bad. I can do that. This has become predictable. We hit his health bar a little bit, he runs away, and then we finish him off. That seems to be the procedure here. And I am the oh, I forgot to check when he... I'm always in such a hurry to run after them. I already screen transitioned, it's too late. Yes, he might drop it when he runs, you're right, and I just forgot to check again. I believe the item that they drop when they run is not unique to the running. I have received the lamp before. Say with the eye. Without picking them up then. That being said, I did make a mistake there. I should have looked for the drop. You can't blame me though. I wanted to go hurry and finish it off. And the sparkles are so small. I don't even know if it always will drop something. It may not always do so. Nope, nope, he still didn't drop the lantern. This is getting slightly obnoxious. So I've now killed 3 without getting 1. I possibly missed a drop there, but... You saw a laser pointer on the boss. That's one way to put it. I was zeroing in similarly to what you described. So basically, I cannot craft more equipment until I get this... Well, maybe I can craft the shield. Let's see. I don't know if it requires that or not. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, we can make the shield then. There. Now I just need the goddamn lantern and I will be done. Thanks for looking it up, Chrysalis, by the way. There's not much information on this game, and I think part of the reason... The first game had a bit more. But I think this game isn't quite as enjoyed or regarded as the first game, so... Taking a second here. No, he didn't drop anything. So yes, drops from running away is not guaranteed, it seems. Because they're for a lot more community driven. So if your game is worse, you also get less people working on it. Very true. Oh, you went down there again. I'm noticing a trend. If he's over here, then inevitably he's going to be down there next. Good observation, Spectral. Hey, let's do the glitch again. Ah. Oh well. What's interesting is this drop here. Another eyeball. That dropped in the middle of fighting him. That's intriguing. It didn't drop when he died. It didn't drop when he ran away. It dropped in the middle of the fight with him. Strange. I don't understand the drop rules. But unfortunately, I can tell you this. I didn't get a lantern still. The game is being a bit of an ass about this. I have now killed 4 of them in a row without receiving a lantern. I just need 1 lantern to move on. So this is effectively halting the progress of this stream for no good reason due to a drop rate. So that's nice. And I can't walk back to town because there's a frog in the way. Alright, I'll walk towards this way. Good night, Zerix. Another problem with the roving bosses is if you don't want to fight them, they lock your camera and force you to. They're still bosses, so you can't leave the fight with them. Attack its head more. It does kind of feel like an attack of the body part to make thing drop, doesn't it? Alright, fine. Let me just verify I didn't get it. Yes. The lamp's on its head, so sure. I'll follow that logic. Let's attempt to fight it. Let's try to hit its head as much as possible. That's the most dangerous part of it to hit. But that's probably why, if that is the case, why I wouldn't be getting it. Now, the game didn't indicate at any point that there was body part damage consideration to the game. If this is actually a thing that works, the game never explained this. And that's a bit of a failing system, I'd say. I guess it's something you're just supposed to infer. But I don't think making your players have to infer something is good design. You might be right, though. Let's try hitting the head. If I get the... Because this seems like very bad RNG, doesn't it? 4 battles without it? Let's try hitting the head and see what happens. I'll do nothing but head attacks. It might slow down the fight, though. I might get pushed back with the body sometimes, but... It turns out staying in front of a boss is a good way to get hit by it, though, so... That's why I tend to target the back. Yes, it did drop its eye again. Yes, I did see that. The last second, I was about to run off without it, but I did notice that. Unfortunately, it wasn't the lamp. We do presume the lamp's the thing on its head, yes? I love that due to the loading zone, I could just fall there without damage. Lantern is gone. You're right, it is gone, but I searched the ground, there was only the eye. You're right, though, it's physically gone now. Implied it gets knocked off in the first part of the fight, but I didn't find it. I don't get the rules. Nope, still not there. I don't understand. Oop. If the visual indicator of the lantern was gone, why keep attacking its face then? This is so confusing. It's insane how many times I fought this thing without having the sail or the lamp drop. I wonder if anybody... Alright, could somebody look this up? Stealth call lamp. Anybody talking about how it's hard to get? I haven't planned to attack the face on this next fight. And I'll do so in both phases. First phase I'll do basically the same as always. Second phase I have a bit of an idea. Yes, the leopard's on its face right now. I'm paying attention now. I'm going to pay very close attention. I have this nasty little idea. You know how I tend to fight enemies? There! It dropped! I think. So there is some dumb drop system that... It's on the right side of the screen. I wonder if the reason is because I cause the drop off screen sometimes. In fact, I do believe the enemy sometimes drops something out of loading zone. There we are! So, there is a dismemberment and drop system that I just wasn't noticing up till now. To be fair, if I'm correct, they probably took this from... Oh, the Lost and Found chest, I forgot all about that. There's probably a whole bunch in there. Though it does raise one other very important question. Dark Souls did this, yes? You can cut off the tails of some creatures and then they drop a weapon. Is that right? If I recall with Dark Souls, though... Didn't you just get the item the moment you cut off the thing? Like it just dropped into your inventory, and you didn't have to pick it up? Which kind of made sense because you were in a motherfucking boss fight. Okay, let's go to Lost and Found. Did every single one of these drop a lantern that I just didn't pick up? There's a situation, though, that sometimes things will... There have been times I've killed enemies in walls, effectively, because they're so long, being bosses. In those situations, would not be surprised at all if the items, some of these dismemberment items, dropped inside of the out-of-bounds areas. But you're right, the Lost and Found probably has at least some. Raises a question, though. I appreciate the Lost and Found box for, you know, gathering items you may have missed. But it does raise a question. Why force the player to pick those things up in the first place? Why not just have them go right to your inventory when they fall off? Rather than trying to make you look through battle. Through the course of battle, look for the thing in the middle of battle, you know? That, it seems more logical to simply put it in your inventory. Oh, yes, before I leave here, let's... Since this repeatable quests count as completable quests, let's beat up a spider. Only active at night. That should do. Oh yes, let me get the last piece of equipment. Now I suddenly have 2 lamps. Did I get a second run from that last guy? That doesn't even make any sense. But anyways. There, full stealth claw armor. Let's look at our overall stats. Oh yes, that's pretty good, look! 73 resistance, 72 electric, and 72 ice resistance. Okay. So it doesn't provide poison or fire. But it also doesn't penalize poison or fire. So I'd call that a win. Basically, it doesn't give me any poison or fire resistance, but it also doesn't give me any poison or fire weakness. I think that's worthwhile. Because there's numerous things to give weakness. This worm shield here would actually give minus 25 ice. And minus 30 poison. So, yeah. This seems quite solid. For not disadvantaging you in some way. You either have normal resistances or rather high resistances. Basically, I resist half the elements to 72%. And 73 basic armor resistance. That's very good. I'd say this is probably one of the best armors. Unless there's some ultimate armor that gives the same but resistances, but similar results, but defenses against all 4 elements, maybe? There are 2 armors we haven't unlocked, so maybe there's some ultimate. But, as far as I'm concerned, this is probably the best option. Now, let's hunt us a spider. Fire electric, okay. I suppose between the 2... I don't have electric yet. Yeah, that's right. Need to get an electric one-hander once I can. For now, this will do. It's also light. Yes, I'm still light rolling because the armor was light enough for that. There's some of the armors have such high weights for no real gain. By the way, no, I don't need to kill the spider technically, but... Since repeatable quests apparently need to be cleared once to be considered completed, technically speaking, if I want to complete all the quests, which, at this point, I may as well, then that does mean I need to actually do each repeatable once. Which, not a big deal, really. These are all things I've already killed before. Oh, good. I thought they may have improved the bosses and prevented them from running 3 times in a single fight. Turns out I was wrong. Some bosses still do that. How nice. To make matters even more redundant, it ran back to the first spawn point, where we fought the first time. So, this feels extra pointless. Alright, that's that out of the way. With that, the Rift's quest should be all complete now. I like how the poison sticks around. In the sense that I don't like that the poison sticks around. I know, Vossen. It's a shame, really. I predict this game is not very long. We'll see if I'm right or not. Alright, does that cover all the... See, now they're all completed. Everything's completed. Excellent. So, we're going to take a little detour. And we're going to go around to each of these locations. And complete all their quests. Because apparently the repeatable quests count. That means we need to stop by the other places as well. This shouldn't be a big deal. Right, let's see. Well, it shouldn't be a big deal except for the fact that the repeatable list here is huge. But, you know, that's fine. That it means, actually, now that I think about it, the larger the list is... the larger the list is... the more likely that I don't get what I need. Well, we'll see how it goes. Right now I'm after basic snake, yes? Fortunately, there is a way to tell, at least. Yes, basic snake. It does appear that basic snake is the one that's around. I feel as if the repeatable quests do encourage the spawning of the thing you need. If not guarantee it slightly. At least for a while. And off we go. I think the number of times these creatures run away depend on the creature. So, for instance, the Stuffed Claw's nice, it only does it once, but the snakes will always run twice. So I don't understand why that bridge broke. And off it goes! You know, this whole running away mechanic, it feels even stupider when I do tons of damage to the boss and have it trigger almost instantly. Feels less like a boss fight and more like some sort of chase it down! It's running away all the time! Man, the noise it's making. Endless screes. For you and me. At least I've gotten good at doing this quicker. Poison Pincer. Only active during the day, poison variety. Alright, what's poison weak against? You know what would be a really convenient feature? If you have a quest to kill a monster, why not list its weaknesses and resistances on its quest page? Rather than forcing me to have to go over here. Just a, just a thought. I guess you're just supposed to remember or something. Fire or electric? Everything hates fire lately, I've been finding, I notice. I guess that works out from my equipment setup. Oh, and there it is, active already. I suppose there's enough time to murder it really fast. If only you could insta-kill. Yes, it'd be. Wouldn't that be a nice mechanic if there's all it had time to do was go, "Rawr, I'm a boss and I'm here. Anyways, I'm leaving." That is so stupid. That was amazing, but that was also too stupid. "Rawr, I'm back!" I might stick around for one attack. Anyways, bye! This whole system is a joke. The only problem is that I don't think developers were aware of the joke. The game seems like the main issue of this game is it's too in love with itself. Unskippable cutscenes, unskippable vulnerable boss stages. I did not do that jump correctly because I was reading the chat. Oh well. Still though, I want to read that. It's too love itself. Having unskippable cutscenes, unskippable and vulnerable boss stages, having to do things X given way, except yes, it's very rigid, isn't it? Very rigid game. I suppose you could say that the bridge breaking is nothing but a small annoyance, that's just demonstrated. Anyways, you're done. Bye. It would have been nice if you get stronger, you come back to these old bosses and... Oh, I don't know, maybe you could just kill them in one phase because you're stronger. You don't let them run away. Just a crazy little idea. But that would require dynamicism and player consideration. And I feel like the devs don't care for the player's time in this very much. Agreed. This game is too in love with itself. The first game didn't have that problem. The first game felt understated and humble about its systems. But I suppose that's also part of the problem with this game. It is a sequel. The first game did well. The developers are too big for their britches now. Okay, active during the night. Fire one. Hates ice, yes, of course. I think I should be remembering the elemental system at this point. Fire hates ice. Let's look at this again. Let's consider this. Because I think there's a logic to it, but I just always forget. Poison hates fire. Fire hates ice. Electric hates poison. Ice hates electric. And fire. So I'm trying to see the logic here. I think it does vary sometimes though. Like, fireworm, ice poison, fire death march, ice electric. See, there is a variation there, but they both share the ice weakness, even though they're both fire creatures. But one of them shares the electric, one of them has electric weakness, one of them has poison weakness. So there's no real elemental system here where it's a proper rock, paper, scissors you can memorize. Because sometimes something might be weak to rock, but something else might be weak to paper, even if it's similar, so... yeah. Ah yes, I need to sleep. Let's do that. Bellsprout reacted like the boss? What did it do? It's interesting you bring that up, Krasavs. the game to and love of itself point feels like something I would offer as a harsh criticism, but I actually haven't said that about the game. I was thinking about something similar, though. Oops, I didn't sleep till night. I didn't sleep till night, not day. Have to remember what the arcane symbols mean. That's not sunset, that's sunrise. This is sunset. There we are. Yes, it's an interesting point, and I do agree with it. The game is like, no, player, stop, slow down. You want to experience this, and that would be fine if the game had an experience that, well, fit that. Anyways, bye! This is going to be a trend with all the Death March enemies. They're just going to immediately run away, mostly. Man, it sure would have been nice if I could have done damage to it while it was literally a fucking ice cube. But unfortunately, I had already triggered the runaway phase, so it was invincible. By the way, I will go check the Lost and Found in a bit. It's probably stuffed with items, thinking about it. Anyways, that's that nonsense out of the way. Next nonsense. I like the bridge sounds, they're fun. Now the electric one, which is weak to something or other. Poison fire. Do you notice also that these swords and axes are sort of interchangeable? They have different movesets, but they work very similarly, to the point where I do not understand the point of having two. Though I suppose that's not really this game's fault. The first game also had all these weapons. But they don't feel... I think that they may have felt a little bit more valuable in the previous game, because the previous game didn't have too much equipment. This game, however, having too much equipment, suddenly having 3 tiers of melee weapons, feels excessive. Though it didn't in the first game, I'm sure. It felt probably fairer there. The Bellsprout escaped as the boss did. Oh, yes. The difference is you could have caught the Bellsprout. I'd like to note, that bridge, broken bridge, I understand why it fell now. The camera swings weirdly. I don't know if you all noticed, but the camera swings a bit aggressively as I reach the bridge. That camera swing can cause me to fall. Watch. See that? It snaps downwards because there's a down path there. But that snap downwards happens at pretty much the same moment you need to jump. It's like if you were playing a 3D platformer, you're lining up a jump, and then as you do the jump, the camera swings to the side. Interesting to have a 3D platformer camera issue in a 2D game. I really wonder what this added to the game, though. This whole running away mechanic with the bosses. What does that add? Also, it might be worth not looting enemies. I just realized. Hold on a moment. Hold on. The long looting animation. Is there a point to it? Think about this. If you just don't loot the enemy, go back to your home base and simply press one interact option on the loot box, on the lost and found box. You pick up all that stuff there. That's one interaction to pick up things that would require tens upon 50s of interactions. Just don't loot. Pick it all up in lost and found. I do wonder what that applies to, like, if I dig up something. I probably... That only probably applies to enemies. I probably still have to mine everything the same way and dig up everything the same way as before. Plus, that stuff doesn't drop on the ground. It goes right to your inventory. So, yes. But for enemy drops, don't pick them up. The loot box interaction is one prompt that could save you endless number of prompts to use instead. That is so dumb now that I think about it. Oh wait, that was daytime. Gosh dang it. The icon-only way this game operates is sometimes annoying. There. At least the game is being very consistent. If I select a repeatable quest and go to the right time of day, the enemy is there. I don't have to hunt it down amongst other enemies. I'm glad to see that. Anyways, run away, please. Away with you. No, you don't get to fight, you get to run. Now get out of here. Stop dodging so much. Now run away. Did I just do one was he one damage threshold away from running? Really? Okay. That's fine. Whatever. The ice element on most of the enemies. Do most enemies have the ice element? It seems like there is a fair amount of variety from what I've seen, but maybe you're right. I wonder what would happen if I ran out of the arena before the boss did. Would it still count as them being properly damaged? Probably, right? I'm almost tempted to... The moment I see the health bar stop dropping, I'm tempted to just leave immediately. Granted, I might still be locked in the boss's arena until they leave. I'm not sure. Notice how I can't even wake them up very quickly. Just a time waste all around. But yeah, why not just not pick this up? I'll go to the Lost and Found box and save myself time. I wonder how much time you could save if you played this game without picking up a single enemy drop and instead of just using the Lost and Found. I wonder how many seconds or minutes that would save. It would definitely save minutes, wouldn't it? The ice element via most enemies is related to hibernation. Oh, is it? Okay, where Al? What's really funny here? I just realized something. Every time I accept a new quest, I have to sit in this little dialogue menu. I just realized that I can pause during that. I've been doing that to check the weaknesses. So what's hilarious is, it seems while I'm stuck in cutscenes, I could open the menu and just do something else for a moment, while I wait for the nonsense I can't skip to happen. So that's good to know. I'll keep that in mind for later. Because it plays in the background while I'm in that menu. It's not pausing to go to that menu, so... I suppose that's useful. Alright, one more fight. Sorting inventory... Yes, I suppose it is a speedrun strat. I guess we're fighting speedrun strats today, aren't we? And actually, now that I think about it, this game's structure, the whole in love of itself, not letting you skip anything, making bosses run off. Would you not all agree that that is anti-speedrunner? I mean, speedrunners can still speedrun this game, but I bet it'd be very frustrating for a speedrunner to learn that, oh, I have to let this boss run away repeatedly. Oh, you're running. I wasn't even sure. But this is, I bet this is the sort of thing that frustrates a speedrunner, like, oh, okay, it's unskippable shit I have to deal with rather than completing the task I'm trying to complete as quickly as possible. Great! Okay, the one good thing about the broken bridge is right now. Hello! The bird enemies are, well, the flight enemies are particularly nasty with the whole, no, I can't get hurt. Especially if they're also going to run off now and then. Very silly. Oh, you're a 3-runner. Very good. That's what we're going to refer to with bosses that run away 3 times. Well, technically, 2-runner. I am 3 arenas because they run twice. So he's a 2-runner. I hope there's no 3 runners. That would be very annoying. I also want to remind you all that bosses will reset at different times of day. Even these bosses on repeatable quests. So if this became daytime, this guy would go away for a while. Possibly reset entirely. So it really feels like this whole running away mechanic is there to waste your time so they possibly run away and despawn. That seems to be the only actual mechanic with the running away besides just wasting your time. It lets the bosses possibly have time to run out the clock so they can despawn. Which is the most player-hostile thing if that was intentional. I would hope that's not intentional, because if it is, then the developers are very clearly assholes. Again, this might work for Monster Hunter, but developers, you're not making a Monster Hunter game. Something you need to remember, I think. That's what I have to do there. Ah, I see. It's telling me about new quests. I suppose the repeatables don't cause the icon to flash. Anyways, we completed the forest. We're done with there. At least for the time being. All the repeatables finished. So, that leaves the things here. Now, we do have a boss to do, but let me hunt these first. Poison worm. While you talked about it randomly, I will just double check. Ice and fire. Ice it is, then. As I do prefer... Oh! That time it didn't pause the, That's weird. That cutscene paused... That type of cutscene paused in the previous area, but it didn't pause here. I didn't see what type of day I wanted, but I think we're good, so let's just go through this. Oh wow! I didn't know damage soon after it came out of the ground. It locked itself in an attack animation after already being triggered to run away. So I had to wait out its big ol' attack animation, and then it ran. And that was a long attack. It required digging underground and everything. That whole animation had to play out before it ran. You see how useful ice is, by the way? If something's weak to ice, it's already dead at that point. Oh, right, I'm forgetting I shouldn't fight. Shouldn't bother to loot. I keep forgetting that. It's weird it's weird that I need to ignore the drops, but I do. That's the best idea, actually. Now, the worms do hurt a bit more. I might actually have to spend a little extra time healing, but this should go pretty fast either way, though. They're not exactly the strongest HP-wise, especially with this new equipment. Electric worm. About to run out of daytime. I noticed this was attack pattern changes to pay the attack amount. Oh yes! Every single boss in this game tends to vary up and change its attacks, or add to its attacks when lower on health, which is cool! But it's a little cooler when the fights are not broken up by the enemy running away repeatedly. Oh yes, electric. That's, poison and fire. I'm noticing that as long as... If I switch between ice and fire weapons, I'm basically always hitting a weakness. Most times. Regardless of what I'm fighting, if I have an electric and fire weapon, I'm hitting a weakness. It seems. Or, I'm sorry, ice and fire. Ice and fire is what I meant. It seems most enemies are weak to at least ice or fire. And goodbye, run away. I'm gonna run away first, bye. It didn't let me run away first. Oh, come on. I was nearly done with that. Oh, this attack is dangerous, but also leaves it open. Very good. Alright, bye. I'm not going to grab your drops either. I'm trading myself here. Yes, it's possible for cats to trade. Believe it or not. There. 3-4 attack, stage 1, 1-2 after each change. They also sometimes combo their attacks that they weren't comboing before as well. Alright, ice, which is weak to fire. You see the pattern? Fire, ice, fire, ice. Sometimes electric, fire, ice. I don't think I have to pull out poison, though. I don't think I pulled out a poison weapon in a while. Hold on a minute. That's not a... Excuse me, sir. I asked to fight a... ice worm, yes? Yes. That is not an ice worm. That's a poison worm over there. Let's reset them. That's still a poison worm. Wait, is this one arbitrarily at night? Hold on a second. Oh, yes. Apparently, even though they're all worms, all the same species, more or less, 2 of them are at night and 2 of them are at day. Okay, then. I suppose that spreads them out, but seems kind of weird. Alright, now should be an ice worm, yes. It is a conflicts with the original. They decided to change animation's bit area. So they set stages to fix that. Yes, I think that the game is very rigid. Actually, you just made me realize this game is heavily scripted with its combat. In other words, the game often locks itself in animations that it must finish before doing more. I'm reminded of how there are some games out there, usually from AAA studios, if I recall, but there are some games out there that have their combat be so heavily scripted that it's really not that engaging, because they're more concerned about the animations than about the gameplay. You know, you probably all know what I'm talking about. One of those games that forces you to sit there and watch something like it's a movie because they want to be cool, but they don't want to make you have a playable experience that's cool. They just want you to watch a cool thing that they animated. This game is basically doing that a lot, now that I think about it. And I'd call that a case of a game that doesn't understand if it wants to be a game or not sometimes. Which is a shame. Because games should be games, not movies. Movies should be movies. It's okay to have a movie in a game, an animated cutscene or something that you earned through enough play. But if your gameplay itself is being, like the actual in-action combat is being interrupted by effectively sitting there and watching something happen, well, that's a problem, I think. I would say. I think it's weak to ice. Let's see if I'm wrong. Nope, not wrong at all. Which means it's already pretty fucked, because it's ice. Oh, what's it doing? Oh, that's different. We haven't seen that before. I like how I had to wait in line, like, wait your turn, the boss has to leave before you can go back to the warp. I just stood there like a lemon. I do have to say that fire attack when I was underground was kind of neat. That... Well, this went very quickly, at least. And I'm gone. It's so strange to ignore the drops. But it really does make more sense to just visit the Lost and Found now and then. It's not like you need these drops the moment you pick them up. You don't need those worm teeth the moment you collect them. You can wait until you get back to the Lost and Found. That's fine. That covers the repeatables, but we do have a boss here to get rid of. And then probably another repeatable for them, so... Yes, time to be up an eagle for some reason. What is Choo Choo Charles, out of curiosity?
However, were far from over. Now the farmers were under attack by a giant winged beast. The elder begged for the Warden's help once more.
I do like how these side quests are like... And suddenly there was this terrible creature, and it's like... We just fought that, though. Like, we refined that in a main story quest. It's not a new creature. You don't have to act like it's some new terror that nobody's ever seen before. Oh yes, let's see what it's weak to, I forgot. Ice and fire. Ice and electric, okay. Ice and electric. Well, that works out well. Ow! What a jerk. Yes, I'll buy that. Why not?
The field was too empty.
Dead person.
Arlo followed a familiar
Not dead
scent.
person. Also not a person.
Blood. The body of the farmer missed him by a whisker. The winged beast was coming for him.
Mm-hmm. Was it? Because it looks like it's playing keep away and not fighting. And now it's frozen. And now it's going to run away. I like how you could just see the health bar and know...
Injured,
Alright.
Arlo could see its trail of smoke.
Trail of smoke?
At its end, he could finish what he started.
Don't worry, everyone. I injured the bird beast, but it's smoking because it's a machine now, I guess. Don't worry, I can follow the smoke from The bird. The bird smoke. I mean, I know they're fire type, but...
The beast
smoke?
had another farmer lifeless in its talons. This would be its last.
What is it doing, by the way? Do you notice its movement right now? And it'll run away again. Let's see, where am I going? I guess to the right.
It had fled again, seeking its nest. It would not have long to recover, as the Warden was soon on its tail.
Very on its tail. I have the power of warping. But let me kill its children first, yes. Oh, silly me. I don't need to loot. The bird's a smoker. Oh no! It shouldn't smoke cigarettes.
The eggs in the bird's nest was a farmer, and still alive. No doubt meant as a snack for the hatchlings.
Don't worry, narrator. The hatchlings are already dead. Oh, okay. Bombing runs. Sure, why not? Oh, this is doing new things. For the moments of life it still has, it is. Oh, don't run away, I've almost killed you. I just realized something. Sometimes Arlo uses his grapple in combat. Why can't we do the grapple thing in combat? Why can't we pull down all the annoying flying creatures that stay in the air for too long? Why can't we have a context-sensitive prompt or something in moments where we can grapple the enemy in the air, force them to the ground, stun them for a moment, and then whack them a bunch? Because we're a melee combatant, mostly. So why can't we use our grapple to bring things closer to us? Just a thought. We see it being used in kill screens, in kill animations, but we can't use it as a mechanic.
The farmer was free, and Arlo sent him home.
Thank you, I don't care.
It would not be these
As usual.
chicks' first meal.
Like, I just realized that, oh, that's really cool how Arlo's using his grapple in combat. It's too bad I can't do that. Like, seeing the animation makes you realize how much you're lacking as a player. It's actually a bit awkward. This is one of the few Souls-like games that actually motivates quick attacks instead of heavy ones. Yes, heavy attacks are worthless. I was discussing this earlier, I think before you joined, Chrysalis, but I made an observation. The heavy attack's charge attack it takes 2 seconds about. Just shy of 2 seconds. Watch. That heavy attack, if it's used against a shielded enemy, a blocking enemy, it will remove their block and knock them on their ass, at which point you can respond with a few more, a heavy attack or two, or a bunch of quick attacks. Very useful. However, if an enemy is not blocking with some sort of shield you need to break, that attack does not stun the enemy, in most cases. There are many times where I have attacked an enemy with this, only to get completely wrecked afterwards, because they were not stunned whatsoever by it, and then immediately started beating me up. Which is strange, because you think that if a shielded enemy is hit by this attack, and will be stunned, stop blocking, and fall to the ground for a moment, that an enemy without a shield will also respond similarly, at least if it's not a gigantic enemy. But even if it is a gigantic enemy, you would expect some amount of stun, because this heavy attack animation, watch, I'm going to move. Immediately after, here's how quickly you can move afterwards. I'm going to hit the dodge button to roll forward. I'm going to spam it after using this attack. Watch how long it takes for me to move after using this. Not that long, but there's still a pause. And if an enemy is not at all stunned, I am left open. During that whole animation's end as well, keep in mind. If you're lunging into an enemy with a heavy attack, it should stun. Simple as. Especially one that takes 2 seconds to charge. Which, by the way, also leaves you vulnerable. Yes, that's the thing, Chrysops. It makes no sense. If the readied enemy with a guard can be knocked on its butt, why can't a non-guarding enemy? It's ridiculous. At least you can roll out of it somewhat quickly, but if you try to do anything else, it's much slower. Even so, you put yourself in harm's way in a lot of cases. Because most enemies respond by you being close to them by attacking, right? And in the process of lunging at them, in the process of flying through the air at them, you're already proccing an attack as you approach them in the air. So by the time I land with that attack, they're already attacking. And since the attack hitting them doesn't stun them, that attack goes off successfully on my face. It's very strange. Anyway, it's repeatable. If I recall, Dark Souls is more consistent about if you're using a very slow, heavy attack, it works. Yes? Nah, I'm not here for the riffraff. I'm here for this riffraff. I'm here for this ice sculpture. I'm here to make them run away immediately. Yes, that works. Oh, hello. Didn't run very far, did you? Why must everything be a dodgy little fuck, after all? Man, it would be nice at the very least. At the very least. So many bosses, when they run away, they're stuck in a script where they can't take damage until they finish their animations and leave. Same with bosses switching phases. They are also stuck in animations and can't be hurt during them. I understand why the developers wish to keep enemies from being too exploited during their transition animations. But since even basic enemies, and especially bosses, are loaded with these animations, it's frustrating how often you're just not doing damage. Oh. He went from the right screen to one screen to the left, to back one screen to the right. Not traveling much, are you? I do like how I can dodge and explode. Oh, what's this? That's new. I'm on fire. Yes, watching that grapple animation just makes me envious of the fact that I can't actually grapple enemies. Especially airborne ones. Just wanted to murder at that point. It was annoying to me. Good enough reason for a cat. So guns, bows, and spears. Although, wait. Well, you can use spears. Actually, I believe the spear is melee only. Yes, the spear can poke you a bit further, but not so far as to hit something in the air, unfortunately. Well, that should do it, I think. I think that completes all the current quests. Yes, that's everything out of the way. That wraps up all the loose ends, and I got my equipment set complete. And it does seem that I have had a very much of a power hike since doing that. So that seems to have worked out. We have everything we need except for the electric sword, which I need to wait on some items first that I'll get in the next area. And then, of course, I suppose there's the gun. No, I already upgraded the gun. We're good on the gun. So we're just kind of done with the stuff besides that. Let's see. Oh yes, the lost and found box. Let's see how much stuff it gives me. But yes, this interaction right here, done. Wait, that's not the right box. This box. Look at all this. Look at all this stuff that would have taken me time to loot. And yes, you're right. Look at this. Oh, there's only 2 stealth collabs in here. So yes, there were some, but not that many. But yes. That's a much faster interaction than picking up everything manually. Oh, there's a bunny here. Or rather, bunnies. Hello, Hyperion. A whisker away, gray ears of white whiskers begs the Warden's help. The keen-eyed rabbits have spotted a small bed of bats setting up at the edge of the whisker. He believes they mean to attack. Oh, what's this? Is this a new location? Do we get to go somewhere new?
A ranger had come from distant White Whisker. Gray ears told the tale of a Darkwing camp sending raids on the rabbit village. Arlo swore he would send the bats back to their evil ice mountain.
Well, that's not really that reasonable. Don't blame the mountain. It's not evil.
Before Arlo could set sail, he was stopped by Robin the Ranger. If Arlo planned to go north to fight the Darkwings, he was not going alone.
Oh good, he's actually pretty useful. He just shoots things from a distance. Ah, okay. It's White Whiskers. Let's go over here then. The bare snow-covered wastes of White Whiskers, a rough trade yet the rabbits called home. The Warden, their ancestral village, marks the most northerly port of the Warden's territory. Huh. I suppose there are... That's strange. I thought the game only had 2 locations left, but this was not one of the ones I heard about. It doesn't look absolutely huge, but that's cool. What was yesterday? Yesterday was Monday, in fact. Emerald, I do that. Oh, it's very icy up here. I guess according to the world map, it's not the most northerly location. That's the Bat's place, I believe. But it's northerly, for sure. Alright, let's trounce whatever's here. I feel overpowered.
Whisker, Gray Ears bid them to come speak to the elder of the village.
Fish. Fish that are jumping weirdly. Huh. You should probably cage those fish. They seem a little active. Your birthday? Well, I hope you had a good one. Ah, here we are. Let me buy a card from you. Oh, well, you don't have a card. Well, let me buy a blueprint from you. Why do you sell 3 of these? A blueprint used by a smith that unlocks the rapid line of weapons and armors. Are they all different? Why are there 3 of them? Oh, okay. Oh no, I've already bought... I already bought it. And it doesn't let me buy more now. Okay? Sure. And oh good, another line of armor and weaponry that we don't care about. Hooray. Rabbit armor. I mean, it makes you look like a rabbit a little bit. I guess that's neat. The rabbit shield is kind of cute. With the ear design, but... Not much on sale besides that. There's the blueprint. wait a minute. The rabbits are eating fish. Interesting. I am fairly certain the rabbits are herbivores normally, but sure. Why are there a bunch of rabbits in diapers?
His body was old and frail, but his mind was sharp. The Darkwings had made camp on Whiskers Peak. Their attack would come soon, unless someone took the fight to them.
Alright. I guess the king serves as the town's babysitter. Oh, he had something to say, but I did not catch that, whatever he was saying. Oh, there's the stuff. Wait. Did you notice that they were clearing out the snow as they walked? Did you see that? Huh. Interesting effect, I suppose. Oh, I received a pauldron, I think. Or something. Ah, we're fighting bats, so... I don't think they like fire, generally. Yes, I think that's a universal weakness except for on a few of them. That and electric. Sometimes. But fire is reliable. We'll use fire.
As the pair traveled towards the peaks at the edge of White Whisker, the Bat's ice castle slowly came into view. Arlo knew in his heart that
Wild
one
rabbits
day
occasionally eat beets.
he must take his battle there.
Darius, this game fun? I wish it was more fun, but I agree. It's still got its interest. Also, what's this about the castle? I don't see it. Apparently the Bat's castle is somewhere around here.
They had no choice but to fight their way to the camp leader. Defeating him would break the Bat's spirit.
Oh, good. There we go, archer down. Okay, the way that they go in the ground is very strange. And looks weird. And I'm on fire again. I guess they're reassembling like a skeleton or something. That looks kind of awkward. He's sort of buried weirdly in the rock, but alright. They are indeed vampire bats, and some of them are undead. I was having trouble drinking for some reason. Oh, you have a grapple too. I didn't even know that. Oh, I just assassinated those guys and died. Anyone else?
The camp leader raised his war horn. Its unearthly screech seemed to stir the very air.
The captain's undead? How do they give orders if they're undead?
The beating of leathery wings.
What did I freeze? Oh, was there an effect on the ground that I didn't even see? Because of the snow layer. I keep freezing, and I don't know. I think there's a freeze effect on the ground that I basically cannot see. Ow. I keep freezing at the worst possible moments, dude.
The camp leader was defeated, but they had to warn the rabbits. Darkwings were on their way.
I'm getting a little bit cross about the production value of this game's music, though. Every single time the bats show up, it's the same metal riff every single time. Oh yeah, there's your castle, by the way. Oh, they're just flowing out of it, aren't they? Yes, that's my freeze bar, but there's usually a ground effect that I simply avoid to avoid the status effect problem. I'm about to die because of falls. Now, granted, those were falls I probably could have avoided, but still. To be fair, it was faster to fall the way I did it. As I figured. Unfortunately, we fought these sort of guys before. Why am I not doing damage? Why am I not doing damage? There, I'm doing damage. Finally. That was easy. Alright. Oh. Wow, one-shotting these. Alright, are we done? Good, I'm going to go back now. Waiting in the... You think I'm... Am I just getting frozen by the snow? Is it just a general effect because we're so far north, maybe? It's possible.
Gray Ears and the Elder were looking for the source of that terrible screech, but there was no time to explain. Arlo shouted to Gray Ears to get the villagers to the boats.
Oh no, the king died because there's always gotta be someone dying. That's a rule, you know. You know what? I'm tired of you. Just get out of here. I love the senseless deaths in this game. Didn't even let the narrator... Yeah, the narrator didn't even have time to finish the story bit before he just died. I don't understand, game. You want such senseless deaths in this. And the occasional senseless death in a video game can leave an impact. But when people are just randomly dying, it's more lol than oh no at that point. Like you said, lol. That is how I put it too. Lol. Also, I know I'm breaking my rule about looting, but whatever, I just want to make sure, I suppose. It does work, though. I should rely on it. Oh, you're one of the tougher ones. I can't just insta-kill you. It seems that most of the bats are undead, by the way. the majority of bats seem to be undead.
Gray Ears and the other rabbits were safe, but terrified. Arlo offered them refuge and a warm welcome at Winter's Edge.
So this area didn't have much of a point, but it does have an underground area, I suppose. How do we get there, actually? Well, for now we don't, I suppose. So that was a very much a, let's drop in, okay, let's leave, sort of mission, wasn't it? That was just a straight line gauntlet and then leave. Not really a complete area, I suppose you'd say. The conundrum, either you waste time to say the OC of having correctly and blue like any normal, or she his body says that naked feeling. I suppose I should leave myself the naked feeling, though. I already have the equipment I need, so I don't have to worry too much. Alright, well that was quick at least.
Arlo was as good as his word. He welcomed the rabbits, proud to offer Winter's Edge as a new home for as long as they wished.
The beasts of White Whiskers. The remains of White Whiskers have been claimed by the bad attackers. Okay. The rabbits want their home returned to them. They just left, though. Guys, settle down.
Ears thanked the Warden for his hospitality, but the droop of his ears and whiskers told Arlo there was a great weight on the rabbit's mind. The ranger could not contain his anger. The Darkwings had taken the Warren, the rabbit's ancestral home.
Wait.
Could not rest here.
Are we seriously?
There.
Listen to the narrator. Listen to what's going on.
Together.
We do a mission. Hi, rabbits. How are you doing at your ancestral? Oh no! Everybody got attacked. You guys gotta leave right now. Anyways, next quest. All right, let's retake it immediately. What is this? Okay, numerous RPGs have had moments where you lose someplace, but then later on in the game, you come back stronger and you can reclaim it, showing your character growth, showing your progression as a party. But we're going from, let's get out of here, to, right, now let's take it right back. What is it? Is this a dramatic event, or is this a back and forth of capture the flag? I don't know what we're doing here, but it doesn't feel climactic. Let's see how quickly we can recapture the rabbit's territory, then. It's speedrun, reclaim land.
The ranger was fueled by his fury, barely pausing on their journey for food or rest. Arlo thought it almost matched his own. What once was a small village.
Oh no, rabbit zombies! How
a foul, dark base, with all they needed to launch attacks all across the north.
Oh wow, the rabbit companion's actually very strong. Alright, I'm skipping the drops. Wait, actually, I want to know what they are, though. Where do the rabbits drop? Arrows. Okay. Here's the bat's operation method is, make everything a zombie. I'm noticing I can sometimes stun these guys.
And the ranger fought tooth and paw, bow
Alright,
and
fast,
blade
speedrun.
to drive back the bat filth.
I saw you. You were standing up and you lay down. Go ahead. Oh, so we gotta... Is it a bat or is it something else? Ah, this must be the guy. Let's see. Weak to fire, weak to electric. Got it. Electric would probably be the best thing to use against him, then. But I don't have the right weapon for it. So fire it is. The first... Oh, no! How many minutes ago did we watch the Elder of the Rabbit Village die? And now he's a rotted corpse of a boss. Oh, how the humanity goes. Or the rabbit-tanity. He's annoyingly fast. Okay, bats, seriously, get a new song for your mixtape. You only have one track, and it's stupid. He doesn't stop swinging, though. Oh, he's dead.
Count Kazakh had sent one of his strongest generals, Necromancer Guraz. His defeat would rob the bats of a great weapon.
I like how the narrator's talking about that. He sent one of his strongest guys, meanwhile I just fucking destroyed him. Oh, he decided to move. Amazing. Sent one of his strongest, huh?
The Warren was safe in Rabbit Paws once more.
Speedrun!
Gray Ears swore that if the Warden of the Wastes ever called for help, the rabbits would answer.
Oh no, the rabbits lost their ancestral home. Okay, don't worry. Not even 10 minutes later. Got it back for you. There you go. Wait, the bats are still... But they're still hanging out and eating meat, though. I don't think we actually fully liberated this place. These guys do not care about what happened to their necromancer. They are having a snack break. This pacing has no payoff. But look at the rabbits are hurrying back. They don't mind the guys eating meat. Whatever, they can eat meat. That was the stupidest event. Why not just have the rabbits get pushed back in the previous mission, but then you push back as well? Like an ebb and flow of one battle, one big battle where you lose some ground and then gain it back. That would have made this, that would have been less comical than whatever the hell they did here. Seriously, what was the point of that? On a narrative standpoint, that was stupid as hell. That's like reading a book where one chapter you learn about how a great civilization has just fallen, and then the next chapter starts with, oh, don't worry, and they actually fixed it, the situation. It's fine now. It's like, what is the point of that setup then? Ending the chapter that way. Yeah, everything's just fine again. You know what? This game has no weight. What I mean by that is the world, there's so much death and destruction going on, but then you just see them bounce back from it. Their houses are fixed and everything again. I think there was at least some damage around the place. But also, like at the beginning, so many rats died. So many rats died, yet we're still managed to just rebuild our kingdom out of nowhere. Listen, I get that rats and rabbits breed fast and such, but it feels like this story wants to go, oh, look at how these horrible events happening. Look at the consequences and the weight of what occurs. But then it just also goes, but they fixed it in like a couple days, though. Like, should I be considering the story to have consequence and weight? Or should I be considering that nothing really matters in the long term? Because it's really feeling the latter. The first game was better about this, I think. This game is laughable. With how it just treats it really wants the player to go like, see, look at the serious stuff that's happening, player. Isn't this serious? Okay, now go fix it in 5 minutes. There we go, we're better now. It can't be that serious if it's this easily fixable. It's so stupid. Christoph says, I love their attack being 3 seconds of, oh, look at that, I'm going to attack those red spots, I'm going to attack those red spots. Well, there you go, you never got close to it, let me do it again. What's even better, Christoph, is some bosses will be like, I'm going to attack these red spots, I'm going to attack these red spots. Then attacks other spots besides the red spots. Some bosses do that, some enemies do that. Where there's a red spot displayed on the ground, but then they attack somewhere else. Seriously. Or they attack both the red spot, but also a spot next to the red spot that wasn't the red spot. This game.
Winter's Edge. The rabbits celebrated that their homes were safe once more.
Do you even need to celebrate? That was a 5-minute inconvenience for you guys. It's not worth a celebration. They long to feel the crunch of the snow under paw. Oh, the rabbit-danity. They've been missing that feeling for 5 minutes. How they longed for it to return. Goodness me. Darker red throat ever stronger. All these allies in the battle come. Okay. Isn't that what we've been doing the whole game? We need allies. We need allies. This is not really new. This quest description could have been, so let's go do the same thing we've been doing.
Despite all Arlo had done, the Darkwing threat was still growing. The North was running out of time. He told Leaf to call the War Council. Tomorrow they would make their plan.
Okay. Oh. Before we do that. Well, the poor rabbit sheep got 5 seconds screen time. Became zombie. Forever get caught. Everything is all right. Maybe they were just celebrating it and conveniently removing that person from office because nobody really liked the guy, and so it's kind of good he got his head stabbed into. Hooray! We have a better leader now. Oh, we can teleport down. Why can't I teleport here? I've never been here. This game is so weird. Well, anyways. The game earlier was not letting me fast travel to places I've been, but now it's like, here, fast travel somewhere you haven't been. What? Let's see, you're the shopkeeper. Do you have anything cool for me now? No? Okay. I need cards. No, today. It means tomorrow. It means I have to sleep in the bed. Hello, new leader. Oh. Okay. Carrots. They need carrots and they need tea bags. Well, we know somebody that does tea. I'm not sure about carrots, but we know somebody that does tea. That's the guy in the rift that makes tea. So we'll talk to him. And the carrots, I mean, there's a few farms in the forest. Let's see, I think tea guy was, I want to say down there? Or was it down there? No, it's down there. Tea guy could probably help with the tea bags. Does somebody want to look up the carrots for me? Maybe somebody knows where they are. If we look it up online. Okay, you are literally the tea guy. I can't talk to you? Alright, fine. Never mind, I guess that was too logical. I guess he's not a vendor, so he can't count or something. It's always from a vendor, these request items. Just arbitrarily available from a vendor after you get the request. So, tea bags and carrots, alright. Most vendors are easy to get to, but that's not always the case. Hello, do you have either of those things? You have carrots. Sure, you sure have carrots here in the swamp for some reason. Thanks. That just feels random, but alright, I got those. Which probably means the herbs are somewhere else. The only other... Well, I could talk to them real fast. They are a shopkeeper. They do have a lot of plants. Oh, you do have the herbs. Good. Oh, wait. I guess you're the one that actually makes the tea, aren't you? Not that other guy. Right, that made sense. Okay, well, that solves that, I guess. Wait a minute. The warp's to the right. Well, there we go, I guess. Got that out of the way faster than anybody could Google it. I am efficient tonight. Oh, wrong building. I really don't understand the point of them losing. Where do I need to stand to interact with you? There? Alright. Fine. Bosses. I fought these before. These are not even new. Alright, fine. I'll go defeat the thingy.
The keen ears of the rabbits had heard frost-footed centipedes on the march. With the Warren's defenses in tatters, they turned to the Warden for aid.
Their defenses are in tatters. They were gone for 5 minutes. Also, they don't look in tatters, but whatever, game, as long as you say so. Well, gotta kill more of these things. Is it gonna be any different?
Still flapping on the ground, and no sign of the fisherman.
Nope, it's still very weak.
Itself, a
and gone.
Frost death march.
The culprit soon revealed itself, a fiery death march. I like how the narrator couldn't even finish before the thing had run the fuck off. It revealed itself, not really though. Only very briefly. Oh. Hello, random
As
death
Arlo
totem.
approached the statue, the familiar pulse.
Why are some of these hidden, but the others are just there?
From his tail to his whiskers, Arlo felt stronger than he had ever done before.
From his tail to his whiskers, Arlo felt stronger than he had ever done before? Wouldn't the sentence be than he had ever been before? Done before implies doing something. Such as, I was doing something I'd never done before, would be a correct statement. But if you're going to say he felt stronger than he had ever done before, that doesn't make a lot of sense. It's than he'd ever have before. That he's feels stronger than he ever has before. What the hell? I have max money. That chest said, why is there a max money? Hold on. I have maxed my money. That chest I just looted and I got no money out of it because I was at max. Hold on a minute. Are you saying that if I do anything else right now, I'm literally just wasting money? Why? Why am I at 999 if you look in the upper right? Why is there a max of 999 money? That is so low. I'm trying to think of what to spend it on really fast, but I can't really think of anything. I guess I could buy iron ore or something. Why? I realize that things are not super expensive in this game. Some of the more expensive items are like 30 money usually. But yeah, I would know how that's so huge, yeah. So it's not just me, right? This game is being constantly annoying in different ways. Why? Was there a money max in the first game? And if so, how easy was it to hit? I feel very cross. I feel like later on there'll be like some optional things I can buy, and I might actually run low on money then. But I probably wouldn't, but I'm going to be losing money now. I'm going to be straight up losing money. Because I can't hold it anymore. And I don't have much to buy, so I'm probably going to be missing out on hundreds of coins now. A bank would be a lovely idea if they would have a max, but no. Well, I suppose... I noticed I was low on wood, so whatever. That's usually used for something. There, now I can pick up money again, at least for a little while. Alright. What a strange issue to have. I've actually been buying stuff constantly. Every time there's like a cosmetic to unlock, which would add more items to the world, I buy it immediately, even though it costs a bit. And yet I still maxed out the money. So strange. The money box is actually way bigger than how much space the number max gold town takes. I don't understand that myself. It feels like a waste of UI. I don't know, I guess it looked... Maybe at one point they intended there to be more money that you could collect, but then they changed their mind? Nice pipe organ. Wait, why is there a rocket ship here? What's going on here? You know, the first game implied there used to be a post-apocalyptic civilization that once lived that was advanced. Possibly humanity, I'm not really sure. I'm glad he had enough time to go, yeah, before I cut his head off. Oh, you're not evil. Okay.
The mole sobbed at his empty paint pot. He was moved at the Warden of the Waste's offer to risk his life to bring him paint. Arlo was sure that's not what he'd said. But the mole explained this blue pigment was found only in the blood of an ice worm.
Alright. Want me to kill it? They want me to kill another ice worm. Well, actually, convenient timing. I'm glad I picked that up before fighting this ice worm. Shouldn't have been eating meats when you became my meat. Too busy with their stacks to survive my attacks. Hey, that rhymes. Alright, Spectral, you have a good night. I should probably wind down too, because it's probably midnight here as well, isn't it? Yes, almost.
The rabbit was hanging on by a whisker. Before Arlo could save him, the beast was on him.
It's okay, we'll just scare it away. Here you go, friend. What's over here? Oh, somebody just left a sword here. That is a high damage. Hold on a minute. $95. That is better than the other. This is. I made this melee weapon as an option for non-elemental. Never mind. That is insane damage. That would probably be worth just having on, actually. Just that is insane. 95. Everything else is 58, 37, 60, 57, 60, 95. Yeah, I guess I'll use it. Wow, I'm surprised nobody else looted such an amazing sword. It's just out on a lake. It's free real estate. Why didn't anybody grab it? That was me using it, by the way. The only problem is the two-hander. I wish it was one-handed with that damage. That would be insane. Probably too insane. Well, what about a kitty can dream? Anyways, let's go beat this guy up some more. Oh, is that why he spilled his... Wait, I got his quest because I think he spilled his paint just now. That guy. So we got his quest about how he spilled his paint. But we got the quest before he spilled his paint.
Arlo was amazed at the ingenuity of moles. This one immediately put the creature's blue blood to good use, offering a hearty reward for the Warden's bravery.
Well, that was handy. I completed 2 quests back to back doing that. That was speed. That was definitely efficient. Yes? Oh no. Wait a minute. Wait. I just gave the mole his paint, but he wants it again because the game is confused. I gave it to him in a weird location, so he didn't actually take it. What? Okay. I hope I didn't bug out the quest. But let's go kill another ice worm, I guess. The game did not expect me to do those quest events in that order, I don't think. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, ice mudworm. That's the problem. It's the wrong ice creature that I killed. We need to kill this one. So we'll kill this one and get the blue paint in the process.
Worms had been seen again, but these ones emerged not from mud, but from the ice, and were said to be big enough to swallow the Warren whole.
They're not any bigger than the other
worms. Bounding toward him was exhausted and panicked. Between his frantic breaths, Arlo made out the words, ice worms, and village walls. Outside the village walls, the wind turned ice cold. The ground shook, and from beneath the frozen tundra burst the giant ice worm. The ice worm had escaped for now. Arlo knew he could not rest. This creature would return if he did not finish his hunt.
I am endlessly amused at how I'm doing this so quickly the narrator can't keep up. By the time the narrator had the buddy explaining that the worm was outside the walls, I was already defeating its first phase. So the narrator immediately moved into, well, the worm's out there and it's very dangerous while I was running away. And then turned into saying, well, it got away! And it's like, yeah, that did happen about 2 minutes ago, yes. The game can't keep up with me.
Arlo pursued the great ice worm to the peaks of White Whisker, and in the shadow of Mount Cauldron, it fell at last. The rabbits of the Warren were safe. It
fell at last! Yes, because it took so long for it to fall, didn't it? The narrator's standards are very high. What? You didn't kill it in 0.5 seconds? Well, that's rather slow. Okay, this sword does more damage to those creatures than the super effective attack on the single sword does. But only just. Anyways, let me immediately fight them again to get the repeatables done. That's amazing, though. That I outran the narrator so hard. It quite amuses me. Night. Oh, they're both active at night. Why not make one active a day? This area's not very big. Alright, fine. Night it is. I guess I stuck to my promise I made at the beginning of the episode where I said I'd be a lot more efficient today. Move a lot faster. Sure have! The narrator can't figure out how fast I'm moving. I waited to leave. Thank you. Hi, here's your paint.
The mole was delighted to have paint again, and set about decorating his soldiers once more. Arlo suspected it was near time he returned to his own.
That was a nice transaction. cool, thanks for giving my paint. Here, have a gun. Well, that works out for me. Oh, he's having fun making ice spikes. That's nice, because I can beat him up while he's doing it. Anyways, that's done. I suppose there's one thing that you should all learn about me that I'm also learning in the process. And that is, Charm takes her time. I can. Or I can just blitz. Not something that she typically does, is it? Now, granted, I did spend time setting up for this, but the blitz is still real all the same. Well, conveniently, that's right over... Oh, it moved. Well, it's over there. That's fine. There's not a lot of night left, but I don't think I need much of it. I'm on a mission. Stop moving, then you don't die immediately. Okay, there we go. It's very lame, by the way. None of the enemies here were unique to this area. Well, I mean, some of the bats were, but... What I mean is that these bosses, aside from that one bat boss, these are just repeated bosses from other areas, which themselves are repeatable bosses. So, it feels very padded out, like I was predicting with this game several times. Oh, thanks for pushing me with you. That was very kind of you. I made that even faster. It pushed me along, so I just kept attacking. Convenient. If you're wondering why I check the same shops over and over again, they can randomly just have one of the tarot cards just spawn at their shop sometimes. So it's worth checking. Alright. All your problems are dealt with. Goodbye. Oh, actually, let me steal some drink from you first. And that's how you speedrun the entire rabbit section of the game, apparently. So, the game said I need to sleep and wait till tomorrow to get plans together. That means something bad is going to happen when I sleep, yes?
Arlo could not sleep a whisker. He wished more than anything that his father were here to tell him what to do.
Why? He's been doing fine on his own. I only wish my father could give me direction, as I've already liberated several villages and saved tons of people and know what I'm doing. If only I knew what to do after
The nervous
demonstrating that I know what to
chatter
do.
silenced at Arlo's entrance. He did not sweeten the truth. The Darkwing numbers grew. They would return, and Winter's Edge could not stop them alone. He called Robin forward. Arlo was raised on tales of how the North could not rely on Southern kings. But he was desperate. The Ranger was sure King Reggie would prove different. Ordering the council to prepare for war, they set course for the Crimson Keep.
I win. I got to the boat first. Crimson Keep is now open. Alright. Ancestral City of the King of the Rackham, but Crimson Keep has been the site of many battles but never fought. Under the rule of young King Reggie, its scarlet walls stand tall as a beacon of hope and prosperity for all its citizens. Let's take a quick look. Oh wow, this place is tiny. These areas are getting smaller and smaller. Heck of it, let's keep playing. I know it's late, but the game is running out of content. Let's do it.
The Crimson Keep's dock was the greatest Arlo had seen. Robin explained it was built by master craftsmoles. He laughed, telling Arlo how ratfolk believed their king paid them by fighting huge warrior moles in an underground arena.
That's because yes, and joke, I see. That's what actually happened. The underground arena thing was real. Okay, we're only missing one. Yeah, we're basically at the end of the game, aren't we? The game is still introducing new areas, but they're small. So I suppose the outskirts, the Golden Forest, and the Rift were the only significant areas of the game where numerous things happened and there was a lot going on. The Rapids area was kind of pretty quick to get through, and it looks like Crimson Keep's the same way. And then after that, there's just go to Bat Castle, murder bats. Done. Probably. One moment as I get rid of all these annoying Oh, I noticed something. The game stopped giving me equipment at the end of every single quest I tried to do. That's good. It's finally slowed down. Crimson 4 looks... I wonder what time frame this takes place in compared to the first game. Oh, you have tarot. Oh, the last two cards. King card.
The King card. A rare card indeed. Although rare, its qualities are not always positive.
And the Smith card.
The Smith card. Highly sought after for its ability to change the qualities of other cards.
One thing I'd like to note, a small thing missing in this game that's quite annoying. When purchasing an item that you already have some of, don't you appreciate in a game that it tells you how many of that thing you have? So if you want to buy some iron ore, it will say, oh, you have 33 right now, would you like to buy more? It doesn't tell you that here. You just have to guess if you need it or not. Kind of dumb. Also, I guess I'll leave. Because something significant just occurred. I like again that I could teleport to that point for some reason. But if I go back to the Rift... Those are the last two cards I needed. They're just in the shop, I guess. Not hard to get, at least. Oh. I almost walked off the dock for some reason. Alright, here. Your last two cards. The whole set of 8! That's not very many cards. Wait, what did you take? Okay. What? That animation!
With all their missing cards returned, Merlin took down the rune stone and handed it to Arlo in gratitude. Now all Merlin needed was a partner to play cards with.
Did you notice that animation? When I gave him all the cards, he took that little rune from his mantle, and then he put it away in his pocket, walked a half step, took it out of his pocket, and gave it to me. My friend, why not just walk with it in your hand? Was it really that hard to program his walking animation to have him holding the rune while he does so? This is so silly sometimes. Anyways, that is for the rune place here. I may as well place it. It's not the last one, but... I'm not really sure what this side quest is exactly, but, I mean, we're getting to it. There, one left. Wait, what?
Another
Hold on.
runestone on its pillar. Arlo would decide later whether it was wrong to raid this tomb for its secrets. After he knew them. It's slotted in perfectly. Arlo
I guess I had the other
news
one.
of
I
this
didn't
tomb.
remember picking it up. Alright.
Perhaps with more runestones, he might get to see it for himself. With the final rune in place, the ancient door opened into darkness. A faint wind rose and fell in his whiskers. Arlo laughed at his thought that something in here was breathing.
I like that the narrator, the line said, Arlo wonders if he'll get to see what's inside someday, after the door was already open. The narrator cannot keep up with events. Perhaps with more roots of, yes.
The burial chamber revealed both tales were true. A treasure hoard, and guarding it was the ancient Draugr Harrod Bluefang.
And what's that? Where is he? What is his element? What do I need to hit him with? I have no idea. Oh, no, I don't have any idea. Come down here so I can figure it out. Okay, you're weak to that. Good enough for me. Well, he's fast, I'll give him that. Ow. Probably should have blocked that. Oh, he's a shielded at me. Maybe I can stun him. I just realized. Yep, I can. That seemed pretty good, actually. I rolled too far. What the hell is that? Is that a shovel? Arrow shovel? Is that a thing you can do? I guess it is. Oh, he's invincible. Good. Ow! Ow! I'm in trouble, aren't I? There's fire and poison to avoid now. Whoa! Should have seen that coming, honestly. Ah, so close. I'm actually playing very sloppily, but I have good equipment. Let's try it again.
The burial chamber revealed both tales were true. A treasure hoard, and guarding it was the ancient Draugr Harrod Bluefang.
I dare say his first face is a little harder to hit. Oh yeah, I have this. Stop hitting me with literally everything. Oh, there's a danger point below him. I didn't even see it. Okay, I did really sloppily this time, honestly. Oh right, I have magic. I should really use that. I should be using that. I wonder if he's weak to anything I can stun him with.
The burial chamber revealed both tales were true. A treasure hoard, and guarding it was the ancient Draugr Harrod Bluefang.
I'm learning. Fire's good. Fire is the only thing that's good. Alright. He's resistant to everything else. I guess I'm using the right element, then. Oh, I parried that, but it didn't really do much. Fucker. What are you doing? Oh, finished him. There. Oh, okay, that would be really cool if it happened on screen.
Warrior, now laid to rest. More importantly, Arlo had found his treasure.
That axe is less good than the sword I picked up on a free altar. But okay. That's an okay shield, but ow, those stats. Minus 50 electric. On top of the minus 25. No. That's fine, I guess. I don't use crossbows. That's a helmet, but it looks shit. That's a... That like electric resistance, though. Yeah, no. All of your equipment sucks, sir. Did you drop anything? No. I mean, besides everything. And a diamond. And a sapphire. Hey, sapphire should be spelled with 2 H's, I believe. A ruby and an emerald. So these rare gems, we found them now and then. Always in non-renewable sources. I wonder what they are. What they do. Also, we're in the far north. We went into a tomb, raided it, and fought a Draugr. Yeah, this is basically Skyrim. Well, that side quest is done. Actually, that's all the side quests. Now it's just main quest. Actually, I should probably have just traveled to Crimson Keep, but whatever. That runestone... Oh, no, I left. It is possible to move before the screen fades in. Okay, I'm just going to go to Crimson Keep. In fact, it's quite tempting to do that, because, you know, time constraints. You kind of want to start moving when you can start moving, but you can't see where you're going. If only the screen bothered to fade in a little faster. You know, across the board, this game just is like, yeah, you know what, we're gonna take our time. That's always the game's answer to everything. Also, I'm amused by your self-interruptions there, Krasov. It's quite funny. Oh, I can't go over there. Alright, then. That room is off-limits for some reason. That area is also off-limits for some reason. This village looks neat. It's kind of grown bigger. Oh, that's interesting. So this implies between the first and second game, the moles have moved into the Crimson Keep and have some buildings and stuff. Like, that's definitely one of their buildings back there with a sign. And their car's down there. So the moles and Reggie have really gotten along in between games. And so there's been a bit of a technological revolution for Crimson Keep.
The king's steward, Doug, stopped them before the throne room. He started at the news of war and then rushed away, muttering about how the armor would need to be polished.
I think Doug was from the first game too, right?
Dennis, the king's brother, was also curious to
Dennis.
see this northerner.
I forgot he didn't die.
War. He could plainly see by Arlo's expression that was the Warden's task. He hoped they could fight together someday.
How did you see my expression of this helmet? Don't think I had a name last time. I do recognize him, though. Bats! Oh, you have a bat issue. Come this way. This is the direction for bats. Bat issues. Unrelated topics. I forgot he didn't die yet. Yeah, that's fair.
Arlo was nervous to meet this king. He hoped Reggie lived up to all he'd heard from Robin. He did not have to wait long.
He's a bit older.
King Reggie was glad to see his old friend Robin was safe, and bid him to tell his tale.
Was Robin from the first game? I don't remember.
Robin told of the death of his son by the ferocious Darkwings, and begged the king prepare his forces to go north. Reggie was sad at the loss of Little John, but said that was not reason enough for the South to join a northern war. The king wished them well, and turned to go. Arlo stepped forward, asking what the king would do when there was no Winter's Edge to shield the South. If they sent no help now, the Darkwings would not stop at their borders. Reggie listened to Arlo tell his tale. It brought back terrible memories of a father lost and a land left in ruin.
Yeah, listen to Arlo. His story is literally copy-pasted yours.
Warden's. He held out his paw in friendship. King and Warden, united, could stop any foe. The southern ratfolk would not simply leave the warmth of their homes for frozen lands they had never seen. A trial by combat would prove his worth. Arlo agreed. He would do whatever it took.
One thing I would like to note, that was a small amount of character assassination there. I do believe Reggie wouldn't have been like, oh, somebody's in trouble. Well, not really my problem. I'm sorry, but no. I don't think that's a Reggie move. After all, that's the protagonist in the first game, for those that aren't aware. The character you played as, who was very heroic and did solve pretty much everything. So Reggie turning down a request like that seems out of character entirely.
News had spread swiftly. As Reggie led them to the tournament grounds, the streets were already full. Villagers craned their necks to see their warrior king and this strange northern challenger.
I mean, Arlo and Reggie are basically very much the same character, almost. So, obviously Arlo wouldn't turn down stuff like that, and neither would Reggie. Mice and balloons, they didn't have balloons. Quite a procession here. Oh. Combat arena trials, fair enough. Trial by combat Doug. apologize for this.
Doug was
Mice
an
with
unlikely
balloon
opponent
is...
for the first round.
I just realized, when you
His
first
small
said that...
stature made it hard for him to wield a sword. But when it came to fighting for his king, Doug stood 10 paws tall.
When you first said mice with balloon, I read that as mice with bacon. I was like, that sounds like a good meal. Okay, he's resistant to that. What is he not resistant to? I can't look up... Weirdly, I cannot look up any rat character in this bestiary, so... I think the game expects me to just figure out a good weapon? Alright. If you insist. After I clear out all these exclamation marks. That is. Alright, now let's try ice. Nope, it's not weak to that either. Poison. Yep, poison will do. I guess I could use, also could just use magic to find out. Looks like poison and electric both work quite well. I like how they cheer when I get hit. I thought Doug was supposed to be bad at combat. He's doing, like, combat rolls all over the place. It takes forever to heal now. And the crowd goes wild. Oh. I'm not losing to Doug. Nobody loses to Doug.
Doug was no match for Arlo's superior skill. Reggie could already see this would be a tournament that they would squeak of through the ages.
Squeak of through the ages. Also, I like how my finishing blow just completely smacked into his face with his axe. And yet, I didn't kill him somehow. Poor Doug decided to watch their opponent have a drink of bug juice on their face. Don't worry, I brutally hit their face with my axe, but I held back, so they're fine. I don't know how you hold back something like that, but you know. Also, if there's going to be arena trials, it'd be nice if they healed me automatically between them. Instead of me having to drink for 5 minutes. Ah, Dennis.
Dennis, veteran of the Green Ward's War and captain of the Royal Guard, would be a true challenge for Arlo. The crowd's cheers for the king's brother echoed off the arena walls.
Poison again. And a bomb. Mr. Bullet. Oh, Dennis, you're leaving yourself up with those bomb throws. I'll take it, I did damage, whatever. Shouldn't pull out the bombs, Dennis. That was your weakest attack.
Used to fighting monsters and darkwings with ice under paw, Dennis did not compare. Now the crowd cheered for him.
I really do seem like an alcoholic every time I have to nurse a keg like this. I almost feel like the longer health bar was a debuff. Because now I have to just drink and drink forever. Alright, King Reggie himself. He appeared to be as great a swordsmouse as he is a ruler. King Reggie's not to be underestimated. He also will give me 2 diamonds if I beat him. Nice.
Arlo's final opponent was the king himself. Reggie had seen off the frog invaders almost single-pawed and was beloved by his subjects. This fight would be a tale for their times.
Not weak to fire. But I did knock him on his ass with fireballs, nonetheless. How about ice? Oh, don't be weak to ice, Reggie. That'd be very disappointing for you. Oh, you're weak to ice, Reggie. I'm so sorry. Oh, that's a gun. Surprised I haven't frozen him yet. Oh, there he is. Now he's an icicle. You know, they would make a statue over the things that King Reggie did in the first game. Just nobody knew it was going to be an ice statue. And ice, once again, is too powerful.
They were well matched in stature and skill. There was.
Sorry, I killed him behind my head.
They shook paws in truce. No rat could doubt Arlo's worth now. Reggie said to meet him by the docks. Together, they would wipe out the Dark Wings once and for all. Together, they would attack Mount Cauldron.
Reggie, are you sure you want to help out? You just proved you're weak to ice. Now you need to go north. I think Reggie is very lucky that in the first game there wasn't an ice element, because otherwise he would have been fucked. Hey, wait a minute. They moved the juice. The juice was moved. I need my juice. Rude. I thought there would be more fights here, but apparently not yet. Ah, down there? Sure. They moved my addiction away from me.
King's forces training for battle, Arlo felt the stirrings of something he
Boat.
long thought dead in his
Oh.
heart.
Giant bug.
At the dock, Arlo's little heart leapt again at the strange contraption.
Tortoise.
If it was a boat or a house, he could not tell, nor why it had a giant sleeping fuzzle bug atop it. From inside emerged King Reggie. He was not alone. King Reggie introduced Bertle. Arlo felt something comforting in the turtle's presence. Bertle was proud to take the army to Mount Cauldron in his bug ship.
All right.
He would make camp at Highland View, where Arlo could find them when his forces were ready. In a flap of its wings and a cloud of gas,
narrator.
the fuzzle bug took King Reggie and his army north.
It sure did.
Whatever tasks Arlo had to finish, now was the time. Once the war began, there would be no turning back.
Once again, the narrator had to catch up a little bit. Also, we just reached the point of no return. I was right. This game ran out of content. If you did nothing but the main quest of this game, this is a shockingly short game. Probably a one-stream game if you really hurried. But probably only if you're really efficient. Well, the Fuzzlebug has a graphic on the map. It's not really there anymore, but alright. I didn't specially rush. I didn't really take my time approaching, but I didn't really rush. Maybe the last phase of this is surprisingly long, but I don't think it will be. I have a distinct feeling it won't be, in fact. Let's find out, I suppose. Wait, hold on. They said the Crimson Fort had a shopkeeper that would sell me... They said that there would be a shopkeeper selling me the mold plates. Where? That's what the Reddit person said. And apparently they were talking about the PC version. And the Xbox version apparently didn't update as quickly. So some people on Xbox weren't having that. But this is PC. We're on PC. So... the only shopkeeper's right there, though, so... and they don't have anything. Well, that's rude. Maybe that person was playing on the PlayStation 4 version? I don't know. Maybe that's the version that hasn't fixed or something. Alright. Well, let's finish this, shall we? When you get down to it, there's really not that much here. And it first feels like there's a lot to do, but this game really doesn't actually have that much to do. And honestly, I wouldn't complain about that normally. Normally, I'd say elegant simplicity, streamlined design, but it's not. This game is insecure and wastes your time. It wastes your time because it's insecure. The game is insecure about its length, so it pads things out a bit. Especially if you're trying to go for the side quests. Which there is reason to do. They do have narration and story themselves. Alright, let's see here. Fellowship of the Wing. Alright then. Mount Cauldron.
At Winter's Edge, Arlo told Leaf to gather all the clans. Tomorrow, they would make their war.
Oh, I have to go sleep again? Sure, I'll go sleep again. Always gotta sleep.
Arlo went to bed, for once without despair. The king and the warden's forces together would make a last stand. They would sing of it forever. He wondered what sort of tale it would be. The clan's leaders listened to the warden and king's plan. They were nervous of this flying contraption, but their fear was as nothing compared to their iron will. They would take the mountain, the Sky Scorcher, and Count Kazakh himself. Raising their weapons in salute, Arlo was glad to see his friends united, though the feeling was bittersweet. It seemed impossible all would return.
Yeah, people die left and right in this game. Probably a fair assumption. Let's see here. Oh, we have to go to the outskirts. I see. Alright. Not only am I wrapping this game up, but I'm doing it in 100% form, too. If you don't count picking up all the equipment, which I
creatures
don't.
of every clan, armed and ready to fight.
I'm curious about
At
something.
its heart, Turtle waited. Arlo felt again the sense of safety at the turtle, and took it as a good omen.
What achievements am I missing? Defeat 25 death marches in combat. Complete all the hunts in Bogmire Forge. Don't know what that is. Defeat all the hunts provided by Secret and Nest Minister. Complete all the hunts provided by the Phosphor... Are those missing? I do not have those. I thought I did them all. Perhaps there's a few extras. I don't know. Probably post-game things. Complete for Kazakh. Take a ride in the flying contraption. Right. One moment. I'm going to do something stupid. May as well. I'm in the right area for it, actually. Doing something stupid. Kind of. Let's see. I need to kill a few more birds for an achievement. Same with death marches. Apparently, there was a kill 25 of this and that creature. And apparently I have mostly completed all of those. There's just 2 I missed, so... just a moment. Killing some birds, killing some death marches. Death marches are just... those are the centipedes. Apparently I haven't killed 25 of them. I feel like I've killed quite a few of them, though. So we must be very close. It probably won't take long at all. Birds, though, I just need to find some birds. They should be around here, up in the mountains. Somewhere. Actually, this is porcupine territory, isn't it? Yes. I feel the birds spawn up there. Possibly down there sometimes. I don't think I need to kill specifically the bird boss. Just birds. Collectively, I don't think I've killed 25 quite yet, so that makes sense. There's worms to the left of there. I kind of know where everything is at this point. And there's worms here. Down there are porcupines. It looks like I simply need a different time of day. Ah, you know what would do it. More reliably. Repeatable... bird. Night. Okay, night. That explains it. Unfortunately, it's night, so let's go back to where I was a moment ago. Alright, are there birds here now? This is theoretically their nest. There should be something. Yeah, here we are. Alright, that's a few more. Now, I believe, look at the picture. Defeat 25 birds in combat. It just says birds. It doesn't state anything in particular, just birds. That would be anything under this I would fill, but it shows the picture of a bird beast chick, I think. If it counted all birds, I certainly have killed 25 by now, but I think it only counts these ones. Which is a bit misleading, because it just says kill 25 birds. Theoretically, you'd think that would be the whole category, but no, I think it's just the bird beasts. Fortunately, they're very killable. There we are. If I do a few more cycles of that, that should be it. I just don't think I've killed 25 of those specific enemies before. There wasn't that many of them. I've probably fought a total of maybe 15 before. Thanks to quests. This game is sloppily made, isn't it? It's not the first time an enemy has jumped out of their arena and gotten stuck, by the way. Also, this isn't working. I wonder if it is just the big birds to count. I know it's this species. It shows one in the picture. My goodness, otherwise it'd be very confusing. Oh, there we are, I did it. I procced it. You can kind of see it behind my head, probably. There we are. Now, the Death Marches are bosses, so they're a little bit more annoying, but I've already killed so many of them that I can't be very far off. Also, they're easy. They're a little dodgy, but they're easy. Let's see, the easiest place to fight them would probably be White Whiskers, actually, because it's such a small area, they can barely move around much. Love how you said I must have beaten 15 of those. You actually got the achievement on the 10th kill. Then I was correct. Exactly correct. Nice counting, by the way. I wasn't counting that. I guess I just have a sense about these things. Imagine the cat has a sense about birds. All the better to hunt. Let's see, I believe these are both nights, yes. What if I just keep spotting this fella? That should go well enough for me. Perhaps it would be slightly faster to do this at the forest, considering the bed you can sleep to change time is also in the same place as the hunt board, but either or works. Alright, here's a new prediction. I need to kill 4 of these, and then I'm done. It just says death marches, by the way. I don't believe it cares which variety. They're all death marches. I think there's going to be 4 kills, and then I'll proc the achievement. We'll see. Oh, wrong weapon. Stop moving so much. They just do that. That's their thing. Actually, this would be more efficient at the forest. It has better checkpointing. Just thinking about that. Most of the checkpoints are right next to the boss arenas for such reasons. So I'll kill 1 here and then 2 in the forest, basically. And then we'll see if achievement procs like I think it will. Man, they really do want you to grind, though, don't they? It kind of becomes very obvious the moment you realize there's achievements saying, kill 25 of this boss. And I didn't need to kill that many for my purposes, so... Alright, there's 1. By the way, it's not one of those achievements that has a progress tracker. I really prefer those, though. If you're going to tell me to kill 25 of something, why don't you just have it be one of those ones that tracks and says, oh, you have 3 of 25. No, you have 4 of 25. That would be better, I'd say. Alright, now to kill 2 over here, because this would be even faster. I think I'll nighttime for this area. I forget. Let's see. Wait a minute. Pincer. Oh, right. For some reason they call these poison pincer, playa pincer, electric pincer, but those are indeed death marches. I don't know why they call them that. Very strange. Why are they called poison pincers, but then they're poison death march in the description? So weird. Act during the night, act during... I'll do night, why not? Wait, hold on. We'll fight the fire pincher. We can freeze those. It'll go even faster that way. There we go, Shima. You get a small trophy icon. Oh, is that true? Where does it show up? I haven't been paying attention. Bye. See you later. Top right. Okay. Yes, that's interesting. If it tracks in-game, there's all the more reason to go for the achievements. Most of them are pretty simple. Most of them we've already completed. It seems fairly straightforward. Where are we going, buddy? Alright, down there. Alright, this time when we do proc it, I'll pay attention to that icon you're mentioning. I'm kind of curious. I've never noticed that before. That's 2 of 3. Oh, I was off by 1. I just got it. Oh, I see now. Yes. I was incorrect. It was not 3. It was 2. Pretty close, though. So it suggests I hit the... Ah, it wants me to go here. I see. Yes, there we are. And I'm missing a few hunts, but they're not available currently. I think they're post-game. Flying Turtle will come up in a minute, and... I don't have collect all medals either. At least I don't think I do. No, I don't. And in the Ice Peaks bind, I'm missing those two. So, missing a total of... We can get these all. The wrap-up will be simple enough, actually, it looks like. And speaking of which, since that's literally everything we can do besides going to the end game, let's go to the end game. I guess I should grab my fire weapon again. It's only a shame that the main antagonist is not freezable. They are resistant to that. That would be truly funny if they were, though. Fire it is, though. I think this turtle was for the first game, too.
Bertle bellowed the order, and they felt the ground.
And there we go, got a trophy for
The
this.
ship lurched, as did the soldiers' stomachs. They held their nerve. Against the bats, they would need it.
I'm not sure if attacking the bats with a flying fortress is really the right plan, but okay. I simply say that because bats are, probably good at air combat. But alright.
They landed with a thud. Arlo loved mountains, or had loved the thought of them in the great tales of far away. But this one he did not like at all. Its icy wind chilled more than his fur. They made hasty
that's pretty
camp,
much what I thought.
readying themselves for the fight. Keeping busy stopped the frost from biting.
This is just going to be a gauntlet. There's a small turn there, but otherwise, yes. It's exactly as I described it. Basically just a long, straight-shot gauntlet for the final level. Alright then. The Mouser? Oh, it does more damage than my current weapon. Sure, I'll put that on. It's the best gun in the game? I don't know if it's the best gun, but it's better than what I'm using. Let's see, can I handle it? Oh, but I start medium rolling if I put it on. I don't know if that's worth the extra 6 damage. Sorry. Well, I could do one thing. I could switch back to having... I wonder if that would that cut it? Not quite. This would cut it, though. We'll do that. Charge, I suppose. Let's see how fast I can do this section. I love them taking damage over time and just going blog. Okay, he just sounds like he's sick to his stomach. Alright, moving on. Quick drink. Go, go, go. Oh, you're a friend. Okay. I almost attacked him, too. Listen, we're storming the Bat's fortress. We gotta be quick about this. Strike force, strike team. Take your time, you'll get overwhelmed. Ow. Fighting all the zombies now. Yes, where we stay? What's up? Oh, there we go. Oh, you can actually use that as a weapon. Never did before. Granted, this is not. This is a different necromancer than the boss one we fought before, but. I guess that's reasonable why he has different moves, then. Alright, keep charging. Nice statue they got there, but anyways. Let's see how quickly I can rinse this final section of the game.
So it began. Side by side, the king and the warden hacked a path through the bats to the walls of Cauldron Castle. The way was shut, barred and guarded. Leathery wings beat all around. If they could
wow, I stunned him from that attack? How did I do that?
all for nothing.
He has a shield, so he can be stunned with heavy attacks. That's the rule. Whether or not he's using it, doesn't really matter. He's also weak to poison, so that worked out really well.
Reggie sounded his horn. Out of the icy haze came Dennis, a barrel on his back, its fuse lit. The king had come prepared. The gate was shattered.
Oh, thank you for that random shot.
Across the mountainside. It was a hammer blow to their enemies' hearts.
At this point, the number one reason I want to take out the bats is that they only have one shitty guitar song. They never composed anything else. They're a one-hit wonder and they rested on their laurels. This cannot stand. They should have released the full album. Oh! I spoke too soon. It looks like they have a second song. Finally. That's fine. Make care. I should press X to butcher this enemy. That's not true. I should press right button to butcher this enemy. Oh, I'm sorry. By me saying they have two songs, it's ominous guitar riff. Do they have something better over here?
Inside the castle, they found themselves in the
chef?
store.
Sure, why not?
Before they could be disgusted.
Does that guy have a soup pad? That guy has a pad. That guy's a sauce pad. No, he doesn't. Why am I fighting the chef? Ah, poison is his weakness. Alright. Ow. This is the music you hear when you're cooking. Oh gosh, that doesn't have a warning. Oh gosh, that didn't have a warning either. His biggest mistake is a slow boomerang attack, clearly. Oh, I missed. Anyways, I give your restaurant a 1 out of 5 stars and Yelp.
A flawless dance of blood and vengeance. Neither knew that their own blood united them, but perhaps just then they felt it.
I suppose it's fair enough to have vengeance against the bat chef. They probably ate our rat companions or something. Cook them up into a nice soiree, I'm sure. Rat soup. Yes, exactly. Well, they seem to have frogs, rats. There's a rat corpse in the background there, I think. But then, why does that rat corpse have an ear? Rats don't have ear bones. What? Yes, there's bunnies as well. Looks like they're not picky. What did the sous chef drop? An ear. Well, I was curious. I do like how he had a little saucepan, his little helper.
They stood together in fellowship, the clans of the ratdom. Here they would make their final assault. Reggie raised his sword and issued the cry. Charge,
oh, that wasn't the castle?
army of the mighty paw.
That wasn't the castle, that was just the chef building, I suppose. The chef observatory. He has a nice view of the stars for some reason. The chef observatory, of course. Chef didn't do an air after you gave their criticism. So they cook up their food and then they carry it through the cold and it gets cold and then they take it to the castle. That's great, that's good planning.
Emerging through the mist at the base of Mount Cauldron, Arlo came upon the king, locked in combat. Count Kazakh and his undead Sky Scorcher. Arlo rushed to his side. But again, he was too late. The Sky Scorcher was gone, flying to the summit with the king in its claws. The despair took hold. Just then, he heard his friends fighting on. He could not abandon them. He stood tall. He would be their captain now. And
this tortoise is fighting too?
Even under the shadow of dark wings.
Don't worry, everyone. I'll be there in 45 minutes after the fight ends with my boat oar. Alright, then. But also, it didn't look like King Reggie's throat got slit before he got picked up. He doesn't seem to be dead, though. Just the mess hall. Well, we made a mess of it, so I think we used it correctly.
Arlo found Rita battling
the
smith, but the smith's mighty hammer soon overpowered her.
Oh, I just realized what's going on here. We're fighting the smith. We're fighting. So the bats had our. You know how we have the chef, we have the shopkeeper, and we have the smith, and we have the what was the last store we had? Well, we're fighting the bats version of all of our workers. So this is where the bats also crafted their ridiculously large amounts of equipment. This guy's fast, I'll give him that. Also, our smith sort of died to his smith, this guy's smith. That's not really great. Oh, that makes sense. There's 2 smiths at on our base, so that means, you know, we'll still have a smith for later. We have a backup smith. We have an extra. We can lose one. had to spend that long just healing. There.
Together, Arlo and Erica fought the Darkwing Smith. The fiery heat in the heart of the mountain burned hotter than any forge.
Oh, she's not dead. It's fine. Oh, she used the static of playing dead. I think somebody else did that.
Rita moved, clutching to life. Arlo ordered Erica to take her to camp. He would continue alone.
Quite a forge they have. Just making bundles of equipment. Piles, even together. I'm going back here. Well, I will say this final area is fairly climactic. I like the idea of fighting each of the... So we have to fight the shopkeeper, and we have to fight... Oh yeah, so the fourth one was the builder. The construction person. So I presume that they have 4 as well. Well, now they have 2, because I'm decimating them, but you know. Oh, this is some more brew over here. I didn't even notice. Alright.
His whiskers twitched and crackled. There was dark magic here. Sky scorchers in cages. Abominations made by some spell.
I like how even though I'm in the final gauntlet of the game, I still must stop to clear out my inventory's new exclamations of equipment, because I'm still getting equipment for some reason. Why am I getting equipment now? Stop. This is probably... There we go. Yes, yes, it's enough necromancers, alright? Nice bat schematic up there. Well, I guess schematic's the wrong word. Whatever you would call a skeleton biology thing. Technically it is a schematic, just for an organic being. What's over here? Hello. What are you doing here? Oh, I see. He's setting up explosives under the fortress. That's probably good. Diagram, thank you. Anatomy diagram. Think if you go to a doctor's office and you observe a diagram of the human body, you're like, oh, that's an interesting schematic there. Just call biology diagram schematics and see how people react. Nice schematic of your heart there. If you get a scan of your body, say, oh, what's my schematic look like?
The screeches of dying bats echoed through the corridors. He knew these arrows. It was Robin, determined to rescue his king.
Well, we got some bat family members we can look up back here. A proud lineage of bat people. Well, besides the ones you can't see because they're ripped out, but... Who's eating? I hear munchings. Oh, it's you. I don't think I fought these varieties before. Let's see what they do. Oh, he doesn't like light. Good to know. You're just a little too slow to be dangerous, especially on your own, buddy. You did freeze me, though. Good work.
Blades slashing and arrows flying, they fought their way toward the summit. Would the king be alive when they got there?
Robin has been a rather... I have to say, the AI compatriots actually have been quite useful in this. I like that face in the stained glass window. Nice overbite. Whoa, that looked like that would have hurt me. Bugs. You should have run while you had the chance. There we are. Okay, that's a good face right there. I like that guy. That guy was fun, I'm sure. How far are we along? Pretty far. You know, I still say that the first proper boss fight that we weren't supposed to just lose. That one was the hardest one in the game, I'd say, still. When we had very bad equipment and we had to fight that flying boss and defeat it, not just lose to it
positively. They entered the
positively.
huge throne room. They finally set eyes on the foul, laughing figure of Count Kazakh, sat on his icy throne. Myrtle kneeled exhausted before him. This pained the Warden more than he could explain. Kazakh left his beast to fight them. He had a king to kill. Arlo and Robin fought with all they had, their hope driving them on.
Oh, we fought these before, but I think this is a less lively version? Okay, it's not weak to that. Didn't think so, but... Wait, is it not weak? It's not weak to fire, though. No, it's not. It resists. Alright. Poison? Ah, it's weak to poison? The undead thing is weak to poison. Okay. I don't make the rules. You do, apparently, game. Ah, yes, that's right. That's why you always want to be behind them. If at all possible. I'm sorry, he covered half the field with fire. Why? What am I supposed to do about that? You know what's really disorienting? Sometimes the large bosses can push you around. It's not an attack, like there. It's just you getting knocked around. But it looks... It has the same animation as an attack that does damage, which is very confusing. Oh no, he was invincible. They're invincible for a very long time when they drop down. The big enemies really have a problem of being too big to attack properly. Oh, I got their nose. Got your nose, like that little game you play with toddlers. Except for a more bloody version of it.
The beast fell, but there was no time to rest. Leaving Robin to tend to Bertle, Arlo headed to the summit to find Reggie.
Yes, I'm going to go fight the final boss. Could you please stop throwing weapons at me? Unless you're trying to attack me and it's fun. But I don't mean in the filling my inventory way. Get the cake. What cake? I like cake. At least I think I like cake. I really haven't had cake, actually. Myself. Oh, I can warp for some reason. You know what? Sure, because I think back at camp was... We don't have a jug here? We don't have a jug here. So our base camp doesn't have a place to heal at. Alright. Strange, but okay. That would seem to be the perfect place to put a healing cake, but alright. Sorry for making an assumption. Attack the donut, eat the sink, shred the car. I can do all those things. I'm reminded of a story I read where a cat was upset. A real-life story. A cat was upset with someone. Owner? I'm not sure. But the cat actually went out of their way to scratch up the guy's car. Mess up the paint job. Which, of course, humans really care about that sort of thing, so... Oh, it was quite potentially a spiteful act. Cats have that in us, after all. Silver says, you know what would have been nice? Knowing how close you are to inflicting elements on enemies. Yes, there's no sort of build-up bar like a Souls game would have. Oh, there's one here. You would think that that would be a thing you would see. And of course the narrator mentions Reggie at the end. Almost like you have time for us to kill the main character first game. I wonder if he will die! That would be the most senseless death. I understand he's a major character.
The icy wind bit at his fur as
he
he
dead.
emerged on the peak. He saw, silhouetted in the mist, Count Kazakh, and in his claws he held King Reggie, dangling over the edge.
Well, therein, I think it went a bit further than that, but...
The Count let go of the king and seemed to melt.
Well, we didn't see him die. He might still be alive.
They flew into battle. The Warden and the Count's weapons clashed.
Okay, I'm sorry, but do you notice the top of the screen? Look at how long the boss's name is. Count Kazakh, leader of the Great Bad Army and king atop the mountain. Wielder of the longest self-titles made. Ah, he also hates ice. Oh, he hates ice, does he? At least I think he does. Which is strange. He's a bat. No, he doesn't hate ice. I was mistaken. I think it was the poison he hated. That would have been an exciting development if I had learned that. Careful, you're gonna fall off the ledge yourself. Good job at stabbing everywhere but the place I'm at, by the way. He just killed himself. Uh-oh. Well, now he's chonkers. But he also is undead, so I don't really know what the long-term plan here is. But I guess the undead seem well enough to... Oh, wait, he turned large. He just made a huge mistake. I was not in the hitbox of that. What? Ah, these red circles sometimes lie, by the way. Or I guess red areas. That very much lied, by the way. It very much did. It was much larger than the red zone. How sloppy. Bit funny it became fat on transformation. You know what they say about becoming dead, you blow up. Hold on, I want to save the fact that I removed those icons by resting again. Alright. So, we stick to poison or we stick to fire? I guess poison. Yeah, so that's slightly higher damage. I'm quite sick of him placing ice auras everywhere. Would you chill out for just a moment? You're an ice-type bat, so try chilling the fuck out. Alright, that's better. Now I can hit too much. We can dodge back and forth like this all day, or we can try fighting each other. I basically have no time to hit him most times. I can dodge though, so whatever. Alright, phase 2. Oh good, I burned. I dodged the attack only to burn to another. Oh, that laser wasn't at all choreographed. What? Oh god, not again. Oh good, I dodged into that. Wait, that was not the attack I thought it was. Ah! How long does that attack go? I think I'm quite lucky I dodged that. Oh, he was a gargoyle the whole time!
Count's
What a lie.
corrupted body fell heavy on the ground. Arlo rushed to the edge, calling for the king.
I don't need his
The only
arm.
answer in the mist was the icy wind. The war was won, but Arlo could not feel the victory.
Arlo rushed to the edge!
Barely noticed his friends join.
Oh no!
The fellowship bowed their heads in honor of their brave king. The tale of this war would be as much of loss as of winning.
Narrator, that was lovely delivery. Too bad an equipment screen wanted to interrupt the cutscene you were describing. Just stop, game. It almost feels like the game wasn't planned to have equipment screens mid-game like that. I guess that happened. Let's watch now. But is he actually dead? We haven't seen the corpse. I guess he is. I don't know. Usually we see the corpse. Well, very sad then, I guess. What are those, electric spire things that look dangerous, by the way? Oh, I guess he was dead. We're leaving, so I assume he's dead. Alright, so they just killed off
They
Reggie.
returned to the Crimson Keep.
The main
in
character of the
silence,
first game. Really.
Each with their thoughts. There would be no victory parades.
Are you sure? There would be no victory parades. But the rabbits were so happy to celebrate reclaiming their keep 5 minutes after their king died. They celebrated, why can't we? Jeez, don't need to be so dour if the rabbits can recover in 5 minutes. Come on now. Oh good, more armor. I unlocked the last set? Yes, I did. The Cupid set. Is that the last set? I'm not even sure. I guess so. Or something. Well, I'm happy to say this is the last time I need to make the blacksmith exclamations go away, because that's the last bit of equipment. I guess it was the Scorcher set. Sure. It doesn't look that special for them to be the last set. It's just kind of equipment. Maybe the weapons are better? Not really. They're kind of bad too. Reggie is either dead or he's part of a post-game quest to find him or something. Or they're saving it for Tales of Iron 3. Cliffhanger. I don't know. He did fall off a cliff, so there's some cliffhanging possibly involved. So that was the final boss, huh? Alright. The real boss battle, no wait, exclamation marks. Yes, very true, honestly. Let's go up here then. Oh yeah, who's the crown going to? Robin? Or the mouse we fought at the arena, who I forgot the name of? His brother? He does have a brother still. I guess his brother, probably. Oh, is that a sad song? Are you playing a sad song? By the way, I like the smooth animation on this front mouse on the violin here. But then if we go back here, look at the low frame rates of these guys in the foreground. Oh, so they're just kind of rocking out. I think they're having a good time. They're celebrating. Probably Dennis. Yes, maybe. I would bow as well, but I don't have that ability in this game. I can't crouch. Wait, where are you going with that? Oh. I guess we're just going to go in here. Alright then.
Arlo heard a commotion ahead. In the throne room were raised voices. Bertle stood in front of Reggie's throne, holding the crown, asking who should now carry this burden. Dennis barged forward to claim it. He was brother of the king. It was his by birth. Robin stepped forward and proclaimed that Arlo was rightfully king.
Oh, me!
Without him, there would be no kingdom to rule. He had proved himself on the peak. He was not alone. Leaders of the clans stepped forward and echoed their favor of the Warden.
The people echoing that are people that were already supporting me.
He had no claim here.
Yeah, Arlo's correct. He has no claim.
Bertle slammed his staff into the floor to silence the rising voices. He had a secret to tell.
Oh.
Arlo's father was King Rattus. Bertle himself had delivered him as a child to the Warden.
Oh, that is
He had
convenient.
a claim, if he was willing to take it.
By the way,
Arlo
randomly, Arlo's dad wasn't really his dad. He was actually the dad of Reggie's dad. So, actually, this is fine.
Throne.
What?
Bertle placed the crown upon his head. The weight of rule was his now.
Literally at the last second. By the way, your dad was actually this other king.
He raised his blade and swore vengeance. It was his birthright, and he would reclaim it from
Oh, this feels like such a disservice towards the first game.
Arlo set aside the Warden and became the king. A new dawn broke over the land, bright and clear. The king sensed it would not last. The promise of his half-brother would surely mean war would come again.
Hold on a minute.
As they say.
I want to talk. The narrator won't stop talking first. Okay. Listen. First off, that was an ass pull. Oh, by the way, you weren't actually the son of the Northern King. You were actually the son of the Southern King, Arlo. So you taking the throne, it's your right. You can take it. It's fine. Ignoring that entirely, birthright or not. He is a Northern King of his own kingdom. He went to the Southern King for help with a big issue that would also affect the Southern King. The Southern King died in helping, and then the Northern King immediately takes over the kingdom? I'm sorry, but most people in the Southern Kingdom would consider that to be a hostile takeover and find the Southern King's death suspicious in that situation. Oh, that's weird. Our king started working with another king and then happened to die, and then conveniently that other king took over our territory. Wow, that doesn't sound suspicious. I mean, obviously, we didn't have any nefarious plans to take over the kingdom, but on an outside observer level, would this not cause unrest in the Southern Kingdom? That a Northern Kingdom showed up and then suddenly and conveniently took over the Southern Kingdom? Excuse me! Excuse me! And that's ignoring the fact that Reggie literally has a living brother who has far more of a birthright towards his throne, knowing the kingdom, having lived in the Southern Kingdom, having been born there, having been close brothers and friends to Reggie, who was the previous king. Dennis has complete right to take the throne. And going even further as to why this is stupid, Reggie's death was dumb. He is, as Christoph said, honestly though, if that was really how Reggie died, that was such a waste. Like, Reggie is one of the most people would have connection with since they played the first game, so delivering to their death could have been so much importance to make people care, than just, yep, shoved off, also completely disposable. So I kind of prefer to believe he didn't die, says Christoph, and I agree, but it's even worse when Reggie was killed off in this game, and then his whole legacy and what the player built up as well. Not just what Reggie built up, but what the player also built up with him in the first game. This whole kingdom repairing and stuff. Now just taken over by a Northern King that has nothing to do with this area? I'm sorry, I know we're still playing a protagonist here, Arlo. But Arlo has no claim or right to the Southern Kingdom, regardless of a literal ass pull in the story at the last moment about, oh, by the way, you're actually the son of the Southern King, so it's okay. There's a difference between being the son of the Southern King and being a member of the Southern Kingdom. Arlo is not the latter. And also, I'm sorry, but is that not the biggest ass pull of a story beat? Oh, by the way, you're not actually the son of the Northern King that we saw die. Which also, by the way, does that mean that the impact of our dad dying should now matter less at the beginning of the game? He's gonna have to ignore them sometimes. He can't be in two places at once. Yes, these kingdoms are very far apart. One thing that was said before Arlo went to the Southern Kingdom to get help, there was actually a line saying that the Southern and Northern the Northern Kingdoms never interacted with the Southern Kingdoms. That the Northern Kingdoms wanted to be self-efficient for the Southern Kingdom. The Rat Kingdoms, I'm saying. The Northern Rat Kingdom had remained self-sufficient and had not been in contact with the Southern Rat Kingdom in a very long time. That much was said by the narrator. So, it's not even like the Northern and Southern Kingdoms have had relations where this might make sense to mesh them together. There was a very clear line between them. Not hostilities, but they were completely apart from each other. There is no reason that the Southern King should be... The Southern Kingdom should be ruled by the Northern King. The Northern Kingdom was isolated, intentionally and voluntarily isolated from the Southern Kingdom. In a very, well, we don't need their help. We can live on our own sort of way. So there's no relations, there's no interactions, there's no meshing of cultures between these kingdoms. This is a horrible idea in so many different ways. But also, this is a huge disrespect to Reggie. It was one thing to kill Reggie off. That's disrespectful to the protagonist of the first game, I think. Especially in the way they did it. But it's even worse that Reggie gets killed off, and also, you know what, let's just give his kingdom to the new protagonist. Oh, we cycled out the old protagonists. They're old news. We don't need them anymore. We don't need the first protagonist of the first game. Screw him, he's gone now. Hey, let's have the second protagonist take over all his territory too. Why not? Honestly, it feels like an epitome of what I've been feeling about this game anyways. Tales of Iron 2 is a game where the devs of Tales of Iron 1 didn't understand why their first game was so popular, didn't respect their own first game, and tried to build on it in ways that didn't work. Tried to, as Chrysalis put in an earlier comment, Tales of Iron 2 loves itself too much. Loves its animation, loves its control over the player, and doesn't let the player enjoy the game as much because of that. It adds weird systems in because it thinks it has to build over Tales of Iron 1's simple but elegant systems in some areas. It basically trashes Tales of Iron 1's game design by saying, no, Tales of Iron 1, well, it was a good game. We made a good game with the first game, but we have to do more with the second game. It's not good enough. Tales of Iron 1 isn't good enough anymore, guys. We gotta do something different for Tales of Iron 2. We gotta add more systems. The developers felt like they were disrespecting the first game throughout the process of playing this game. I felt like the first game was being disrespected. But now that feels even more overt with the treatment of Reggie at the end here. The devs are very much disrespecting their prequel. And disrespecting both it from a story perspective and a gameplay perspective. I don't know why they have turned their back on their first game so hard, but that's very much how I feel. Like, they made the project, it was successful, it made money, people loved it, but then the devs just went, that's old, that's our old game though, that's our old shitty game, we can make something better now, ugh, that's cringe, that's our old shit. That's how it feels, that feels like what the devs are saying towards the first game now. Okay, so is he dead? Don't worry, he was rescued by penguins. Oh wait, maybe captured by penguins, I don't know. It's penguins. Well, okay, what am I supposed to take away from that? Quest complete! Sabotage of another kingdom. We shall rule the whole world in time. Our reign as a warlord has begun. We have taken out all the aggressive factions, so it's time to become one ourselves. Are the devs different between the games? That's a good question. Would somebody want to look that up? I believe it's the same devs. Well, I believe it's the same dev studio, Oddbug Studio. But I do wonder if the development staff may have switched around, possibly. Mount Cauldron. Oh, it's a volcano, apparently. That explains the Smithy area. Oh, did we blow it up, by the way? Because the brother was setting up explosives, but I never saw a giant explosion. Did this place explode? I don't think it did. This was like such a disservice to the first game. My god. I thought this game was sort of a disservice to it in the first place, but this ending... Even if Reggie survived... if his legacy was not insulted because he's not dead, so thus he doesn't have... You don't have to say his legacy was insulted if he's still alive, but he was still insulted. Why did they do this? Man, our first game worked out really well. We told an elegant but simple but elegant story with simple but elegant gameplay. We really should screw all that up. We should really just fuck all that up now with our sequel. That's what we should do. Like, how do you do that? You made a good game. And then you decide, no, let's not do that a second time. It's not even necessarily a bad game, this game. It's a frustrating game. That's the best way to describe this game. This game is a frustrating game. Is it bad? Is it good? Your mileage may vary. You may enjoy this game, especially if you didn't play the first game. You wouldn't have as much to compare it to be frustrated about. Technically, I didn't play the first game. Charm did. But I have, shared memories. So I understand the first game well enough to know, especially the little refresher that I took on the end of part 2, well enough to know that the first game was better. There's a few more things to wrap up, I believe. Isn't there? You would think. What happens if I sit here? Well, the main quest is all done, but... I know there's stuff to wrap up. Hold on. Hey, wait a minute. They took my bloody helmet off. One moment. Thank you for switching my equipment without asking. Oh, I can wear the Darkwing Army's Kazek helmet now. You know what? I am a warlord at this point. Why not? No, I want to wear my good equipment, but... Seems appropriate, though. Now, where's the equipment I want to wear? There it is. Realize something else. The inventory has an entire food section. Do you remember what I described about the food? You buy it from one person, walk 5 feet over, and then use it in a dish. Why is there a food section for the items list? And also, why does it scroll downwards multiple pages? There's only 9 items of food in the game. There's only 9 items. What? I don't understand. So I think there's loose ends. Let me check. Start with the outskirts. Yes, there's loose ends. There's a few achievements we don't have because we didn't complete all the quests, the side quests. Because some of them only unlock post-game, which, sure. Let's do them. I don't know why this game did what it did, but it just feels like... Hi, player, did you like the first game? Well, fuck you. First off. And also, secondly, fuck you. And also, when you get to the end of the game, also fuck you. Scorch the outskirts. Okay. The Sky Scorchers are left behind by the Darklings being gone. Okay. Fire-breathing beasts. Alright, alright. I'll
the
take
Sky
that.
Scorchers that had escaped from Mount Cauldron had made their way to the outskirts. The farmers of Mossbug Farm were worried for their livestock. Arlo knew better. They should be worried for their own lives.
But livestock are important too. Alright, who's over here? What are you weak to?
Tracking the beast revealed to Arlo that the farmers
That'll do.
need not worry about their livestock, as for now, the Sky Scorcher had bigger prey in its sights.
I like when they get stuck before they land, and I can just hit them. That's always fun. And off they fly.
Now that the beast was injured,
And back they
bugs
are.
were a prized snack. Arlo knew he needed to stop the Sky Scorcher before it barbecued the whole flock.
Oh, let's do it. That would be very dangerous if it hit me. Alright, where are we going now? All the way up there. Alright. Anyways, bump in the road. Let me take out all the side quest stuff real fast. Oops. This won't take long. I'm a murder machine at this point. I mean, cats usually are. We have multiple pointy ends, but you know what I mean. Rats don't have pointy ends unless they add a
Upon
few.
tracking the beast to its nest, Arlo wondered if he had made a mistake. But he soon realized that it was this monster bird that was mistaken.
Well, I guess I'll find a bird
The
now.
egg in that nest was no monster bird egg.
But what was it then? You're not weak to this, but I don't care to switch weapons. And also, you're a bird beast. I don't give a shit. I could be murdering this so much faster if I wasn't using this, though. Not that I really care that much. Would you choose a landing point? For fuck's sake! I think it got stuck. What? Oh yes, that attack. Oh, great time to set yourself on fire, Arlo. Come on now. How do I have this? Get down and stop dodging. It's dead now. Hello, welcome back. I figured you'd show up. My goodness, you got it aggressive. Ow. Alright, that's enough of you. egg.
The Sky Scorcher was defeated. Its singular egg gleamed in the nest. Destroying it felt like a waste for such a rare item. Arlo wondered if he could be the first rat to discover how to hatch a Scorcher egg.
Excellent idea. If we're going to start taking over every kingdom, let's grow our own Scorcher while we're at it. Hello, Ungolf. How are you? I wonder if I could die to fall damage. That'd be funny. By the way, I never did power up my magic all the way. I powered up poison, fire, and electric. I never found the ice power up, though. At least I don't think so. It is a little early. I hope the rat's doing well. Sad to say, Ungolf, this rat game is not nearly as good as the first. Also, yes, the art style is lovely. The narrator does the narrator has always done a good job. I think it's the same narrator for the first game. He does a fine job here. The problem is the script, not his voice acting. The script is weak, so his VA work is weak, but it's not weak because of his voice acting. It's weak because of what he has to... You know how it is. You ever see a good actor in a bad movie, and they're just trying to do the best they can with the lines they're given? That sort of thing. Ah, but there is a repeatable. I will defeat it. That's the rule. Must defeat it. Repeatable quests must be defeated once. As is tradition. That looks like a dragon almost. That's a cute icon, actually. Look at that little icon. I like that. Here, let me zoom in. Oh wait, that won't let me because of the... Yes, that... Will that capture? Let's see. Yes it will, but I have to capture the right part of the screen. Actually, I could move it over. Look at this little icon here. That's an adorable little icon. Rawr, bat beast. Oh, these come out at a certain time. Let's see. Night. Yes, well, night's about to end, so... Well, no, it just started, but I'm going to reset it anyways. Not doing well, woke up because of pain. I'm sorry to hear that, Ungolf. This game is frustrating, but it's been worth playing. It's still fun. This game is still fun. I would not say it's bad. I would say it's there's a difference between bad and frustrating. Frustrating is bad, but doesn't necessarily mean that the product that is frustrating is completely bad. It's not completely bad or anything. It's still lovely to look at the artwork. That's probably the best part, actually. Sightseeing this game is probably the best part about it. But it is a very large misstep for the first game. It had such a great first game. I like by the time I get the poison proc, it's just running away anyways. Thus kind of wasting it. Are we going to the same places? One room, the room over, and then the nest again? Trying to hit that tail. I really should try parrying it, but I don't really need to. Oh, I thought you were flying away because I attacked it multiple times without doing damage. So I just figured it was running. No, apparently not. Now it's running. It is fun to hit an enemy, a boss especially, watch it not take damage, and then have to guess, is it not taking damage because it's about to run away? Or is it not taking damage because I attacked it during an invincibility stage? I just let myself get hurt there because I thought I was running. There we go. The art is lovely. The artist team did not miss a beat. The artist team did just as good a job on this game as they did in the first. One of the few teams I can say that did just as good a job on the second game as the first. So, congratulations on their part. They did a great job. Alright, that's the repeatable quote-unquote quest done. I say that because while it can be repeated, it also has a completed status if you do it at least once. I don't understand that, but, you know, that's fine. Yes, that should clear it out. There we go. Right. That's one of three little side activities done. Let's do the other two. Now back to the forest, because there's one hunt there as well. As well as probably repeatable. Let's see. How much... we are now asking the question, how much side content is there in this? Post-game content. I think the first game had a fair amount, but I feel like this game will have less. Scorch the forest, the dark weeds are gone, but the sky torches are left behind. Oh! Wait a minute. Are the three... are the new side quests in each of the three areas?
Charum Doc's heart.
Oh, thank you, Engov, for using my emote as well in that. Thank you for the sub. I just realized, though. Hold on a moment. These side area... These extra post-game side quests, are they all just fight a Scorcher? Are they all just fight a Scorcher? That's lazy. The same Scorcher, by the way. At least I think so.
The Nestminster were flustered. The Darkwing's captured Sky Scorchers had made their way to the Golden Forest. If they were allowed to nest in the forest, then it would not be long before they rendered it to a pile of smoking ashes. The Sky Scorchers had been busy scouting the Golden Forest for a meal. Arlo knew he needed to stop them before they were able to nest and lay eggs.
Do bats lay eggs? Wait, hold on a minute. You're right. I didn't think about that before. The answer is not usually. And the longer answer is no, I don't think any species do. Yes, where are they laying eggs? Also, what am I going to do with that egg I got? Am I going to get another egg?
There was no nest. It was clear that this Sky Scorcher was preparing a meal for its soon-to-hatch offspring.
Oh yeah, we are getting an egg, aren't we?
He was determined to protect Nestminster.
If I trick them into charging at the screen with that ice attack, then they really open themselves up at that point. Are we flying? We're flying. Oh no, and even in the post-game, we have to have senseless deaths. Good. Don't worry, everyone. Post-game or no, random people will die. That's also no breathe fire. This is generally true. Unless they ate some very spicy food. Honestly, you know how it feels? It feels as if the game never expected me to get health upgrades. It was hard to tell then, and then I got them, and then the game was like scrambling to hurt me.
The Scorcher's nests were clearly looking for a new leader. Arlo would kill.
Wait, are we gonna fight a were-owl? We're gonna fight a were-owl, aren't we? Also, are they worshiping? The cultists are... The remaining cultists are really at the end of the ropes. They are worshipping the Sky Scorcher now. Ah, shit, our previous gods didn't work out. Well, you know what? Let's worship a giant bat. Would you land already? Thank you. Not on my face, but that's fine. Alright. Am I taking that egg too, or...
With the Sky Scorcher defeated, the threat to the Golden Forest was gone. As Arlo looked down into the Scorcher's nest, the single egg glimmered in his eyes. Unable to bring himself to destroy it, Arlo kept it for himself. Who knew if it would come in handy later?
I'd like to know that egg is as big as Arlo. And it's in the back row, which means it's probably a little bit bigger. But whatever, we'll just carry it. Weirdly, the other egg was smaller than Arlo, so these Scorcher eggs are very differently sized, I guess, sometimes. And because I want to do the repeatables, that means I gotta fight 6 Sky Scorchers. Wait a minute! The last set of equipment was the Scorcher equipment. And the post-game bosses are Scorchers. For some reason or another, they consider the Scorchers to be the equivalent of in-game equipment looters, but they weren't. But the equipment associated with Scorchers was not very good, so I'm very confused. Oh, I shocked it. Nice. I didn't know I could do that. Shock it out of the sky. Oh, that's kind of neat. But yes, it's weird. The Scorchers are post-game bosses, so the Scorcher equipment is basically post-game equipment, but it also sucks. And isn't particularly amazing in any fashion or form. Maybe it's good at some sort of element, I don't know, but it's... What I'm wearing is far better. I don't understand when you can hit that dangly tail and when you can't. For forgot how the equipment stats were. Maybe tries to install elements at the end. Well, it's such a convoluted mess of equipment that it's very hard to compare it all. There's just so much equipment to look at, so... Why are you flying into the ground, sir? Well, that ended you because you flew too low. You did the opposite of flying too close to the sun. You flew too far for the sun. That was easy. Because he was hittable. Right, that should about cover this. Oh, did I complete the... I think I got the achievement when I did that, yes? Medals, yes. Yes, complete Golden Forest and Outskirts. White Whiskers was completed when we first went there. Now we just have the Rift. Oh, let me guess, they're under attack by a Sky Scorcher. I am shocked and amazed. What am I doing with these eggs, by the way?
Short Tongue was panicked. He had seen the Sky Scorchers arrive.
Yes, don't panic. I found
knew
5 of these
for
already.
The safety of
No, 4.
Bogfire Forge. He asked Arlo to hunt the beasts and rid them from the rift.
And by the way... How's Ciro doing? I presume, Ciro, you're back from sleeping.
The stench of the Toad Core's rotting body had drawn Arlo to the area, but it seemed like it had also attracted a hungry Sky Scorcher.
Oh! If it doesn't miss with that ice attack, it immediately follows it up with another attack. I'll know this. Good drink. Let's see. Yeah, I guess I'll just follow it. Really quite the post-game bosses, aren't they? In the sense that I just couldn't... I mean, they take a little bit of time to take down.
As soon as the Toad Core eye hit the ground, Arlo knew he was in for a fight. Arlo wondered if it was him that was now being hunted.
What exactly does that mean? Once the Toad Core hit the ground, Arlo knew he was in for a fight. I guess? You know what they say, if an eyeball drops in front of you, you're going to get in a big battle. That's what the old adage goes. It would be cool if I poison bosses and it runs away. Instead of healing by the time I get back to it, it should be at least at the same health, if not lower. Because I poisoned it. That would just make the most sense. I wonder if it was him who was being hunted after being defeated up by... After having defeated so many other Scorches, sure, buddy. Yes, there's a certain drama to the story. It just doesn't work. Actually, I recall in the first game, Reggie was put in some very harrowing situations. Where the narrator went, Reggie wasn't sure if he'd get out of this one, and it made sense. Oh, that dodge. Did you see that dodge? In the first game, the narrator had similar statements, but Reggie was actually put into situations that were actually dangerous. If I recall, wasn't there a section where... Nope, not going there yet. Wasn't there a section where you had to... You got locked into a catacombs and you were stuck away from, you know, your other resources for a while? Because you were locked in there, if I recall. Thinking about it, Arlo never gets put into any danger. It's everyone around him that gets put into danger or dies. Arlo is just fixing people's shit, but not actually having a journey of growth himself. The most you could say is that Arlo helps others grow, but he's not really... He never really went through his own trials that much. I mean, his dad died at the beginning of the game, but after that... Everything kind of... Destruction and doom happened around him, but not to him. After that. I think I tried to imply that Arlo was very sad that Reggie died, but he knew Reggie for a day. In-game.
Arriving at the nest,
Oh,
Arlo was surprised to
that's
see
not
the
good.
toad core, especially as they had become a favorite meal of the Scorcher. As the toad core scoffed down one of the eggs, it became very
This is not
clear
ideal.
why it had
This thing
been
actually hurts me.
ruined.
No, if it... I didn't realize I could freeze them before. Or I didn't have a good freeze weapon before. Now I do, though. Hi, sculpture time. No, I said ice sculpture time. Oh no, I jumped in the poison. I'm more concerned about the Toad score than the Scorcher, which is very silly when you consider the Scorchers were eating these guys. But I'm actually more scared of the Toad. Really. I mean, it's dead now, but... But yes, that hurt me way more than the Scorchers do. I can't see myself. I can't see what I'm doing. One moment, I'm healing still. Alright, now we can fight. Oh, I didn't get out of the way in time for that one. That's alright. Ah, I missed that. I was trying to do a heavy at the end. Oh well. There's something wrong there when the boss you must fight before fighting the real boss is actually the harder one, or the more intimidating one at least. Even if I could
Sky
freeze it.
Scorcher vanquished, Arlo toyed with the idea of destroying its last surviving egg. Deciding to keep the egg, Arlo was sure it would be useful in the future.
Could I have destroyed these, attacked them instead of picking them up? I'm not even sure. But if I've already subterfugely taken over the Southern Kingdom, I may as well become a full warlord with an army of 3 Scorchers. Ow. Right, we have to kill one more, but it'll be faster this time. No toad interruptions. I'm going to drain the whole keg at this point. Wait, actually, I don't want to sleep. I want to... You. Repeatable, there. Last possible quest. What time of day did they come out? I don't know, it's once here though, so good enough for me. Hello, dear friend, let's fight one more time. Oh yes, that's right. If I do that, you just fall. Lightning just knocks them out of the sky. Perhaps that works on most flying beasts, and perhaps that's something I should have been aware of. If only I had known that sooner, perhaps I could have grounded more of these enemies. Granted, the magic spell that charges now and then, but... You motherfucker! It just moved. Alright, fine. Let me go back to the save point over here. Motherfucker. This is the last wandering boss I'm fighting, so it had to be... It had to get in one last little bit of assholery, since it was the last one. In the electric firearms. Actually... Good point. I should use some fire. Oops, ran by the side. It would be nice if the signs had a little light on top of them or something. I don't currently possess an electric... Well, I do, but it's weaker. Way weaker. That being said, I haven't really used this gun. I meant to use it in the final boss fights, but I just didn't. So... Let's see, I think it runs a third time, doesn't it? It doesn't matter. It's gonna run now. It doesn't matter because I still have plenty of bullets. Top, okay. Keep pulling out the big... I believe I'm pulling out the biggest gun. I believe it has the highest damage for base damage. At 100, the one I have. Come down here. There we go. There. That's the end of the damn Sky Scorchers. Unless I triggered the repeatables repeatedly, in which case I can spawn it infinitely. But that doesn't count. Oh, there's a... I'll go to the right. Perfect landing. Right. And that's everything done and dusted here, yes? Yes. Alright then. Done, done, done. All of it's done. This is mostly story. Done, 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 done. Done and done. Done! Literally done. All achievements finished. Wait, is that it? Is that really it? Or is there anything else to do? Tales of Iron 1 had actually a pretty decent post-game. Granted, I think some of it was added later as free DLC stuff, effectively, but... So it's possible this game could have that same treatment later. It's been out for a little bit, but perhaps not long enough for that sort of free content update. Still... Still, the base game also had post-game besides that free update. Is there really nothing left to do? Is this it? Because I was joking when I said, cliffhanger, what happened to Reggie? Maybe we'll find out Tales of Iron 3. That was a joke I made before the ending stinger cutscene with the penguins. I made that joke before the penguin cutscene, I want to point out. No, it appears that... Oh my goodness. Yet another side of how these developers had such a bad focus for this game. Tales of Iron 1 ended in a nice little bow. It didn't promise a sequel. It didn't end on a cliffhanger saying, oh, but you better watch for Tales of Iron 2! It didn't do that. It was a self-contained game with a self-contained story that then had a sequel because it did well. But I guess the developers once again came back to the point of Chrysalis saying the developers are simply too much in love with their own game here. They literally set up a sequel hook. Oh, the first game sold great. The second game will absolutely sell even better. So we're gonna go ahead and set up for a third game already. That is hubris. That is very much hubris. The first game was made without expectations of it being a series. And in that, it was a nice, humble little game that did a great job being what it was. But this game was made in the idea of, well, our first game was so successful, we're going to make tons of money on this one, and totally make a third game, too. They made this game under the expectation there would be a third game. You don't do that. I've seen this repeatedly. Game development studios then make a game with the idea of, oh, we're totally making a sequel, so we won't finish the story in this game. That's a terrible idea. I guess it's also terrible when movies do that, too, technically. It's a terrible idea, because it shows such a ego. Oh, we're definitely going to make another game after this one, because even though we have just released this game, we already know it's going to be successful. In a way that talks down to your audience. It makes it sound like your audience doesn't have autonomy of their own decisions, of their own buying decisions, of their own opinions. Oh, our game's going to be successful because we say it will be. Yes, no, the players are the people who will determine that. Why not give them a little bit more respect? By the way, I'd like to note that I just realized something really funny. I did a challenge run. This was a challenge run, and I just realized it was. You know why it's a challenge run? Because I never did this. Do you see that bar? See that yellow bar now? Up there? We've never seen that this entire playthrough. You know what that bar is? That's sharpness. Basically, my weapons do way more damage if they're sharp. I played this entire game with him dull because I forgot about the mechanic. I didn't need it, though. If you're wondering why I didn't use the whetstones, it's because you can only hold 2. And because I could only hold 2, you know what I was doing in the back of my mind? Oh, I can only hold 2 whetstones? Well, I can't really rely on these. I'll wait until the game gives me an inevitable upgrade so I can hold more. A bigger bank slot for whetstones. It never did. You can only hold 2. Ever. So I just completely forgot. I was going to start using them when I got an upgrade for the bank size. But it never happened. So I just forgot about them. The game never gave me more whetstones access, so I just never used them. Maybe the Reggie part will not be a game 3, but DLC. I hope that they do that. I think they did do free DLC for the first game, effectively. So I really hope they do that for this game. That would be fine. If they want to make it, if they're planning on Tales of Iron 3 for that, though, that's bad. If they plan on doing a free content update, I suppose that's fine, though. So we'll see what they do, I suppose. Still, though, I'm weirded out. So the post-game consists of, hey, there's 3 more side quests to do in each of the 3 regions. And they're all the same thing, kill a Scorcher. Sometimes it mixes it up by mixing in some other enemies here and there, but they're not new enemies, so, yeah. But that's it. There's really nothing more to do. I'm looking at each map now. That's just kind of it. I guess I could raid the castle one more time to feel alive. I'm surprised that you know what? One thing that I find very strange? Remember when we just did some tournament matches there to convince King Reggie to join our cause and all? After that was over, I was thinking to myself, oh, this is where they unlocked the arena. Because Tales of Iron 1 had an arena. It had a lot of fights. Most of them were optional. There's only a little bit for a story, but there was tons of fights you could do. It was quite fun. I'm surprised that that didn't become the arena. I thought that would become, like, we do the story quest for it, and then afterwards we could return to it for arena fights. But no, it's just kind of not being used for anything. Strange. Even the first game just had arena fights. It wasn't like a DLC update or anything. It was just there was just arena fights. But I guess this game doesn't have that. Very strange. Yet another situation where this game just feels lacking compared to the first game. Like, I'm sorry, if you had a grand optional arena in your first game, I think it's fair to assume the second game will also have one. Something a bit awkward is that the Scorcher is just always Scorcher, while the enemies have elemental variants that actually do change the attack patterns. Well, not all of them do. Well, I guess even the Spider, which didn't have an elemental version, did have like a very big, spiky version for some reason. I don't know why it did. Anyways, victory lap. I'm just gonna charge through this fortress one more time. Don't mind me. I want to see if anything changed here. Literally, the brother of Reggie was setting... whatever his name is, I keep forgetting. Was setting up explosives under the fortress, which I don't think we ever... Wait, I have eggs! What? Wait. What do I do with these? Maybe I should go to the castle for this. Maybe, I don't know. If there's any way to hatch Scorcher eggs, it'd probably be something I figure out at this place. Oh, well, let's see how much more damage I'm doing with this weapon. I don't know, cook it all. Yeah, that sounds good. Oh, I need these arrows. There we go, now I'm restocked. Wait, that was only full. Okay, that's how many I did, I guess. I love these. Okay, 96 damage. Just seeing. I do love their voices. These bad enemies are so fun. So 96 damage, huh? Alright. So normally does 51. Ah! So by not using whetstones, I was cutting my damage by not quite half, but not far off from it. If I'm doing 96 now, I normally do 51 with this. Well, okay, I'm not considering elemental weaknesses. I'm not sure how much that adds exactly. I'm using fire. Wait a minute, wouldn't that just add 61, 71, 79? That'd be 70, so I'd be doing 79 damage to these bats with this weapon. So the additional 97 is an additional 17? Or something? Something like that. Looking for an adorable kitty to make a good ratty warrior. I suppose I do. Gotta show the rats how it's done. That's how superior I am as a cat. 140. That's even more. I don't quite know how much damage I normally do without sharpness on these guys, but... This all felt very anticlimactic as an ending, didn't it? Just charge in, beat up the king, and then move on. Move on to a very short post-game. Done. I'm noticing something. We fought the chef and the smith, and then we fought a necromancer in this lab, so maybe that's the building guy, since they're building undead. But it kind of fell apart after that. We have 4 major workers at our base. We fought the equivalent of their workers twice, and then also a necromancer, and then also a big bat. Like, it kind of fell off. We didn't fight a construction builder person, and we didn't fight an item shopkeeper. If we had, that would have been a cute callback to the full set, but that's not how it worked. Also, I'd like to note, this room here has evil bats in it that we can't fight for some reason. They're just sleeping, and we can't disturb them, I guess. Yes, I do find it funny that I forgot about whetstones and effectively made this a no whetstone playthrough. Clearly it wasn't needed, though. Except for maybe that first boss, the one I was stuck on for a very long time because I had very bad equipment. Though I think I was so early in the game that I didn't have access to whetstones. So I don't think that would have helped much. It is interesting how heavy attacks can knock down enemies with shields, even if they're not shielded. But basically only them. And occasionally other enemies. But there's also enemies where it just doesn't work, so... it's risky to try. Alright. To the top once more. And he remains encased in stone. I feel like since the final boss died in a stone form, I feel like the sword could be removed and he could be revived again. In fact, I think the intro story mentioned how the bats were actually defeated and... oh! Arlo wanted to throw himself off that elevator. I did not tell him to go that far. I think the bats were mentioned to have been defeated a long time ago. And had been basically eliminated. But then they came back. And that kind of made sense because they were all necromancers. So they came back from the dead. That's basically what happened. So I don't think that evil king there is necessarily finished off. Okay, so what do I do with these eggs? Literally have no idea. That's the last thing I think we need to do in the game. I've done everything else. But what do we do with these eggs? We pick them up and they're key items. Let's see if I can Google this. Scorcher eggs. Beat the game. Did the post-game quest. Got 3 eggs. Is there any more? DLC for sure, as well as Dennis Ark and King Ark. Alright. It's probably free update stuff later, which I might not cover for a video. Yes, there's something to do with them yet. Just hold on to them for later, I guess. Yes, nobody seems to know. Alright, that seems to be it. Wait, I'll read one more thread. So somebody states that they went to every single NPC and every high peak and nothing happens. There's no trophy. The most obvious choice would be the badger or the egg that turned out to be a baby toad. Oh, I didn't try them. That's a good point. Probably just content for future DLC. Notice you can't use gems either for crafting anything, even though they're listed as such. That's a good point. We have all these precious gems. They're special rewards. But we never use them. And they're not usable on anything. That's very strange. On the map, there seems to be an island in the center you can't travel to. Oh, I did notice that. If we open the map... Sorry, it requires a walk. Yeah, it does feel bad. It feels like I'm missing something, but yes, I noticed that too. Do you notice how right next to Winter's Edge, look just southeast of it. Do you see that little island? There seems to be a ruined little structure and a house on there. So that's probably a DLC location right there. For whatever purpose. Because we can't go there. Also, the badger with the egg was a good call. I'm guessing that he doesn't do anything, but let's go back over to him. But yeah, so there's eggs and precious gems that we also have. They're under the crafting menu, apparently. Let's see. Yes, here they are. The ruby. The diamond. The sapphire. The emerald. Oh, by the way, we never found more mold plate metal, so that actually isn't renewable. And I can't actually craft the electric sword I want to make, so... But yes, these gems here never served any purpose. They're not in any crafting recipes, apparently, so... And this guy has nothing to do with the eggs. Alright, then. So that's it. We have eggs and gems we can't use. The post-game was extremely short in this current version. One can assume it will have updates. Hopefully updates that also answer the whole Penguin Reggie situation, figure out what the gems do, figure out what the eggs do, and perhaps actually give us a battle arena, because the first game was quite fun to have when it had that one. It really should be here as well. Well, I guess that's that. Thanks for sticking with me. I'm glad that we streamed a little long, because even though we did stream a little long, I noticed we didn't stream long enough to justify another episode of this. So, I'm glad we dumped this all into part 3 as a long part 3 episode, because as I said at the end of part 2, I wanted to finish this. I wanted to finish this game. I didn't really like the game as much as the first game anymore. I feel like I very much feel like the developers failed to respect the players, failed to respect their own series legacy, failed to respect the game design that they had designed well in the first game. I feel like they just disrespected their own series, their own game, their own audience, effectively. And it's a shame. Oh, this is nice, though. I do appreciate this. Just to say a positive note. This in memory of people, the original musician, I believe, for the first game. As well as the team's rats, because Team Oddbug very much care about rats. They made a rat game because they themselves owned rats. Members of the team. I don't know how many. But this is all the rats that passed away, I believe. You may notice some names that are familiar there, actually, I'm starting to notice. Reggie, Doug, Pinky, Robin, Arlo, Boog, Dennis, Revy, and Rem. I think most of these rats made it into the games as named rats in the games, so that's kind of cute. Unfortunately, you would have a large group of rats as an in memory of image, because if I recall, rats only live for a couple years. I forget their lifespan, but good pets except for the part where they don't live very long, from what I hear. 2 to 4 years. The longest living rat lived to be 7. Yes, that's the... I hear the rats are nice pets. Except for the fact that you don't get to have them around very long. Which is sad. The team was a little misguided, but they meant well. I think so. I think they made some very bad decisions. I think they were in the wrong mindset. And I don't think them disrespecting the player was intentional. I don't think them disrespecting the series, the original game story. I don't think any of this was intentional. I think this was all very misguided. I want to note that. When I say that the team was disrespectful of different aspects, I'm not saying that they were willfully disrespectful. It is entirely possible to be disrespectful without meaning to. And I think that's what happened here. I think they made a lot of mistakes. I do think they should have avoided making those mistakes. I think they should have been more mindful, considered things better, and actually had a better viewpoint on different aspects of their game and their series, as well as the player base. But do I think that they purposely went out of their way to cause trouble? No. I don't think any of this was intentional. I just think it was a unfortunately lack of guidance. They didn't guide themselves, they didn't listen to feedback, they didn't really work this out quite right. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. But, all the same, they didn't make a terrible game. This is still a game... This is a game I'm comparing to its prequel because it's necessary to. The prequel got so many elements correct. Such an elegant simplicity exists in the first game that this game doesn't have. And that's important to address. Comparisons are fair to make between sequel and prequel. So... especially when the games are so similar. Especially when they're so similar. But yes, it's still a good game, though. If you were to isolate this game and compare it to many releases on Steam, I would still say that this game provides you way more to enjoy than many games that release on Steam. And other platforms as well. I think this is on other platforms. So I'm not saying this is a bad game, but it is a bad sequel. Very much so. That's the problem. I hope its free content updates will improve a few of these aspects. I'm sure it will be nice if the post-game had a little more to it. Because it does feel like that was a really bad cap-off of everything. We got to the end, we did the post-game content, and all it was 3 quests to fight the same boss. But with some free updates, and the post-game being a little more fleshed out, perhaps this game would have ended on a better note for me. Obviously it doesn't, because that content isn't added yet. But perhaps if it gets added later and people play it later on, maybe their post-game experience will be better. Maybe it'll end off on a good note, story-wise. I don't know. Reggie seems to be alive, so hopefully. But that was Tales of Iron 2, Whiskers of Winter. And no, I won't be returning for the free content updates. I simply figured I'd play what was there when I wanted to play it through. And that's what we have. As it is on release. The recent release experience, that's what we get here. are giving here. I might offline by myself play a content update to this. If it does release a content update, maybe I'll do a casual stream, but not a proper video for a part 4. That's not in the cards for me. But, all the same, I do hope you all enjoyed. Yes, thank you all for watching, indeed. Thank you for watching as well, Alfasin. That was Tales of Iron 2. Go play the first one if you haven't. I wouldn't recommend playing the sequel. I'd recommend playing the prequel, though. That being said, if you really like the prequel, give this one a shot. You can see my opinion. If you think this game still looks like up your alley, it probably will be. It's not a bad game. But that was Tales of Iron 2. Good night, everyone.